Chapter 1, Genius Boy. Tuki Continent, Yunlin Mountain. The emperor looked at the reflection in the water. The long black hair has not yet reached his shoulders. A pair of sword eyebrow star pupils plus a cinnabar mole on the forehead. It makes people feel cute. The corners of his mouth twitched. He was thinking, he has been in Tuki Continent for 7 years. Apart from giving him a good-looking skin, a peerless talent, and a pit-forcing system, what did God give him? System. 7 years ago, the son of the emperor, the 5 good young man, was playing a certain glory in his own home on the earth. There was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, and the mobile phone suddenly exploded. At that time, he thought he was dead, but he did not expect that, like many novels, he actually crossed and came to the fighting spirit continent in Fight's break sphere, and he also brought a great-sounding Hongmeng with him. System. What is even more exaggerated is that he was reborn on a newly born baby, and the place of rebirth is still in the Yunlanzong of the Tuki continent. The result was picked up by 15-year-old Yun and adopted, and finally adopted him as a disciple. The reason at that time was only the young sect master, the 5-star Doling. The system calls out the character attributes. After the emperor complained, he said silently. Host, son of heaven. Sex, male. Age, 7 years old. Level, 9-star fighter, 100/9000. Gongfa, Kyunkan good fortune secret art, Huangji low level. Fighting skills, none. Points, 100. Items, experience lollipop times 1111, identity jade pendant, silver prize draw times 1. Main plane, fighting and breaking plane. Task, none. Looking at the empty inventory and fighting skills bar, the emperor couldn't help but want to curse. It's been 7 years, and there is nothing to do. Sora has a self-cultivation. What's the use? Haven't the host heard a word? In front of absolute power, any bells and whistles are false. The system's cold voice without any emotion came. The son of heaven. Originally, as long as the emperor reached the fighter, he could ask Yun to acquire weapons and enter the Yunlanzong's fighting technique pavilion to learn fighting skills, but who knows that the latter said he was too young, and he said that he would accidentally hurt himself. Nothing agreed. This made the emperor feel depressed and want to vomit blood. 9-star fighters can accidentally injure themselves with weapons or fighting skills. Who am I kidding? Don't let me learn fighting skills, and don't have weapons to defend myself. How can I go down the mountain to find the heaven and earth treasures? How can I upgrade my skills? The emperor muttered. Universal good fortune secret art appeared in a jade pendant that the emperor had when he was born. Don't think it's just a yellow level low-level technique, but it can swallow different fires like burning art. The transformed form of abilities can be transformed into a variety of energy, such as fighting energy, the true energy of the world of cultivating immortals, and so on. Another thing that is stronger than Fenju is that it consumes more than just different fires, as long as it is different treasures from heaven and earth. The son of heaven. In the distance, a little girl ran up. The little girl has a cold appearance and a beautiful face, only Qinglian can compare with it. Wearing a moon-white dress gown. There is a green jade pendant hanging from the delicate earlobe, and when it shakes slightly, it makes a crisp jade sound, which suddenly reveals a touch of delicateness. A futuristic goddess of the future. Jumping off the big rock, the emperor steadily landed in front of the girl, smiled and looked at the little girl in front of him, and said softly, It's Xiao Yanran, let's talk. Is there anything I need brother me to help? Let brothers are happy and happy. Yes, this is Yunyun's apprentice Nalan Yanran. A year ago, Nalan Yanran was accepted by Yun as an apprentice 1 year older than the emperor. She cast a blank glance at the emperor, and threw the scroll in her hand to the latter, pursing her mouth in dissatisfaction, and said, I'm a year older than you. Don't call me Xiao Yanran. Also, I want to be called Sister Yanran. After that, he smiled slyly. Before thinking about it, the emperor took the scroll, shook his head, walked into her, compared her height with his hands, pretended to be serious, looked at her and said, "That's not good, you can see that you are not only shorter than me. A little bit, I entered the master's school later than me. Of course I can call you Xiao Yan Ran." Nalan's pouting manner made the emperor stunned. It was so kawaii that he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and squeeze her pretty face. Nalan Yanran blushed, and quickly opened someone's salty pig's hand, her eyes widened in shame. Smiled awkwardly, the emperor touched his nose, but he blushed unconsciously. After all, this kind of thing has been done, no matter how much he touched. Is this a lowly development plan? The emperor thought secretly in his heart. "Host, you are very wretched," the system said abruptly. "The son of heaven." Nalan Yanran came back to her senses and pointed to the scroll in the hands of the emperor and said, "I don't understand something, teach me." After throwing away all the messy things in his mind, the emperor smiled and solved the problem she didn't understand in the scroll. All along, as long as she had any difficulties in cultivation, she would always come to the emperor. After all, Yun and the elders also have their own affairs, and it is impossible to be online all the time, unlike the emperor, who is just an idler. Old disciples all know that there is a little boy in the Yunlin sect, who possesses an extraordinary talent. He was adopted as a disciple by sect master Yun as early as his infancy. But this direct disciple doesn't seem to be very interested in cultivation. He practiced indiscriminately all day long. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com took a lollipop and wandered around every day, but the talents of other people were there. He was already 7 when he was only 7 years old. 9-star fighters, even the sect master Yun Shan who was in the retreat was alarmed during the test, and immediately passed the position of sect master to Yun, and established the emperor as the young sect master. In this way, the emperor was stalked, and no one urged him to practice, which made him particularly leisurely. Staring at the serious emperor, Nalan Yanran couldn't help flushing her face, her heart beating quickly. She didn't even know what the emperor had said, and thought, the emperor is so handsome. Xiao Yanran? Xiao Yanran? Seeing the girl in front of her, she was taken aback, and the emperor waved in front of her. Seeing that she didn't respond, he couldn't help but get closer. "Ah!" There was a dumbfounded expression of "Who am I, where am I?" People things Nalan Yanran. Gender, female. Age 8 years old. Level 5 fighting chi. Favorability, 80. Glanced at Nalan Yanran's attribute panel, licked his lips, and thought, it's not fast enough, how can I beat Xiao Yan by then? Thinking about it, and took out a lot of experience lollipops, each lollipop adds 50 experience points. Looking at the piles of lollipops in front of him, the corners of the emperor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Originally, there was a chance to draw a birthday lottery every year. It was all luck. But I did it well. All the draws were lollipops. I only ate 1/3 of them in the past few years. If it weren't for upgrading, I wouldn't be considered a lollipop hobby. The emperor vomited, and after thinking about it, he could leave these to Xiao Yanran, anyway, he wouldn't need it anymore. Ding! Host, please check in time. Chapter 2, Departure and Attack. Remind the host that your newbie gift package has not yet been received. Emperor. What? There are novice spree? Why did he not know anything after coming for so long? A pang of breath. As if to understand what the emperor thinks, the system added, in fact, it reminded you the moment you were born, but you were still in an unconscious state at that time, and your perception of the outside world was almost zero, so the system avoided the host. Abandon it and temporarily seal it up. The emperor was speechless. You do, everything you say makes sense. Then the host is sure to open the novice gift package. Open, then it must be opened. The emperor roared impatiently. Fortunately, there is no one around, otherwise there will be a bunch of people saying that our young sect master is crazy again. It's really idle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ice crystal necklace ×1, ice crystal sword ×1, upgrade pill ×1, 1000 points, bronze draw ×1, gold draw ×1. Was taken aback, glanced at the inventory, and the emperor couldn't help covering his head dumbly. As soon as I hear it, I know what ice crystal necklace the girl uses. System, check the item information. Item, ice crystal necklace. Rank, mysterious low level. Description, condensed from thousands of snowflakes taken from the extremely cold land, female wearers can increase the speed of cultivation by 5%, and can be advanced. Item, ice crystal sword. Rank, mysterious low level. Description, it is made of ice crystals taken from the extremely cold land, which can increase the damage of ice attribute fighting skills by 10%, and can be advanced. Nodded in satisfaction, Tianzi called up his attribute panel. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 7 years old. Level, 9-star fighter, 100/9000. Gong method, Kyunkan good fortune decision. Fighting skills, none. Points, 1100. Items, ice crystal sword, ice crystal necklace, experience lollipop ×1111, identity jade pendant, bronze prize draw ×5, silver prize draw ×1, gold prize draw ×1, birthday draw ×1, upgrade dan ×1. Main plane, fighting and breaking plane. Task, none. Ding! Publish the main task, go to Yuten City, reward, 100 points, 500 experience, random reward ×1. It seems it's time to set off. Tianzi looked up at the sky, and the slightly dazzling sunlight made him squint his eyes. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't want to, let's go. After that, he took out the paper and pen he had prepared in advance, and wrote a few words in his handsome handwriting. Then, put it into a small storage ring, which also contains an ice crystal necklace and a bunch of experience lollipops. Looked back at the direction of Nalan Yanran's departure, grinned, her eyes revealed a bit of nostalgia. The emperor sighed softly, turned around, took a heavy step, and left. Nalan Yanran, who was hiding not far away, trembled slightly. The emperor told her that she knew he was leaving. It is very difficult for her to know in advance that the emperor will go down the mountain alone one day, but she can't believe that that day will come so quickly. She walked slowly to the place where the original Zionations stood, and picked up the storage ring he had placed on the ground. He knew she hadn't really left. Turn on the storage ring, take out the ice crystal necklace and the piece of paper, and write on it with a vigorous and powerful pen, Little Yanran, I have gone down the mountain to experience, don't tell the master, the ghost knows if she will rush down the mountain directly. I'll take it back, well I don't know when I will see you again, but I hope we won't see you for too long. And these lollipops, don't underestimate them, they can help you in your cultivation, and there is also this ice crystal necklace that can increase the speed of your cultivation, don't waste it. You must practice hard when I am away, and I hope Xiao Yanran will not lag behind me too much. Don't read it. Holding the note in her hand tightly, Nalan Yanran looked at the emperor who had gone away, unable to return to her senses for a long time. No one knew that on the top of this mountain, a figure stood for a long time, and then left. Who finally came to the Warcraft Mountains? The emperor took a long breath and stood on the periphery of the mountain range. A piece of green grass imprinted in the eyes of Hun Han. At this time, the world is in summer. There are countless white small chrysanthemums in the green grass in front, and a few golden yellow flowers stand among them. Within 500 meters, butterflies dance lightly. A few meters away, a few hares can be seen escaping from the woods. It's beautiful. The emperor licked the experience lollipop in his hand and couldn't help but admire. Before the emperor could breathe a sigh of relief, a figure shot at him from the big tree behind him. It happened suddenly, and it was the first fight again. Before the emperor had any reaction, his body was caught by a terrifying force. A low-altitude parabola was left in the air and fell heavily 50 meters away. The emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked forward. I saw that the man was dressed in a fiery red shirt, with a delicate appearance, as if he was only in his early 20s. His pupils shrank suddenly. Gamma royal family. At this time, he looked at the emperor in surprise. It seems that he did not expect that the emperor would be able to withstand his punch without dying. The young man in the red shirt couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this the horror of the young master Yun Lanzong? Just 7 years old is the strength of the 9-star fighter, and he can even withstand the punch of the grand fighter www.readaloud.com, although I only used 30% of my strength for this punch." From the forest, there was a slight fluctuation faintly, and even a few beast roars. Seeing this, the red-shirt youth took out a long sword. The sword was as red as fire, and under the indoctrination of the opponent's grudge, it immediately soared into a raging fire. The young man in the red shirt had sharp eyes and said proudly, "It seems that there is no time, and a powerful monster has rushed over. Although I don't want to, but in the current situation, I still have to use this trick. This is really for me. What a shame. A big fighting master killed a 7-year-old child. Although this child is a 9-star fighter, he is still a weak person, which is indeed a shame. Let's die." Profound stage advanced combat skill flame slash. With a wave of the hand of the young man in the red shirt, the flame in the sword shot out, forming a blade of light. Before the crimson sword light had fallen, the flowers and plants on the ground 10 meters away from it quickly withered and turned black. Finally, the sword light fell straight down. The flame instantly swallowed the emperor's figure. When the flames dissipated, a long black line of horror, 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, was left on the ground. The flowers and plants on the ground have all been reduced to ashes in the moment. In the field, the emperor was also missing. A wisp of breeze blows, and in a faint, you can smell the smell of rotten eggs produced by the burning of the flesh. Just at this moment, a few monsters that ran out of the mountains of monsters had already reached this space. "You actually forced me to do 2 tricks, boy, you can be regarded as dead right away." In the heart of the red shirt youth, he thought. However, the young man in the red shirt never dreamed that he had already lost the figure of the emperor in the same place. Chapter 3, Cute Little Loli. In the woods, there is silence. Looking up, the sun is shining through the shade between the leaves, like a fan of stars gleaming in the sky, a bit dazzling, but very crystal clear and beautiful, revealing an unpredictable silence. The hare hiding under the bush looked around with a timid look. While maintaining vigilance against possible dangers, while also admiring the surrounding scenery. On the official road where the hares eat grass, a carriage slowly emerged from the road ahead. "Miss, Yuten City is ahead. It only takes another half an hour before we can enter Yuten City." The man driving the carriage was a middle-aged man, turning his head to speak to the customer sitting in the carriage. A pair of eyes looked like a mouse crossing the street, watching the bushes on the left and right. Seemed to feel the nervous look of the middle-aged man, and there was a sound like a bird in the carriage. "Uncle, what's the matter?" The customer in the carriage seems to be young, and the voice is full of childishness. "Miss, this place is called Le Fengpo. It is the only way to enter Yuten City. If you change to a weekday, there will be no problem. I heard that there have been gangsters here recently. Now the sky is white, I hope we will not be that way. Unlucky for you, meet those rogues here." The middle-aged man driving the car prayed in his heart. His uneasy eyes were like that alert rabbit, looking at the bushes on the left and right. However, when the middle-aged man's voice just fell, the herbivorous rabbit in front of him immediately rushed back into the bushes in shock. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and then, from the surrounding bushes, 8 young people sprang out. The 8 young men were in the front 4 and the last 4, blocking the carriage's way and also preventing the carriage's retreat. This road was driven by me, and this tree was planted by me. I have to hit this place and leave to buy road money. A young man headed by throws a spear at the ground, looks sharply at the groom, and yells, "Stop talking nonsense, 1 head, 10 gold coins." 10. The groom who drove his face sank. 10 gold coins can make a family of 4 have a worry-free life for a year. Don't say he can't take it out, even if he takes it out, he will definitely not be willing to take it out. 10 gold coins, but enough for him to earn a year of hard work. Damn, I actually met these bastards. The groom looked solemn and whispered to the carriage, "Miss, you are seated," we rushed over. "As long as we enter Yuten City, we will be safe. Drive." The rein in the groom's hand flicked, and the whip slammed the horse's buttocks fiercely. The frightened horse ran away, and the horse stepped on the Fian, rushing forward frantically, raising the dust in the sky. With such a fast impact speed, the gangsters who blocked the way dodged one by one, only the scared man with a spear, who couldn't avoid it, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, it seems that this is not the first time that the groom has encountered a bandit in his way, and he did not know where he took out a silver needle. It turned out to be, he pierced the horse's buttocks fiercely. The horse's buttocks were pierced, and the eyes widened with pain. Regardless of whether there are obstacles in front of him, the speed is not slow but fast, and he rushes straight ahead frantically. Want to run? Headed by the middle-aged scar gangster, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Seeing the frightened carriage, there was no fear at all. When the carriage ran in front of him, his body moved slightly to the side, and he escaped the impact of the opponent's horse in a very startled manner. Immediately, Scarabrator waved the silver spear in his hands with both hands. The galloping horses staggered and fell to the ground with a wound on their front feet. The entire carriage at the rear rolled over to the ground. The groom gave a slight expression and looked at the scene before him in shock. The tried and tested method actually failed today. Looking at the horse again, the front leg was chopped off by Scarabrator's silver spear, lying on the ground and convulsing. "One more time, hand over 10 gold coins. We don't want money to die." Scar the rogue looked at the groom sharply. Just glanced at each other, sweat loomed on the groom's forehead, his palms were cold, and his eyes were full of evil spirits. The groom tangled for a while, scanned the other 7 gangsters, and finally had no choice but to take out a multi-layered purse wrapped in a piece of cloth from his arms. 10 gold coins were taken out and handed them to the groom tremblingly. At this moment, a little girl walked out of the carriage that turned over. She, dressed in a purple dress, has a cold and indifferent temperament, just like a secular green lotus. In the light blue pupils, there is a girl's peculiar childishness. The slender waist is like a willow leaf, which is worthy of a grip. 3,000 green silks are randomly tied with a lavender ribbon, and they are softly hanging down to the waist along the moving curve. There are 2 small green bells hanging on the wrists, just like the people in the painting. Hey, there is still a little loli. What a beautiful loli, she will definitely be a beautiful woman when she grows up. Brother Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, or take it back to be a squeeze lady for you. Yes, big brother, don't you like Lori very much? Yes, yeah, big brother. Looking at the dress of this little loli, it is obvious that she is from a wealthy family. After playing, even if you don't become a squeeze wife, you can still blackmail a good deal. Surrounded by the little girl, the other gangsters flashed their eyes and showed a lewd smile. I'm afraid, not only their eldest brother, even they usually don't play little Lolita less. Haha, she is indeed a beauty. The scarred man's eyes flashed, his chin was in his hand, and he smiled lewdly and evilly. Well, Take it back. After I enjoy it, let you enjoy it again. Good. When I heard it, the other 7 gangsters were instantly excited. A young man with a head and a rat brain came out from it, and walked towards the little girl step by step. Let go of that girl. Just at this moment, a weak but firm voice sounded from the bushes in the woods. The 8 gangsters on the official road follow the prestige. I saw that under a big tree on the side of the road. I don't know when to lean on a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The boy was dressed in a clean white shirt, his eyes exuding wit. It was just that childish face and the cinnabar in front of his forehead that made the little boy's words seem ineffective. The only thing that spoiled the overall beauty was the mottled blood stains on his clothes and the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured. Where did the little fur boy come from? Get me and catch him, the scarred man shouted. Hearing this, the little girl in the purple dress also looked at the little boy in surprise. The corners of the emperor's mouth curled slightly, and he stood up straight. Enduring the pain of his body, and the son smiled and said, "Are you ready to die?" Chapter 4, Rescue. What do you mean? Scar Raider said slightly, and then mocked, You mean, you want to save her? The emperor smiled and said, Yes, that's right. I just want to save her. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the words, Scar Raider burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Said mockingly, You want to save her? Ha ha ha, I really laughed at me. The emperor wiped the red blood donation at the corner of his mouth and stared at the scarred man. For a while, he asked faintly, Why, do you feel funny? The scarred man glanced at the emperor and gave a slight expression. As a gangster, let alone children, even if adults see them, they all have to be frightened. But the child in front of him was very calm. Faintly, the scared man felt that this person was a bit extraordinary. More speculation that there may be ghosts in the forest. Subconsciously, the scarred man looked around and gestured at the 2 people around him. The 2 nodded slightly and entered the bushes. The scarred man asked mockingly, It's up to you. The emperor glanced at the 2 people who entered the forest, nodded and said, Yes, just rely on me. You don't need to send someone to look in the forest, I'm the only one. After a while, the 2 people who entered the forest went back and shook their heads at the scared man. At this point, the scarred man re-examined the emperor, and then ordered, Maisie, go, kill him. Okay, brother. From behind the scarred man, a young man with pock-marked faces walked out. The young man's fists were full of cocoons, and he was obviously someone who had practiced his family. As he approached the emperor, he said mockingly, Boy, be a little behaved in the next generation, don't believe in those legends, do not do well, but learn from other heroes to save the beauty. Don't worry, I will give you a happy one. After a word, the fist of Mesa Youth glowed with yellow light. Yellow level intermediate fighting skill Tiger Boxing. Accompanied by a whistling sound, the fist of the young man of Mesa attacked towards the emperor. 100 inches. 50 inches. 10 inches. However, even if the fist is only 5 inches away from the emperor is still motionless, standing there with a weird smile. Is he scared stupid, right? Absolutely scared silly, after all, he is only a 6 or 7-year-old child. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I was still playing in the mud. Hey, at a young age, learning what heroes to save the United States is just no-brainer. Okay, let's lose your life here. Of course, these words are from the heart of these rogues. The situation in the field happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the emperor was about to die under the hands of Mesa Youth, the little one sighed condensed, her lips slightly opened, and she whispered, Old Ling. As soon as the girl's voice fell, the young man's fist had already hit the emperor's chest. The fierce impact knocked the emperor into the air with a punch, and landed heavily on a stubborn rock on the side of the road. With a click, the 1 ton of stubborn stone broke into several pieces. However, the child in white clothes is nothing. At this moment, even the little girl in the purple dress looked at the little boy in astonishment. The emperor laughed mockingly, just a one-star fighter, it's really disappointing. The harsh words rang in the ears of Mesa youth. At this time, the young man of Mesa couldn't sit still. Angrily said, "Damn, brat, dare to laugh at me." Yellow level intermediate fighting skill tiger boxing. There was another punch immediately, and the emperor was repelled by the young man of pockmark again. However, this time the emperor only retreated a distance of 5 meters. Tianzi brushed the dust on his shoulders with his hands, even though there was nothing there. Said mockingly, "Not so much. Damn it, I still don't believe it. With the cultivation base of my one-star fighter, I can't kill you, this stinky boy." Faced with the ridicule, the young Mesa became angry. Yellow level intermediate fighting skill tiger boxing. Is another punch, and the emperor can't avoid it again. Directly resisted. However, this time, the emperor only retreated 4.9 meters. That's it. The emperor curled his lips in disdain, and said sarcastically, "How old is a star? Who? This kid is a little weird, why doesn't it seem like he can't die?" The scared man looked at the emperor solemnly. As the man of Scar Man knows the power of Mesa's punch, one punch is enough to kill an ordinary pig. However, the child in the clean white clothes in front of him resisted a few punches of Mesa and survived. Hey, how terrible this is! Yellow level intermediate fighting skill tiger boxing. Yellow level intermediate fighting skill tiger boxing. Yellow level intermediate fighting skill tiger boxing. Then, Mesa blasted out several punches in a row without believing in evil. The terrifying fist fell on the emperor's body, causing the emperor to slide backwards continuously. However, as the number of times increases, the distance that the emperor retreats each time is obviously shorter and shorter. At a certain moment, it was only 1 meter back. Obviously, the emperor is teasing him. Ha ha ha. Mesa panting heavily, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked at the emperor with a look of monsters, and looked at the emperor in amazement, and the emperor, the one who was beaten, had nothing to do with him, but the one who beat him was exhausted and panting like a cow. Hee, come again. The emperor looked at each other contemptuously. You can't go on the ink anymore, kill them. Bad luck, so that I don't have any interest in that aspect. Kill this little girl too. The Scar Man ordered. Yes, sir. Hearing that, a gangster holding a silver sword, step by step towards the little girl in the purple dress, muttered, "It's a pity, such a little girl is rare. However, since it is the order of the older brother, don't blame me for your death." The sword in the hands of the gangster stabbed at the little girl. Yellow tier advanced body technique tiger step. When, the silver sword in the hands of the rogue is only 1 meter away from the little girl in the purple dress, when, the little girl in the purple dress, or someone in the dark, wants to do something. A dark shadow flashed in front of the little girl in the purple dress. The silver sword directly sank into the shoulder of the black shadow. The blood gurgled and fell to the ground along the silver sword. You! The little girl behind the black shadow, her light blue eyes wide open, looked at the little boy in front of her incredulously, surprised and speechless. The opponent, blocking the sword with his body, actually blocked the sword for him. The little girl couldn't help but questioned, and said in her heart, did the other party see through her identity and deliberately get so close to her? It's just that it doesn't make sense. She and this little boy are not close to each other, and this is the northwestern region of the Duki continent, and it is impossible for the other party to know her. Thinking of this, the little girl's heart could not help being touched fiercely. Chapter 5, Kokora. The emperor held the silver sword inserted on his shoulder in one hand, and his palm suddenly protruded forward. With a bang, he was obviously only a 7-year-old boy, and he shook the young man back 3 steps with a punch, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Then, the hand of the emperor holding the silver sword, with a slight slam, the silver sword was broken in two. "I wipe it." All the rogues looked at the scene in front of them with great surprise. Before they wake up from their surprise, the black shadow flashed in the field, and the sword was broken into two pieces, which was inserted into the chest of the young rogue. "Youth gangster, fall!" Seeing this, the scarab youth shouted loudly, "Quickly, don't froze, let's go together and kill him." Hearing this, the other 5 gangsters woke up one after another, holding the sword in their hands one by one, using their fighting skills to kill the emperor. A young gangster had sharp eyes, and the sword in his hand slashed straight towards the emperor. However, he was surprised to find that when his saber struck the emperor, he didn't encounter the slightest resistance. "What?" The young rogue let out a scream, looking down at his chest. In his chest, an ice blue long sword has been inserted. "Boy, dare to kill my 2 people, Tian Fengxi, looking for death." Seeing that the emperor's figure appeared in the field, the gangster closest to the young gangster threw his fist towards the emperor. It's too late to say, it's fast then. Just when the opponent's fist was only 3 inches away from the emperor, a breeze blew up in the field. In the end, that round of fists directly emptied, and the place where the original Xiantian sun was located has long since disappeared. The rogue who was in the astonishment, before he recovered, his back suffered a fierce attack. The whole person fell to the ground and never got up again. On the side of, Scar Youth looked at the young figure piled up in the field, feeling extremely surprised in his heart. The opponent was obviously only a 7-year-old child, and he was able to face 6 low-level fighters undefeated by one person. Moreover, that terrifying speed and attack power can kill 2-star fighters with one blow, and it is more like a high-level fighter. How terrible this is! Guru! The mazy rogue, who had previously fought with the emperor, wriggled his throat and swallowed his saliva. Looking at those brothers one by one, wounds, deaths. Without thinking about it, the mazy rogue rushed into the bushes on one side escaped. Numb. Scared youth wanted to call the young mazy who had escaped for his life, so he wittily stopped the shouting in time. Glancing at the little boy with fear, then he took his steps and chased him in the footsteps of the young man. Everything in the field completely attracted the eyes of the little girl in the purple dress. Looking at the 2 running away, they scanned the scene. She only found out that there was no groom in the field. The groom hadn't known when, and abandoned her to escape. The little girl in a purple dress, waiting to look at the little boy in the field again. Although the other party's figure is very small, it gradually grows taller in her heart. Big brother ran away, what are you fighting? Let's go! Someone yelled, and the gangsters who were still able to gasp, one by one stopped fighting, and rushed into the bushes on the side of the road. At this point, the little girl in the purple dress walked up to the little boy in the pure white dress and asked concernedly, "Are you okay?" The emperor shook his head slightly, "It's okay." The little girl in the purple dress, with her jade finger peeling off the roots of green onions, touched the ring, flicked her finger, took out a white jade bottle, and handed it to the emperor. "This is a healing pill for rejuvenation. You can heal your wound first." Var. Rejuvenation is familiar with the storyline of Dupo, but the emperor knows that although Huishun-san is not a precious thing, it is not a good thing that ordinary people can have. For ordinary people, with colds, bleeding and injuries, they will only go to the drugstore to grab medicine, and they can't bear to spend money on pill. Looking at the little girl again, the emperor faintly felt that the little girl was something extraordinary. One shot is to take out a bottle of healing pills. But there is no gain for no merit, and besides, he is the young master of the Yunlin sect, how could he not even have rejuvenation sands, but those are all placed in the storage ring and not in the system space. The emperor refused, "No, I have healing medicine myself." The little girl looked at the hand of the emperor, and sure enough, he was holding a small bottle of rejuvenating powder in his hand. At this time, the emperor had already applied it to his shoulders. In this regard, the little girl's eyes had to be surprised. It is precisely because he has the medicine to treat that the emperor helped the little girl in the purple dress to block the sword. The little girl handed the jade bottle in her hand to the emperor again, and said, "Take it, little brother. You will always have something useful in the future." This. Seeing the little girl so kind, the emperor immediately took the jade bottle. "Okay. It's just your groom who ran away. Where are you going, or should I take you there?" The little girl replied, "I'm going to Yuten City." The emperor said by mistake, "Yuten City?" The little girl asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" The emperor looked at the little girl again. Purple clothes, like a green lotus, only about 8 years old, he was able to take out a bottle of rejuvenating powder. Thoughtfully in his heart, "It just so happens that I am going to pass through Yuten City. Next, why not let us be together?" The little girl nodded and smiled, "Okay." The emperor took the jade bottle into the ring www.readaloud.com and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" The little girl replied, "My name is Gu, my name is Xiao Suner." Xiao Suner? The emperor looked at the little girl in surprise, his eyes showed such an expression as expected. "Yes, the little girl in front of me is the eldest lady sent by the ancient clan chief to the Xiao clan, and the fire mother who will be in charge of the endless flame field in the future Xiao Suner." The little girl was a little confused about the look of the emperor, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The emperor restrained his expression and said with a smile, "The flower language of lavender is waiting for love." Suner, a very nice name." The little girl laughed when she heard the words, and asked, "What about you, what's your name?" "I." Tianzi hesitated, he was wondering whether to tell her his real name, he was worried that his name would arouse others' suspicion. After all, the emperor is also famous far and wide, otherwise the royal family will not stop him halfway in order to stifle him. "And you?" "The young master of the Cloud Lanzong, come to a small city like Yuten City, and you might be suspected of having any unusual purpose." But in the end he decided to tell Gu Suner his real name, "I'm the emperor." The emperor nodded, stretched out his hand, and said kindly, "Little sister Suner, it's nice to meet you. You will be my first friend." Looking at the little beauty in front of him, the emperor's heart couldn't help but feel excited. The emperor secretly thought, the first is the strongest, and the second is the worst. Xiao Yan, I can't blame me. Furthermore, in fact, the emperor also has a good impression of Gu Suner, whether it is in the past or this life. Gu Suner didn't think much, shook hands with him happily, and smiled, "You are also my first friend." Chapter 6, Yuten City. You will also be my first friend. The emperor secretly stunned and looked at the little girl in front of him. After thinking about it a little bit, "I understand. There is a powerful father behind Xiao Suner, who was born among the 8 ancient clans. In such a background environment, the strong will never make friends with the weak, and the weak need to depend on the strong, which can be described as impure. In addition, you must always beware of enemies hidden in the dark. It's really hard to make friends." Tianzi looked at the little girl in front of him, and felt a strange resonance in his heart. And as the young master of the Yunlin sect, in some respects, how similar he is to the little girl in front of him. For the reason why Gu Yuan sent Xiao Suner to the Xiao family in Yuten City, in order for the latter to have a stable and peaceful childhood, the emperor was also full of understanding at this moment. The hug time between people, no more, no less, no more than 3 seconds. Too much, it will make people think about it. No more, no less, the emperor held Xiao Suner's hand, and within 3 seconds, he let go of the other's hand. Thinking of the scene where the emperor blocked her sword just now, Xiao Suner was moved inwardly. Xiao Suner asked, "Big brother Tianzi, what is the spiritual root of your physique?" The emperor replied, I am Quanlingan. Xiao Suner was surprised and said, Quanlingan. The emperor nodded and said, yes, my body has all the attributes, and can have any kind of vindictiveness. Xiao Suner looked at the emperor with the same look of a monster. There is no one of Quanlingan's fighters, looking at the entire ancient clan. In front of him, there was such a rare physique fighter. Shocked, Xiao Suner still touched an AG with her finger, and with a flick of her slender finger, a simple scroll full of fire and jade appeared in her hand. This is a high-level profound technique with the fire attribute, Get Yanju. Xiao Suner handed the scroll, and whispered softly, Big brother Tianzi, this is for you. The emperor was stunned. Yanju? Isn't this the technique that Xiao Suner is in the Xiao family Doqi pavilion in the storyline, to be gifted to Xiao Yan? Yanju. The name is so strange. The emperor smiled, did not pick up the scroll, shook his head and said, no need. Xiao Suner stroked the scroll and persuaded, Big brother Tianzi, don't be embarrassed. You are Suner's friend, and you saved Suner's life just now. A high-level exercise is very useful for the cultivation of fighters. Good. You better accept it. The emperor gave a wry smile. Save her Xiao Suner's life, so why not talk about it? The corner of his eyes scanned the surroundings, with God's vision, but the emperor knew that by Xiao Suner, there was a strong man at the peak of Do Huang, that was Ling Ying. Just now, even if his emperor didn't take action, the guardian hiding in the dark would protect Xiao Suner's safety. Although the emperor didn't understand why Ling Ying still didn't make a move in that situation. It's not just that. In the days that followed, there would be a person sneaking into Gu Suner's room every night, but Ling Ying still didn't make any response to this. The emperor didn't understand everything in it. Maybe, between Xiao Suner and Ling Ying, or between Gu Yuan and Ling Ying, there was some unknown order. From the forest next to the pipeline, there were several sounds of things falling to the ground. Presumably, Ling Ying finally made a move, killing the gangsters who offended Xiao Suner one by one in the forest. The emperor smiled and said, I really don't need it, I am not embarrassed to not accept your things. The reason why I do not accept it is because I have a better technique. Xiao Suner asked softly, really? The emperor definitely nodded, yet. The cultivation technique possessed by the emperor, although only a low-level Huang tier for the time being, its value must surpass all cultivation techniques on the Doqi continent. After all, that is the exercise method from his identity jade pendant that has existed since his birth, and its value far exceeds the profound level advanced exercise method given by Xiao Suner. Seeing this, Xiao Suner whispered helplessly, I believe you for the time being. The emperor touched an AG with his fingers, flicked his fingers, took out 2 experience lollipops from it, and handed one of them to Xiao Suner. Xiao Suner shook his head slightly, and refused, I don't like to eat too sweet. The emperor smiled and said, this thing is so sweet. And it's not an ordinary lollipop. Xiao Suner heard the words, took the lollipop in the hands of the emperor, stretched out his small tongue, and licked it. Suddenly, a sweet energy fell down her throat, moisturizing her delicate body. This. Xiao Suner was stunned. Tianzi explained, this is called an experience lollipop. It can quickly improve the cultivation of monks. It is a kind of pill. Moreover, the medicine is mild and does not have any side effects. Xiao Suner was stunned, even if this thing was an ancient clan, he couldn't help but look at the emperor again. The emperor wore a white shirt and exquisite workmanship, obviously not from an ordinary family. In this regard, Xiao Suner thoughtfully asked curiously, Elder brother Tianzi, were you also sent out by the family? The emperor was taken aback for a moment, and replied, that's not true, I ran out by myself. Hearing this, Xiao Suner looked at the emperor with wide-eyed eyes. Sister Suner, you just said that you are going to Yuten City. Yes. Sister Suner, then you have to be careful. I heard that there is a bad guy in Yuten City. Bad guy? Yes, that bad guy doesn't know what his name is, he is about the same height as you. Every time in the middle of the night, you reading www.yunsha.com will sneak into other people's rooms, especially women, especially in the room of a little girl like you. Is it? Then what is he doing? I don't know. But in the middle of the night, sneaking into someone else's room is nothing good. Except for taking advantage and obscene, there must be nothing else to do. You have to be careful. An 8-year-old child still hides the mind of an adult in his body. For the behavior of certain people, the emperor is deeply ashamed of this as a transcendent. As he said, the emperor drew his ice crystal sword from the former young rogue, and took out the handkerchief from the ring to wipe the blood on the sword. After the sword body had restored its original ice-like luster, the emperor received it into the system space with satisfaction. Since Xiao Suner is his first friend of the emperor, along the way, the emperor also took the opportunity to tell Xiao Suner something he knew. Soon, the two came to their destination with a smile. Yuten City, a medium-sized city in the Gamma Empire. Originally, there were only two big families in the city, the Garli family and the Oba family. Starting about 100 years ago, a family called the Xiao family, under the leadership of a Do king in the Gamma Empire, entered the city. After that, he lived in this city for a long time and became the first family of Yuten City. It's just that, since the death of the king of fighting, Xiao Lin, the first family of Yuten City has been handed over to Rangxian and was acquired by the Jiali family. For this reason, the Xiao family still holds the position of the third largest family in Yuten City. Whenever pedestrians pass by the mansion of the Xiao family, they still have respect for the family that once had the strongest fighting king. Looking at the town in front of him, the emperor smiled slightly and said in secret, "Yuten City, I am here." Chapter 7, Enter Xiao and number 039, S house. Where's the kid? In front of the Xiao family's gate, he's so restful to stay. When the figures of Tianzi and Xiao Suner came to the gate of a mansion with two big lions and red walls and yellow tiles in front of the gate, the guard at the door shouted painfully at Tianzi and Xiao Suner. Xiao Suner's finger touched Nag, flicked his finger, took out a red post from it, handed it to the door, and whispered, "This is the post of the patriarch of the Xiao family in Jiaoan City." The Xiao family in Jiaoan City has become history. The patriarch of the Xiao family in Jiaoan City, temporarily entrusted me to your Xiao family in Yuten City. Please also pass it to your patriarch. The Xiao family in Jiaoachinch has become history. Just at this moment, a deep and strong voice came from behind Tianzi. The emperor looked back and saw a middle-aged man in brocade clothes, with an 8-year-old child walking by his side, slowly walking towards this side. That 8-year-old kid looks pretty. It's just that the light radiating from those eyes clearly doesn't match his age. The patriarch. Facing the incoming people, the guard at the gate called them respectfully. Patriarch. The emperor and Xiao Suner looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. This person turned out to be Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family. The eyes of the emperor fell on the child beside the middle-aged man. Secretly said in his heart, "This person is Xiao Zhan, then this little child must be the future Emperor Yan, Xiao Yanran's former fiancé. Why is the X now? Because in his heart Xiao Yanran has wrested him." At this moment, the 8-year-old child's gaze is looking suspiciously at Xiao Suner beside the emperor. In the eyes of the former, a complex gaze flashed away. Immediately, with a deep gaze, I didn't know what was thinking in my heart. Patriarch, this person said that there is a post from the head of the Xiao family in Jiaoachinch. The guard handed the red post in his hand to Xiao Zhan respectfully. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly and glanced at Xiao Suner. Soon, I started to read the content in the post. The content of the post is nothing more than the patriarch of a family in Gaoan City, who has a great cultivation base and suddenly got into trouble. The patriarch of the Xiao family in Gaoan City broke a road and rushed out. When he was dying of serious injuries, he met Ling Ying and Xiao Suner. Ling Ying suggested that as long as he writes a letter of recommendation to allow Xiao Suner to stay in the Xiao family in Yutun City from now on, she will help him destroy the other party. Afterwards, under Ling Ying, the fighting emperor, that so-called family, naturally not worth mentioning, was easily destroyed by Ling Ying. This is what happened now. The power of one person destroys a big family. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Suner in awe. The little girl in front of her, even though she was only 8 years old, had the abilities behind her that made people shudder. In Xiao Zhan's heart, if he didn't have the slightest doubt about this, it would be completely impossible. Such a powerful person still needs to live in his little Xiao family. Doubts returned to doubts, facing Xiao Suner, and looking at the blood letter in his hand, Xiao Zhan asked, "What's your name?" Xiao Suner replied softly, "Xiao Suner." "Xiao Suner." Xiao Zhan muttered, stepped up the steps, and said, "Come in with me, from now on, you will be a member of my Xiao family." Hearing the words, Xiao Suner looked at the emperor, her eyes reluctantly said, "Elder brother emperor, I am going in." The emperor nodded, but did not answer Xiao Suner. Instead, he stopped Xiao Zhan and bowed slightly. "Xiao Tianzi, the young patriarch of the Xiao family in Joachensh, has seen Uncle Xiao." Xiao Suner was stunned, and he was happy even if it was tomorrow. Xiao Zhan, who had just taken his footsteps, stopped, turned around, looked at the emperor questioningly, and asked, "The young patriarch of the Xiao family in Joachensh?" Nodded, his face is respectful. After all, the emperor also asks for others. "But you are not mentioned in the post." "It's like this. I ran out of home with Miss Kaoruer secretly, so I escaped," the emperor said respectfully. "I always felt something was wrong, but it seemed to make sense." Xiao Zhan didn't think too much, and nodded, "That's it, you will be a member of our Xiao family in Yutun City in the future." "Thank you, Uncle Xiao." The emperor bowed again excitedly, expressing his thanks. The emperor and Xiao Suner looked at each other, smiled at each other, and followed Xiao Zhan into the Xiao family. The Xiao family gathered all the children, and then Xiao Zhan and the elders brought a little Lolita who looked pink and jade dressed in purple clothes and a delicate little boy in white clothes to the blue stone square. "Cough cough, let me introduce now. This is Xiao Suner and Xiao Tianzi, who are distant relatives of our Xiao family. Starting today, Suner and Tianzi will also live in our Xiao family. I hope everyone will take care of them in the future." One time was facing the crowd, Xiao Zhan coughed lightly and said, "Wow, my god, this brother is so cute. Damn, where did this guy come from? How can I be so good looking, it's horrible. Wow, this sister is so cute. Is this little sister also a distant relative of our Xiao family? We are so lucky too." Is equivalent to the song of the emperor. www.readaloud.com. Xiao Suner almost conquered everyone as soon as he appeared. After speaking, he still asked Xiao Yu to take Xiao Suner to visit Xiao's house as usual, but this time, there were many boys with him, even Xiao Yan was among them. However, Xiao Suner is a real little Lolita compared to the traversers like Tianzij and Xiao Yan. Although she is a little princess of the ancient clan, she must have lived in a place much more elegant than the Xiao family since she was a child, but when she first came to a strange place, Xiao Suner still seemed a little timid. Don't look at her being calm when facing a bunch of rogues, it's because she knows that she is protected by Ling Ying. That is different from being surrounded by so many children. Although he was following Xiao Yu for a tour, he kept his head down and did not dare to look at people. It was the emperor who held her little hand to show encouragement. Xiao Suner glanced at him gratefully. After visiting Xiao's house, time came to night in a blink of an eye. The emperor and Xiao Suner parted after saying goodbye. "You actually left." In the evening, Tianzij was surprised to find that Ling Ying, who had been following and protecting Xiao Suner, had left quietly. Could it be that he returned to the ancient clan to return to life? Or it was really hidden, so that he and Xiao Suner could not feel him? Xiao Yan seems to have the cultivation base of the 7th stage of fighting qi, won't you just go to Xiao Suner's room today? Suddenly, Tianzige couldn't help but think of this question. However, under my guidance, Kaoru should be able to handle it. With that, the emperor came to his room and closed the door. Chapter 8, Xiao Yan. In his room, Tianzi sat by the bed, relaxed a bit, and said to the system, I will use all the remaining chances for the lottery. Ding! Bronze level draw times 5, silver level draw times 1, gold draw times 1, birthday draw times 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining item experience lollipop times 666, desert eagle, fighting skills, sword drawing, snake swimming step, the highest grade level practicing alchemy. Emperor. It's an experience lollipop again, 666. Item, desert eagle. Rank, mysterious low level. Description, a pistol from the plane of crossing the line of fire, with unlimited bullets, which can kill the monks below the fighting division in seconds, and can be advanced. Fighting skills, drawing swordsmanship. Grade, intermediate mysterious grade. Description, world martial arts, only fast and unbreakable, can be advanced. Fighting skill, snake step. Rank, mysterious low level. Description, someone's body skills realized by the movement of a snake can be advanced. Item, God level training alchemy. Grade, God level. Description, the alchemy passed down to the mythical world of Taishang Lejun, including the world's Wandan. The emperor sucked fiercely the drool that came out, just like a pig brother. Who is the moral of Taishang Lejun? One of the 3 clears in the mythical world. No one can match alchemy. Thinking of this, the emperor immediately felt that he was developed. With the equipment of the 2 fighting skills and the installation of the god-level alchemy, the emperor soon felt that there was something in his mind. The products produced by the system must be fine products. The emperor laughed shamelessly, as if he was not the person who scolded the system before. At the same time, the moon is in the middle of the sky, bright and gentle, and the soft moonlight sets off a calm and peaceful night. The light of the moon falls on the tree, and the mottled shadows fall, scattered like fragments hanging on the tree. On average. In the Xiao family's compound, Xiao Suner stood leaning against the window, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Holding a lollipop, he stretched out the tip of his tongue gracefully and licked it. Suddenly, a beam of sweet energy penetrated the roots of the teeth, entered the blood vessels, and finally moisturized the entire body with the blood flow. It's amazing, it's obviously a lollipop, and it can increase the spirit of fighting. Old Ling, have you heard of this kind of thing? Xiao Suner said to the void, even though there was nothing there. Miss, the old man has never heard of this. The bloodline of the fighters in the fighting spirit stage is quite fragile and cannot withstand the power of any pill. At least, the old man has not heard of any pharmacist who can make it. The pill to quickly improve the cultivation base of the fighting spirit stage. An old hoarse voice, like a light breeze, floated into the room. If human beings want to practice, they first need to train their bodies. The stage of refining the body is divided into 9 stages in the Do Qi continent, that is, the 1st to 9th stages of the Do Qi. After 9 dans, you need to condense into the Kixuan of Do before you can become a true combatant. Because the human blood is very fragile, it is unable to withstand the impact of the medicinal power of the elixir. Therefore, the fighters in the fighting spirit stage practice very slowly. If he could condense the Kixuan of Do in his body when he was 11 years old, he would have been able to count as a genius out of a million. More humans, until they reach adulthood, that is, at the age of 16, still cannot condense the Kixuan of fighting. Let's put it this way, at the Canaan Academy, which is well known in the Do Qi continent, the entry barrier is to have the 7 stages of Do-Chi cultivation at the time of adulthood. However, it is such a rule that keeps hundreds of millions of practitioners out of the door. It is enough to see how difficult it is to improve the cultivation base of the Do-Chi stage. What is the origin of the Emperor brother, who actually owns such a strange thing? Xiao Suner looked at the lollipop in his hand. Even if the ancient clan was so powerful, he had never possessed such a treasure. Xiao Suner was full of curiosity about the identity of the emperor. The lollipop in Xiao Suner's hand was naturally a gift from the emperor. She has a small box of such lollipops. It was enough for her to upgrade her cultivation to a fighter in a short period of time. Miss, or else, the old man will follow him to see where he comes from. The old voice floated into the room again. Ling Ying was also full of curiosity about the identity of the emperor. No more. As a friend, the most important thing is sincerity. Xiao Suner refused without thinking. Actually, miss, the old man has a bold guess about his identity. After the atmosphere was silent for a while, the old voice floated into the room again. Old Ling, what did you see? Xiao Suner asked curiously. I heard that there is a strength called Yun Lanzong on the Gamma Empire, and the young master seems to be called the Emperor. But a sect in the Northwest Territory, even if it is a strong fighting sect, it shouldn't have such a thing. After that, the two fell silent. Someone is coming. Xiao Suner's eyes, through the window, caught a dark shadow, walking towards this side. Miss, do you want me to get rid of him? Let's take a look. Maybe the other party didn't come to me. It's just passing by. Xiao Suner ordered, but the short figure in the dark road walked straight towards her. Seeing this, Xiao Suner lay on the bed. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. Suddenly, Xiao Suner remembered what happened during the day. She secretly said in her heart, she was missed. The emperor said to Xiao Suner that Wuden city has not been peaceful recently. Whenever it is midnight, a small person will sneak into other people's rooms, especially women, especially the rooms of little girls like her. Seeing this, Xiao Suner felt her heart, her eyes narrowed and she looked at each other secretly. The vision in the room was very dim, and she could only roughly tell that the other party was a male from the outline of the other party's body. The figure sneaked up to Xiao Suner's bed, and didn't even notice that Xiao Suner was not asleep at this time. He stretched out his hand and shook it gently in front of Xiao Suner's eyes. After seeing Xiao Suner not responding, she stretched out her hands. Xiao Suner finally couldn't help it, lifted his foot and kicked the opponent back several steps. With her foot, the other party sat on the ground, her eyes looking up at Xiao Suner who was already sitting on the bed. The smelly rascal molested the little girl, looking for a fight. Xiao Suner got angry. www.readaloud.com. Her body was almost touched by others. When she came out, Gu Yuan had told her that a man could not touch a woman's body. Otherwise, children will be born. Thinking of this, Xiao Suner's anger didn't hit any place, and she kicked the bewildered figure. Ah, don't fight, it's me. It's me. Alas, where did you kick me? It hurts me. The figure hugged his lower body with both hands, his complexion distorted, and wailed. He retreated all the way to the windowsill, tears streaming out of his painful eyes. Are you Xiao Yan? Uncle Xiao's son? Xiao Suner looked at Xiao Yan in surprise. With the moonlight shining into the room, she could clearly see the appearance of the incoming person. Yes, I am Xiao Yan. The figure replied. So the emperor brother is talking about you. Xiao Suner glared at Xiao Yan with her hands on her hips. Who? Xiao Yan asked suspiciously. Let me ask you, at night, why don't you go to bed and run into my room? Xiao Suner asked. I'm here to help you nourish the meridians with the fighting temperature. Xiao Yan stammered and explained. Warm and nourish meridians? Who told you that you can nourish meridians with fighting temperature? Xiao Suner asked. Why, can't vindictive qi nourish people's meridians? Xiao Yan asked back. You don't know how to make an excuse for doing bad things. Xiao Suner mocked. I'm really here to warm up the meridians for you. Xiao Yan retorted again. Nonsense, I only met you today. There are so many women in the Xiao family, why do you want to warm me the meridians? Go, look at the face of Uncle Xiao Zhan, today I will spare you. If there is another time, I can't kick it wrong. At this time, the emperor in the room is playing with random rewards obtained after completing the task. Chapter 9, Desire for Strength. Playing with the baby ball in his hand, the emperor thought with interest, this is the baby ball in the Pokemon Dream, but it is very similar, but I don't know what it can get out. Tianzi raised his eyebrows and threw the baby ball out. The baby ball opened in mid-air, and a light flashed from it until it fell to the ground, revealing a vague figure. No way! After the light disappeared, a Pokemon that looked a bit like a mouse stood there. Fuck! It's really Pikachu! The emperor was startled, and then he was overjoyed. The short, chubby, round rodent like Pikachu has yellow fur all over. Its ears are very long and the tips are black. It has a small mouth, looks like a number 3 on the side, and black eyes. There are 2 red circles on its cheeks. Its tail is like a jagged lightning, and the part that meets the body also has a piece of brown fur. This is 2 Kawi. Pet, Pikachu. Level, Tier 3 Warcraft. Description, from the plane of Pokemon, known as the Electric Mouse. Skill, 100,000 volts. Pikachu called Pika Pika and jumped on the shoulders of the emperor, his short arms wrapped around his neck, and kept rubbing his cute head against his face. I have to say, the emperor is very comfortable. But, I can't bear to let the child catch the wolf. The emperor thought. He glanced at Pikachu regretfully, and looked at the latter so that his back was numb. He didn't know why, but he didn't realize that he was about to be sold by the little master. Pikachu Pika Pika expresses his incomprehension. The emperor pretended not to know anything. Suddenly, a heart-piercing pain came from the shoulder where Pikachu was standing. Hiss! The emperor took a breath, remembering that he was injured and not healed. He grabbed Pikachu's lightning tail and placed it on his leg to prevent it from stepping on his wound again. Gamma Royal! The emperor murmured. Now when he thinks of the man in red, he can't help gritting his teeth and wanting to abuse him severely. Only the hypocrites of the Gamma Royal family can do this kind of thing. He sullenly, remembering what Yun Yun had said to him before. Little Emperor, if you go down the mountain in the future, you must be careful, especially the members of the Gamma Royal family. I am afraid they will do despicable things. The Emperor didn't care much at the time, but now, he understands why Yun Yun said that. The grievances between the Yun Lanzong and the Gamma Royal family have a long history. How can people snore on the side of the couch? The strength of the two is equal, and the Cloud Lanzong belongs to the Gamma Empire. Naturally, the Gamma Royal family will not relax its suppression of this powerful neighbor. Otherwise, one day, what if your Yun Lanzong wants to become the emperor, what will he do with the imperial family? As a result, the fight between the two sides has never stopped. Is even more because the emperor's peerless talent wants to stifle it in the cradle. They are very afraid just because an emperor broke the balance between the two, although this balance is not what they want. A big fight, wait for me to kill you myself. The emperor was murderous, his fists clenched, and Pikachu curled up into a ball in fright, making the emperor amused. He was also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, there was another silver-level lottery chance at that time. Luckily, he was lucky enough to get a chance for random teleportation, otherwise he might really have to be there. The next morning, in front of Xiao Suner's room. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Standing in front of the room, the emperor knocked on the door. Who? In the room, Xiao Suner's crisp and timid voice came. The emperor didn't answer, he was thinking Kaoru would still be asleep. When the emperor was thinking about it, the door suddenly opened. A little lowly dressed in white pajamas who looked as delicate as pink jade opened the door and blinked Shu Lingling's big eyes. Is a super cute Pikachu. It's just that at this moment it was lifted by the back of the neck, with a dumbfounded look, and kept pushing on its 4 small paws, showing a confused expression of where I am and who I am. Wow! So cute! Xiao Suner exclaimed, with stars shining in her eyes. Hearing her voice, the face of the emperor appeared from behind Pikachu, with an innocent smile, squinted, looking at the delicate little lorry in front of him, and said, "Yesterday during the day, it seemed that you were a little lost. In the afternoon, I'm not very happy either, I'm a little worried about you, so come and have a look." After hearing the words of the emperor, Xiao Suner couldn't help feeling warm. "Thank you, brother emperor." Xiao Suner's eyes moved slightly, and she said softly, "Hehe, you are welcome, this is a gift I brought to you." With that, the emperor handed Pikachu into Xiao Suner's arms. Little mouse. Seeing Pikachu, Xiao Suner was a little shiny. Girls, they all like some fluffy things, and she is no exception. Pick up, pick up. Hearing Xiao Suner calling himself a little mouse, Pikachu couldn't help but waved his short hand in dissatisfaction, and called to Xiao Suner, "Pika Pika." It's called Pikachu, it's a noble Pokemon, but it's not a little mouse. It's called Pikachu. It's my pet. If you are alone in Xiao's family, let it accompany you so that you won't feel lonely. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course there is another one. I will accompany you. You. Put Pikachu into Xiao Suner's arms, the emperor said with a smile. The emperor brother. Looking at Pikachu in his arms, Xiao Suner was a little moved when he heard the words of the emperor. Pikachu will be handed over to Kaoru, I will leave first. Ding! Gu Suner has a good impression of 70, complete the hidden task, Gu Suner's trust, rewards silver level lottery ×1, experience 1000. The sudden system prompt frightened the emperor, he quickly asked, what is a hidden task? Hidden missions are small missions that are randomly triggered on a certain plane in addition to the main and branch missions. Without a trace, he nodded his head to express understanding, and went to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. System, call up my personal attributes panel. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 7 years old. Level, 9-star fighter, 6500/9000. Gong method, Kyunkan good fortune decision. Fighting skills, sword drawing, intermediate mysterious stage, snake walking, lower mysterious stage. Occupation, 2nd rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions, if the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 1355. Items, Desert Eagle, low-level Xian level, Ice Crystal Sword, low-level Xian level, Experience Lollipop ×1529, Identity Jade Pendant, Upgrade Pill ×1. Main Plane, Fighting and Breaking Plane. Task, none. This strength is still not enough. But I still have time, waiting for me. The emperor stared into the distance, not knowing where he was looking. Next, start working hard. The emperor said to himself, I need strong strength. Chapter 10, Prepare. Time is like an arrow, the sun and the moon are like a shuttle. In a blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. System, call up the personal attribute panel. The emperor was lying on the grass in the back hill of Xiao's house, with the dog's tail grass in his mouth that he didn't know where he picked it from. He raised his legs and stretched lazily. Said listlessly to the system. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Level, 9-star master, 0/900000. Gong method, Kyunkan good fortune decision. Fighting skills, sword drawing, intermediate mysterious stage, dragon step, advanced mysterious stage. Occupation, 4th rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions. If the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 4,600. Items, Desert Double Eagle, High Level Mysterious Stage, Ice Crystal Sword, Low Level Mysterious Stage, Experience Lollipop times 1466, Identity Jade Pendant, Upgrade Pill times 2, Birthday Draw times 4. Main Plane, Fighting and Breaking Plane. Main Mission, Break through the Fighting Spirit. Side Quest, Kill 100 heads of Tier 3 monsters, 0/100. The sound of the system rang in his ears, and the Emperor half squinted his eyes, sinking his heart to think. Is 11 years old, which shows that it has been 11 years since I came into this world. I don't know what happened to my friends in the original world, do they still remember themselves? Thinking about it, the eyes of the Emperor couldn't help being a little moist, and he still missed them a little. The warm sun shines on Tianzi's immature face, and the weird cinnabar on his forehead is set off so beautifully. The breeze gently brushed his cheeks, with a few strands of bangs floating in the air, exposing the handsome face of the Emperor to the sun. Wearing white clothes to win the snow, under the sword eyebrows that are neither thick nor light, long and narrow eyes are like spring gurgling water, warm and moist as spring breeze, nose is hanging, straight like a distant mountain of dark blue, thin so that the color of lips is pale, and the corners of the mouth slightly aroused, it is even more manly and unrestrained. Without thinking about it, the Emperor looked at the inventory and said, "System, tell me what I can do with points other than advanced fighting skills and weapons. You can also cross the plane and exchange goods in the system store." Well? Cross other planes? Yes, random crossing, cost 1000 points. Limit, once a year. Fixed point crossing, 10,000. Return to the main plane, 1000. Nodded in understanding. Silence. After making up his mind for a long time, the Emperor spent 1000 points in exchange for a random crossing opportunity, but he did not choose to traverse immediately. Wait for Kaoru to say goodbye and leave. The Emperor thought, and said to the system, "Improve the ice crystal sword with the remaining points." Ding! Do you spend 3000 points to upgrade the ice crystal sword to the profound grade advanced ice soul sword? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mysterious high-level weapon Ice Soul Sword. Item, Ice Soul Sword. Grade, Profound Grade Advanced. Description, taken from the ice crystals cast in the extreme cold the year before, the damage of ice fighting skills is increased by 20%. Lifting the Ice Soul Sword above his head, facing the sun, looking left and right, feeling the little bit of chill emanating from the monster sword, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction, put it away, and asked the system to give his chance to use them all and see if there is anything useful for the next journey of the plane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bone Lang Ling Huo, Wu De Dan, comma. Fuck! Isn't this Venerable Yao's Bone Lang Ling Huo? How could it be drawn out? Wouldn't Yao Yao's Bone Lang Ling Huo disappear? The Emperor was taken aback. The 11th powerful strange fire had always been on the body of Venerable Yao, and now the medicine was always in the ring in Xiao Yan's hand. He thought the system had robbed the old man. Please don't compare this system with the host's despicable quality. Hongmeng system said irritably. Item, Bone Cold, Spirit, Fire, Fire. Description, the world's different treasures of the conflict continent, ranked 11th in the ranking of the different fires, this is the bone cold spirit of the fire, the body is in the hands of Venerable Yao. When I heard that the cold spirit fire was just a fire, the Emperor was a little sad, but when I thought about it, it was the 11th at any rate. Even Ziwo should be good, probably comparable to the 22nd strange fire. The Emperor looked away, and then looked back at three things. Wuji pill, I know, it is a 7-tier pill that can eliminate toxins in the body and turn yourself into an innate body. It is an extinct pill. The emperor looked at the golden yellow in amazement. Pill, this thing is useless to me, but it can be given to sooner. Hey, what are these 2 question marks? Please go to the next plane to explore on your own. The Son of Heaven shook his head. The emperor crossed his legs and began to run the universal good fortune secret to absorb the fire. Reached out and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The emperor took 2 steps back. Raise your head. He looked solemnly at the white flames rising in the air. Although I have tried my best to calm down. But that palm. There was still a slight trembling that could not be stopped. White flame. It was tumbling violently. With the clusters of flames burning. The space around the flame. There are obviously some conspicuous traces of distortion. Did not expect. The temperature of the heart of the flame. It's so terrifying. When the heart's fire gradually became violent. The Emperor Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com was the first to notice. The vindictiveness spread quickly. Eyes tightly stared at the slowly moving white flame. The Emperor's breathing was a little bit quick. Above the forehead. Covered with sweat. Sweat ran down his cheeks. Under the reflection of the scarlet stratum corneum. It was like drops of red blood. The extreme cold and violent high temperature are simultaneously staged in Tianzi's body. Fortunately, the soft energy released by the universal good fortune secrets relieves his pain. I don't know how long the Emperor has endured the test of ice and fire until the system prompts to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting Bone Lang Ling, Fire, and Fire, gaining 3 million experience, and successfully qualifying for the 3-star Doling, 0/120000. Congratulations to the host for the advancement of the advanced yellow level in the main task. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task and upgrading fighting spirit, gain 1 million experience, the number of advanced fighting skills times 1. Ding! Release a new mission, enter the next plane, reward 100,000 experience. Stood up, feeling the powerful force in his body, the Emperor was delighted. With a move of heart, he raised his sword-drawing technique to the high level of the profound stage, and at the same time he took out the Ice Soul Sword and glanced at the big tree in front of him. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The Emperor gave a cold cry, the Doling's aura was full, and the pure white fighting spirit crazily poured into the Ice Soul Sword, making the cold lighted sword body even more cold. Suddenly pulled out the Ice Soul Sword, but saw a sword light flashing past and sinking into the trunk. Close the power, close the sword, and the strength of the fighting spirits converges. I saw that the upper half of the tree slid down smoothly along the mark of the sword, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Looking at his masterpiece, the Emperor smiled. At this time, his hands were placed on his eyes, blocking his vision. Guess who I am? Chapter 11, New Plane. With a secret smile in his heart, the Emperor grabbed the jade hand in front of him and pulled it along. The person in the back was caught in his arms, and the former exclaimed, "Does this still need to be guessed? It must be our little Sooner." Lying in the arms of the Emperor, Kaoru blushed. Slightly said, "Smelly Emperor, who is your Xiao Sooner?" Staring at the glamorous Kaoru at this time, Tianzi almost didn't show a sluggish appearance, because it was so good looking. The light blue eyes revealed a little faint light. The complexion was crystal clear as jade, the thin lips, and the color was as light as water, revealing an indescribable beauty, ethereal like an angel. Seeing the Emperor staring at him so eagerly, Sooner was very shy, and pushed the Emperor away with vindictiveness, and broke away from his embrace. Came across to him lightly, not daring to look at him. The Emperor smiled silly and said, "Sooner, you are so beautiful." A burst of sweetness rushed to her heart. Sooner gave him a charming look, fiddled with her fingers at a loss, and hummed with a mosquito-like voice. Didn't think there was anything wrong with it, the emperor had become accustomed to it. After all, he has done too much to Sooner for this kind of thing, but Sooner is still as shy as ever. When he thought of what he was going to do next, his smile disappeared, and instead he was serious. Kaoru, I plan to leave for a while. The movement in her hand stagnated, as if she hadn't reacted yet. Kaoru asked at a loss, where to go? Did not answer and was silent, but the emperor took out a lollipop and placed it in front of Kaoru with a smile. Did not answer, was silent. Kaoru took the lollipop and stuffed it into her mouth without even thinking about it. Mimu couldn't help rolling her eyes, and stopped asking. This is a tacit understanding between them, some things do not need to be said. Over the years, as long as the emperor is unwilling to answer, he will give her a lollipop, which makes Kaoru often ask some questions that make it difficult for the emperor to answer. When will you be back? Kaoru's words were a little vague because of the lollipop in her mouth, but her feelings of reluctance could not be concealed. Not sure yet. Tianzi shook his head, it shouldn't be long. Sooner was silent, not knowing what to say, maybe because the news was a bit sudden to her, and she didn't seem to be able to do anything, so she could only stare at the emperor with her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of nostalgic. These years, the emperor has left the deepest mark in her heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the emperor approached, held Kaoru in his arms, and said in a voice that could only be heard by each other, "Wait for me to come back." He could clearly feel the latter's body tremble slightly. Feeling the familiar breath, Sooner was a little startled, but then put her hands around the emperor's waist, and leaned her head lightly on his shoulders. Stroked her 3,000 green silks with his hand, and took a deep breath. When the sun is slanting, I met you. Since then, I have been in love with each other, and I am willing to be precipitated by time. The picture freezes at that moment, the afterglow of the setting sun is light, the breeze is not dry, and the years are quiet. Back to his house, the emperor consumed the chance of a random shuttle, and was wrapped in mysterious power and disappeared in place. Hey? Miss, the breath of the emperor has completely disappeared. Ling Ying, who was observing the emperor's behavior, let out a suspicion. Nodding slightly, Kaoru gently stroked Pikachu, who was already asleep in his arms, and looked at the emperor's room with complicated eyes. Ding! Gu Sooner favorability degree +5. Character, Gu Kaoru. Gender, female. Identity, the eldest lady of the ancient Chinese Zhongzhou in the Vindictive Continent. Grade, 2-star fighter. Age, 12 years old. Favorability, 90. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission and gaining 1 million experience. Due to the plane limitation, the experience is automatically converted into points. Congratulations to the host for getting points, 100. The current point balance is 700. Ding! The host arrives at the alien plane for the first time, and rewards a gold draw ×1. Yep! Plane limit? The emperor who appeared on a towering tree was inexplicable, but soon he felt something wrong, because his vindictiveness was only the level of fighting chi stage. System, come out and explain it to me. The emperor had a gloomy face and looked around vigilantly. Because the cultivation system of this plane is very different from the Dupa plane, so the system hadn't been finished yet, the emperor immediately interrupted impatiently, say something useful. This cultivation system is different and no one can tell. The system is testing, ding. New plane, Doluo plane, location, outer of the Stardo Great Forest on the Doluo continent. The emperor was silent. The emperor sneered and applauded, okay, you, sealed my strength and teleport to such a dangerous place. Shrimp? I sealed your power? Did I send you to here? System gas not. Regardless of what the system thinks like this, the emperor has been thinking about how to solve his own problems. Since it is the Doluo continent, the problem should lie with the spirit and spirit ring. As if he knew what the emperor thought, the two groups of mysterious items in the system inventory entered his body. Wait, what is it? The Emperor was shocked. As two golden lights flashed, a golden dragon and a long bow appeared in his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Super God level martial arts, Ancestral Dragon and Sun Shooting Bow. Wuhan, Zilong. Grade, Super God Grade. Description: the legendary ancestor of 10,000 dragons, mastering the supreme dominating power. Wuhan, bow to shoot the sun. Grade, Super God Grade. Description: according to legend, the sun shooting bow is the incarnation of the 9th generation ancestor of Pangu. With the miraculous skill of 9 consecutive shots, it is powerful and can hurt people even without arrows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Get a martial arts www.readaloud.com reward 30,000 year soul ring times 1. Please choose additional martial arts. The Emperor was happy, thinking that this system was finally reliable for a while, and he didn't realize that there was something wrong with his behavior at the beginning. Thoughtfully, he chose to attach a spirit ring to the sun shooting bow. Wait, the spirit ring attached to this martial arts also seems to be very painful. The Emperor couldn't help but get goosebumps when he thought of the heart-piercing feeling when he absorbed the cold spirit and fire. Actually, the host can choose to spend 100 points to draw directly. Emperor, why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, resisting the urge to use the system. The Emperor pretended not to hear anything, and spent 100 points to absorb the spirit ring. Ding! Sun Shooting Bow Martial Soul attaches a spirit ring to complete the host's soul ability, Burning Sunday. Skill: Burning Sun. Grade: Profound Grade Advanced. Description: launch 9 extremely high temperature arrows at the designated target, with extremely high explosive power. Spread out his right hand, and saw a bow grow bigger. The arched back is crystal clear like jade, the corners are green, the ribs and arrows are jet black, and the strings are golden. Carefully sensed his 20th level of spirit power, and the Emperor nodded slightly satisfied. Hey! System, how can my exercise speed increase a bit? The spirit ring of Doluo continent can be infinitely close to the different treasures of heaven and earth, and the million-year-old spirit ring is equivalent to the different treasures of heaven and earth, and it can be advanced to the master's technique just like the different fire on the Dupa plane. Learn. Suddenly, the Emperor felt shady behind him, shuddered, and turned around. In an instant, 3 arrows shot out. Chapter 12, Fierce Battle with Jade Scale Snake. Existing in front of the Emperor was a green giant python, with a huge snake head almost touching his nose, and the snake eyes were radiating cold light. Stared at the Emperor, and kept spitting out the snake letter. The huge body blocked half of the sky, leaving the shadow alone to engulf the Emperor. Swallowed uncontrollably, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the Emperor immediately drew away, a little flustered. After all, it was the first time he saw such a big snake. Target: green scale snake. Grade: 34 million years. Description: he is very poisonous, more than 34 meters in length, and moving extremely fast. The Emperor was speechless, thinking, this won't be the spirit of poison Doluo Dugubo, then this snake venom is a good thing. At this time, the Emperor had obviously forgotten that most of his strength was sealed, only the strength of 20th level. Seeing that his prey jumped away from under his eyelids, the green scale snake seemed a little annoyed. The head of the snake raised its head, and a green light shot upward from its mouth. When the prototype's green light exploded, dark green liquids splashed all over. When these liquids touched the blue-silver grass on the ground, the latter immediately withered and quickly turned into a pile of blue water. Is it so fierce? The Emperor exclaimed, his pupils tightening. He was very afraid of the poison of the snake venom, but there was no time to think about it, and several venom shot at him. The secret path was not good, and the Emperor's profound energy surged. Xiantir advanced body technique walking dragon step. But seeing the emperor is like a dragon and snake with a pen, his steps are weird, his running track is unusually tortuous, and he shuttles in the venom, like a dragon, flexible and free. Maybe it was because I found that my tried and tested ULT didn't work for a little soul master. The green snake decisively gave up continuing to release the venom, and instead ran up. His huge body quickly approached the emperor, opened the blood basin and took the emperor with a big mouth. Some blood stains could be found on the white sharp teeth. It was probably the blood stains left by the prey before it, and it was more cruel and terrifying. Good coming. His eyes flashed, and the emperor stopped his footsteps, facing the coming blood bowl. He growled. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The ice soul sword appeared in his hand, stunned, and slashed at the python swiftly. However, the ice blue sword energy that had just been cut out was dissipated in an instant. Damn it! I forgot that I am only a 20th level soul master now. The emperor put the ice soul sword in front of him in a panic, intending to block the terrifying snake head that might become a fatal blow. When the snake head hits against it, a powerful impact comes from the blade. The first reaction of the emperor was, "It's done." Undoubtedly, the poor great spirit master, the emperor, was knocked into flight and drew a parabola in the air until he slammed heavily into a thick tree trunk. Ahem! The emperor bleeds, holding the ice soul sword in his right hand, and covering his chest with his left hand, staring at the pressing green scale snake. A lot of strength. It just relied on its own brute force to have such a powerful force. The emperor frowned. Putting the ice soul sword on the ground, supporting himself to stand up reluctantly, the emperor could not help but take a breath. It hurts too much. This is probably the most powerful enemy he has suffered since his birth, and it is the first time. Was beaten into this embarrassed look by others with brute force. Even the man in red at the time, he was seriously injured because of his fighting skills. Hiss! The green scale snake looked down at the emperor condescendingly, and the contempt in the snake's eyes was self-evident, intending to eat the emperor directly, because it felt extremely strong flesh and blood essence on its body. Xiantir advanced body technique walking dragon step. Seeing this, the emperor did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly fled this area. But, everything didn't go as he wanted. The emperor didn't even get out of half a foot before he was shot flying by a huge snake's tail. Ah, this! Even though there are 10,000 grassy horses galloping past in his heart, the emperor can't help but curse. Unfortunately, the great discomfort of his body caused him to squirt out a mouthful of blood and his clothes were broken. It was another heavy fall, and the emperor couldn't care about his pain anymore. He wandered around on his own, moving fast. I don't know why, but the emperor feels that the speed of the green scale snake is not as fast as the system describes it. Seeing that the green snake is not forgiving, the emperor is very annoyed, so he directly sacrifices the bow of the sun, and shoots 3 arrows in the backhand. The blue scale snake did not hide, and used the head of the snake to resist the flying arrow, and it seemed that it did not cause any damage. The first soul skill Shining Sun is surrounded by a circle of spirit rings, mysterious black blooms. The emperor winds up, 3 golden yellow cyclones are spinning rapidly, and gradually condensed into 3 arrows. The terrifying high temperature caused the space to be turbulent, and the horror was visible. Come on! Let's see my new spirit ability. The emperor's face was crazy, and he let go. 3 golden beams shot out at extreme speed, instantly turning into 9 terrifying flying arrows, and hitting the green scale snake directly. The snake's body trembled, his eyes showed fierce light, and he was violent. The arrow hit the scales of the jade scale snake, unable to go deep at all, making a metal crash. So fierce? The emperor is dumbfounded. www.readaloud.com. He doesn't know how high the temperature of his arrow is, but he can perceive 1 or 2 by looking at the turbulent spatial wave. Such a high temperature could not even break through its scales, and the emperor had a chill. Damn it! The emperor gritted his teeth in disbelief. The green scale snake also seemed to be impatient, and directly pounced on the emperor. Damn! The emperor shot 9 arrows again, but the result was still the same as before. Seeing that the green scale snake was very close to him, he had no strength to avoid it. Su complacent flashed in the eyes of the giant python. No, there. Looking at the upper jaw of the green scale snake, the emperor found a huge red and black blood stain. That's not the blood stain of other spirit beasts. Noting that the color of the blood stain is quite different from the bright red blood stain on the snake's teeth, the emperor turned his eyes, and a bright light appeared. This green scale snake must be injured. No wonder the speed is much worse than described by the system. Moreover, his injuries seem to be serious. Did not hesitate to shoot the bow and aim. This time, the emperor had a real fire, and it was the first time he suffered such a serious injury. This time, let's see how you die. The fierce light suddenly appeared, and the emperor's expression was fierce. A closer look will reveal that there is a silvery white fire in his eyes, which is a cold spirit fire. The first soul skill shining sun. Heaven and earth treasures bone cold and spiritual fire. The original golden arrow on the sun shooting bow was instantly dyed with a mysterious silver light, and silver white flames continued to ignite on it. The extremely high temperature could even be felt by the emperor. Die! The arrow was wrapped in a powerful spirit fire, and the 3 flying arrows merged into one body in mid-air, forming a thicker and longer light, continuously exuding an aura of destruction, shooting towards the injured area of the upper jaw of the green scale snake. Chapter 13, Rose Hotel. The green scale snake felt a deadly threat and wanted to stop the arrow. But, it underestimated the power of the burning sun, and even ignored the powerful power of the emperor on the edge of life and death. I saw the light beam directly passing through the snake head. Success! The emperor stared at the snake's head close at hand, not daring to relax for a moment. Until the body of the jade scale snake gradually stiffened and fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 34,000-1000-year limited jade scale snake, and obtained the jade scale snake 10,000 years soul ring times 1 million experience, converted into 100 points, and 700 remaining points. I'm afraid that even to death, the blue scale snake didn't even dare to believe that he would be killed by a small 20th level Great Spirit Master. Who? Took a heavy breath, the emperor finally relaxed his mind and body, removed the ice soul sword, and let himself lie on the grass. The feeling of coming to life from a dead end, it's great. This is the first time I face the threat of death. Suddenly, the emperor laughed, looking silly. The system absorbed the spirit ring and attached it to the sun-shooting bow. After thinking about it, the emperor still felt that the spirit ring was added to the sun-shooting bow. After all, in this situation, raising his level is the first priority. Ding! Spend 100 points. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the 34,000-1000 year limited green scale snake spirit ring, promoted to the 30th level of the soul, and obtained the second spirit ability, Poison Light. Skill, Poison Meng. Grade, Profound Grade Advanced. Description: launching a poisonous arrow, the host can control the outbreak of the poisoned arrow, and launching venom around after the outbreak, the host can increase the venom by itself. Remarks: the host gains a physique that is not invaded by poisons. It's really good, I like this skill. The emperor touched his nose. If the description in the first half surprised him, then the following remarks made him ecstatic. There will be a simple solution for Xiaoxian's physique in the future. System: call up my personal attributes panel. Host: Son of Heaven. Sex: male. Age: 11 years old. Level: 30 level Soul Sovereign Samsung Fighting Spirit, 0/12000000. Wuhan, Ancestral Dragon, Sun Shooting Bow, Black and Black. Gong method, Kyunkan good fortune decision. Skills, sword drawing, advanced Xian level, dragon step, advanced Xian level, burning sun, advanced Xian level, poison Meng, advanced Xian level. Occupation, 4th rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions. If the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 600. Items, Desert Double Eagle, Advanced Xian level, Ice Soul Sword, Advanced Xian level, Experience Lollipop times 1266, Identity Jade Pendant, Upgrade Pill times 2, Gold Level Lottery times 2. Main Plane, Fighting and Breaking Plane. Secondary Plane, Doluo Plane. Main Mission, Join Shrek Academy. Side Quest, Kill 100 heads of Tier 3 monsters, 0/100. With a soft sound, the Emperor is curious when there will be an extra mission in his main mission. It's okay, anyway, I was planning to go to Shrek Academy for a stroll, so I thought it was a way to complete the task, and if I had the money, I would give it for nothing. As he spoke, he took out a set of clean white clothes from Nag, and replaced it with himself after burning the blood stains on his body with the cold spirit fire. Depart, Soto City. However, the Emperor who was just about to run away wailed as soon as he stepped out. Fucking trough! Tianzi felt the soreness all over his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Forget it, let's heal the injury first. The Balak Kingdom is located in the southern part of the Tiandu Empire, bordering the province of Fosno. Although it is a kingdom, its area is actually only 3/4 of the province of Fosno. One of the great kingdoms. Because the southern part of the Barak Kingdom directly borders the Star Luo Empire, among the 4 kingdoms of the Heaven Do Empire, the Barak Kingdom has the most powerful military power, and it can even be said to be the gateway to the Heaven Do Empire. There are 2 most important cities in the Barak Kingdom. One is Barak, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, which is the political and economic center of the entire Barak Kingdom. The other city is Soto, known as the Barak's granary in the middle of the fertile Lima plain in the Kingdom of Barak, and Soto City is also the destination of the Emperor's trip. After 3 days and 3 nights in a horse-drawn carriage, finally at noon on the 4th day, the Emperor successfully arrived in Soto City. The weather at noon is extremely hot, and it can be described as scorching hot. Entering the city of Soto from the west gate of Soto City, looking at the surrounding shops and the busy traffic on the road, the Emperor is a bit dizzy. Wow, I finally arrived at Soto City. I have been in a carriage for 3 or 4 days, but I am exhausted, but Soto City is okay. In the city of Soto, the Emperor was walking slowly on the road, but he was very calm. She is 1.6 meters tall, she wears a black moire gown with moon white embroidered on her body, wears a blue drop-shaped necklace on her neck, a shawl with silver hair, and deep purple eyes. Just looking at her appearance, anyone can only say that she is beautiful. Young Lang. It's all right, the weather is so hot, let's find a hotel to rest as soon as possible. The Emperor thought to himself. The weather is too hot, stay in the sun, I am afraid that people can cook it. Soto City is much larger than Yuten City, and there are more people living in it, and more people live in it, which determines that Soto City is more prosperous than Yuten City. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. The more prosperous city of Soto is destined to attract more foreign population, which is like a chain reaction, making the number of shops and hotels in Soto City more numerous than that of Yuten City. Along the way, the Emperor found a lot of hotels, but because recently it happened to be the day when Soto City's various intermediate and advanced Soul Master Academies signed up, a large number of Soul Master teenagers who wanted to sign up took their parents into Soto City and stayed in the hotel in the city of Soto. This has caused the entire Soto City Hotel to be extremely short of housing during this time, so even if I have asked several hotels, but these hotels have no vacant rooms, which makes the Emperor cannot help but feel a little depressed. There is no way, the emperor can only find a restaurant casually, simply solve the problem of eating, and then continue to search for a hotel. After searching for a while, Tianzi suddenly found a very unique hotel. The hotel is 3 stories high. Although it does not seem to be too large, the exterior decoration is completely rose red. The architectural style of the entire hotel is like a huge rose, which can easily make people's eyes shine. A feeling of, I'm going, this should be a love hotel, right? Looking at the rose-shaped hotel in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched. Thinking of the interesting scenes that might happen in a while, the emperor couldn't help but a narrow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I should meet them, hee, interesting and interesting. Before entering the Rose Hotel, the emperor smelled a scent of roses. Looked into the hotel and saw pots of bright roses on both sides of the hotel's walls. And the scent of roses smelt from the door is exactly the pots of bright roses. Chapter 14, Dai Mubai. Brother, please come in. As soon as the emperor walked to the entrance of the Rose Hotel, the 2 waiters standing at the door bowed to the emperor and expressed their welcome. But when he saw that the emperor was just a person, one of the waiters was stunned, and then quickly said, Little brother, are you alone? Looking at the appearance of the emperor, the silver shawl and long hair, the deep purple eyes, the handsome face, and the clothes made of fine fabrics can be clearly seen. The most amazing thing is the one on his forehead. The bright red cinnabar, but the age does not seem to reach the age of looking for a target. But there is no reason why such a rich and handsome young man can't find a female companion. The waiter was simply puzzled. Yes, I am alone. The emperor nodded. But brother, we are a love hotel here. Another waiter lowered his voice and said to the emperor. I know this. The emperor smiled lightly. I know you are a love hotel here. It's just that the hotels in Soto City are full. I haven't found a hotel after looking for a long time. It's boring to wait for me by myself, so I'll just come to you to see if there is no room for me to talk to, so I will go to the hotel by myself, so after I have finished speaking, can I go in and have a look? The emperor said politely. Of course, for respected soul masters, our Rose Hotel is naturally very welcome. When the emperor finished speaking, the 2 waiters suddenly bowed. For a handsome and rich young man like the emperor, let alone a soul master, even if it is not a soul master, the Rose Hotel is extremely welcome, because the emperor seems to be a good source of hidden customers from the Rose Hotel. With the permission of the waiter, the emperor immediately walked into the Rose Hotel with a smile on his face. In the Rose Hotel, the decoration is extraordinarily luxurious, but different from the magnificent luxury, the decoration in the Rose Hotel tends to be elegant and ambiguous. The decoration in the entire hotel has only 3 colors, white, silver and rose red, which looks warm and unique. It is easy to give people a sense of comfort. Tianzi walked into the hotel and saw that the emperor came in alone. In the hotel, the waitresses standing on both sides could not help but whisper to each other. While whispering, some of the waitresses frequently looked at the emperor. It looks like he has an idea for the emperor. But the emperor ignored it, but looked at the 3 people not far away with interest. In one of the men's arms, he was holding 2 women impressively, and these 2 girls looked like 17 or 8 years old, and they were tall. What's amazing is that they looked exactly the same. They are actually twins. The man in front of him is about 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than him. He looks young, even smaller than the 2 girls behind him. He has broad shoulders and looks handsome with a bit of fortitude. A long golden hair draped behind his back, hanging straight to the waist. His hair is not curly, but hangs straight there. The most noticeable thing is his eyes. They are a pair of evil eyes. Both eyes are actually twin pupils. In the deep blue eyes, the eyes are very cold, which is a kind of from the deep heart. It was cold, and the evil light flickered between the half-open and closed doors. He took a look at it, and his body seemed to be cut by a sharp blade. With his extremely handsome appearance and such a pair of eyes, such a man will become the focus of attention no matter where he is. He is very strong. This is the first thought the emperor has after seeing this man. The twin girls were holding one arm of the man with the twin pupils. He ignored Tang San. When his eyes passed from Xiao Wu, a strange light flashed, but it was only a fleeting moment. The emperor doesn't care about whether a man is handsome or not. The main thing that makes him care about is the man's eyes. Both of the men's eyes are full of pupils. The pupils have double pupils, and they are also wade pupils. Both the earth in the previous life of the emperor and the current Doluo continent have extremely extraordinary symbolic significance, so it is no wonder that the emperor is surprised. The emperor recognized the man's identity in surprise. If the emperor's identity is correct, it should be Daimyo Bai, the evil-eyed white tiger among the Shrek 7 devils. Opposite him, there is a man and a woman facing him. The boy is dressed in plain clothes, looks 12 or 3 years old, is about 1.7 meters tall, and wears a light blue attire, very neat. Around his waist was a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones, and his black half-length hair barely fell to his shoulders. Although his appearance was not handsome, it gave people a feeling of being approachable. There was always a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. If a boy looks peaceful and ordinary, then the girl next to him does not look so ordinary. The long silky black hair is combed into neat scorpion braids. Even if it is a braid, it still hangs over the position of the calf. She is half a point taller than the boy. She wears a pink coat on her upper body. Tightly wrapping the body that has begun to develop, her slender waist is so slender that she can't win a grip, which is the envy of countless women. Curved eyebrows are naturally formed, a pair of big watery eyes with a slightly round face, which is not only beautiful, but also a bit delicate and cute. The word cute seems to be tailor-made for her. Generally. The boy stood beside her, already obscured by her invisible light. The emperor squinted his eyes and scanned the three of them, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Daimyo Bai. Are you new here? You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't know if you always have to leave a room for me here. Holding the twin beauties, Daimyo Bai soon came to the counter and said to the waiter. You are. The waiter was taken aback by Daimyo Bai's words. He was indeed a newcomer. Forget it, let your manager come out. Seeing the waiter look dumbfounded, Daimyo Bai immediately knew that he had guessed correctly, so he couldn't help being a little impatient. I'll go. Seeing Daimyo Bai's astonishing look, and his appearance was not ordinary, the waiter was shocked, and quickly got up and left to look for the manager. Brother, I thought you had booked the room ahead of time when you just opened your mouth. It turned out to be just verbally and didn't pay the deposit. Tang San said, he didn't want to get in trouble, he himself it's okay to stay outside, but Xiao Wu is a girl, how can it be? Do you have any comments? Daimyo Bai cast a proud glance at the two of them. Looking at Daimyo Bai's cold look again, with a defiant expression, even though he knew that this was a future teammate, the emperor was speechless in his heart. Ding! Post the main mission, defeat Daimyo Bai or Tang San, and you will be rewarded according to the evaluation level of the completed mission. Interesting. The emperor tilted his head and gave a wicked smile. It seems that I have to join in the fun too. Why are you like this? The grumpy Xiao Wu was annoyed. What do you want? Daimyo Bai yawned lazily, and raised his eyebrows, expressing disdain. Facing Daimyo Bai's repeated provocations, even Tang San couldn't help but feel a little angry. The three heard a clap of hands and interrupted their conversation. Chapter 15, War. Hehe, I'm sorry 3, this room, I wanted to. Tianzi walked slowly and clapped his hands into the arena, but his age and height did not match his behavior. The three of them looked at the emperor at the same time, with some doubts. They realized that it was a boy who looked a little smaller than Tang San. Daimyo Bai was even worse, and directly waved his hand to let him go. With black lines on his face, the emperor tried his best to keep himself calm, standing with his mouth twitching, looking directly at the three confronting him. This person is dangerous. This was Tang San's first feeling when he saw the emperor. I said, I want this room, do you have any comments? The emperor smiled, looking harmless. Hey, kid, this is our first. Xiao Wu briskly jumped in front of the emperor, comparing to his height, and realizing that the emperor was a little shorter than herself, she immediately laughed, thinking that this is just a silly thing. Little child. This. The emperor was speechless, but there was nothing to do. He was only 11 years old, and he hadn't fully developed yet, so his height was just a little bit, and it was normal to be treated as a child. Although the height of 11-year-old and 1 meter 6 was already very high in the previous life, this is the Doluo continent. When people generally grow tall under the nourishment of spirit power, this can only be regarded as a normal height. Daimyo Bai was very direct. He used his soul power to pretend to threaten the emperor. Children, you will have to beat you if you don't leave. The Son of Heaven is too arrogant. The emperor feels that he feels sorry for himself if he doesn't teach him a lesson. Then you come and try. Tianzi decided to teach him a lesson, let him know why the flowers are so red, and then provocatively said. Daimyo Bai's eyes flashed with evil light, his right fist suddenly lifted, and accompanied by a forward thrust, he went straight to the emperor as a chest hit. His movements are very simple, without any fancy, but the face of the emperor has changed. Because the momentum of the opponent's punch has reached its peak instantly under the effect of strength and speed. How can this be done without a wealth of practical experience? At this time, the emperor must not retreat. As soon as he retreats, the opponent's aura will increase, which will only increase the power of the punch. Therefore, instead of retreating, he greeted him and went up. He took a step forward with his right foot in an instant. This step spanned 3 meters and directly narrowed the distance between himself and his opponent. The goal of the emperor was simple, which was to destroy the rhythm of the opponent's attack. Also threw his right fist, and the emperor's hand instantly turned into a shiny milky white. With a muffled bang, Daimyo Bai's forward body stopped abruptly, but the emperor couldn't help falling backward and withdrawing 4 or 5 steps before he could stand firm. Daimyo Bai's eyes showed a gleam of surprise. He obviously didn't expect that this young man who looked a few years younger than himself would be able to catch his punch. What surprised Daimyo Bai most was the emperor's fist. He clearly had the upper hand in attack power. But at this time, his right hand was painful, and the emperor's fist seemed as hard as cast iron. The emperor smiled. He knew that Dupo and Doluo were two different cultivation systems. Dupo plains, Do Qi nourished the muscles and bones, and strengthened the body, while Doluo emphasized the cultivation of martial arts. At least at this stage, if the strength of his body alone is used, the emperor would still be better than Daimyo Bai. Let's go together. The emperor smiled slightly and said to Tang San. Okay. If you can take my punch, you are qualified to be my opponent. Daimyo Bai let out a cold cry, and his figure stretched again. This time, his attack was not so simple. His whole body flew up from the ground, and in an instant he reached the top of the emperor, his limbs stretched out strangely. It looks like there are flaws all over his body, but his limbs are moving slightly, as if there are endless moves. Tang San's face was solemn, his knees were slightly bent, his toes buckled inward at the same time, his calves instantly exerted force, his left arm was pushed from the outer inner circle, and his right arm was pushed out from the inner side. Daimyo Bai's attack can be said to be his fame stunt. No matter how his opponent blocks or attacks, he has a variety of ways to deal with it. The seemingly flawed action contains mysterious attack methods, and all his limbs can be sharp weapons. Xiantir advanced body technique walking dragon step. Saw the emperor shift his figure lightly, and easily avoided the attack of the two. What a fast speed! The two were surprised. Is this also a kind of pace? Tang San pondered slightly. At this time, Dai Mubai and Tang San all felt an invisible strong pressure, and they began to earnestly. Dai Mubai, Wuhan, Beihu, 37th level battle soul veteran. Please advise. Amidst the mighty domineering, Dai Mubai reported his martial soul and level, which represented a formal challenge. In the face of tremendous pressure, Tang San also began to become different. The violent impulse hidden in his heart gradually emerged, his eyes covered with a faint purple meaning, and he slowly raised his right hand. The dark blue light suddenly surged, and a cluster of dark blue grass suddenly grew out of his palm. Each blade of grass looked very slender, but it was covered with snake patterns, and the blades of grass were no longer flat, but turned into a cylindrical shape. If you observe carefully, you can clearly see that on these grass blades, there are dense small thorns. Tang San, Wuhan, Lan Yinko, a 29th level control master soul master. Please advise. Tang San clasped his fists and said respectfully www.readaloud.com. His expression was slightly condensed, not dare to be careless, the emperor was also sacrificed. On Sun shooting bow. The back of the bow is crystal clear as jade, the corners are greenish, the ribs and arrows are jet black, and the strings have turned into golden colors. The Son of Heaven, Wuhan, shooting the Sun Bow, a 30th level war spirit master. Please advise. What? Tang San's pupils suddenly shrank. How could it be possible? This is a sun shooting bow. According to legend, the sun shooting bow is the incarnation of the 9th generation ancestor of Pangu. With the miraculous skill of 9 consecutive shots, it is powerful and can hurt people even without arrows. Isn't that unique in his world? But when he saw that there were 2 more dark green snakes on the sun shooting bow than he knew, he was relieved, thinking that it was just the same name. Level 30. Dai Mubai cried out in surprise, and looked up and down the emperor carefully. He really couldn't imagine that this boy who looked a little more handsome but looked very small actually had the strength of level 30 and his strength comparable with him, even better. Interesting. Dai Mubai smiled rarely, then let me see if your bow is strong. His hands became larger, and they were twice as large as before. White hair covered the entire palm. Between the movements of his 10 fingers, the dagger-like claws kept protruding and retracting from the palm. Each sharp claw is like a blade, 8 inches long. Shining with the cold light of the forest. Dai Mubai's upper body slowly leaned forward, his eyes and 4 pupils all turned into a deep blue, giving people the feeling that it was like a killing machine. Under his feet, 3 shining auras rose up one after another, quietly rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul ring was circulating, the surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure on his face. Bring it on! Second Spirit Ability Beiholibo. Chapter 16, One Enemy 2. Following Dai Mubai's roar, a white light condensed from his mouth and spit out. Although Tang San felt that 2-on-1 was disgraceful, he always felt that this boy who was younger than himself was not that simple, and he felt more dangerous than Dai Mubai. Therefore, he did not hesitate to shoot the same spirit ring configuration as Dai Mubai, yellow and yellow. At this time, the first spirit ring lights up. First spirit ability Entangling. The scent of tea with a slight sweetness spreads among the vines. These vines seem to be endless, constantly surging from all directions, tangling towards the emperor. But what made the 2 of them, even Xiao Wu, unexpectedly, the emperor actually put away the martial soul. What does he want to do? The 3 of them were surprised. However, seeing the emperor smile slightly, the ice soul sword appeared suddenly and horizontally in front of him. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and blue spirit power covered his whole body, as if burning. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword and waved it with a seemingly light movement. The sword flowers appeared like ice crystals, and immediately, the sword energy of ice blue was chopped out like a beast. But a sword aura was enough to disperse Dai Mubai's attack, but the emperor was wrapped in Tang San's blue-silver grass. From the outside, the emperor's body was already trapped by the huge vines. When Xiaowu was a little relieved, suddenly, countless blue lights shot out from the crevices of the vines, and then, a dull explosion suddenly roared. Not enough. The emperor groaned slightly, his hand movement did not stop. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The emperor burned his soul power frantically, and drew his sword without exhaustion. He also doesn't know how many times he has used sword drawing skills. Only knows that the vines that envelop him are wiped out by the sword chi. When the blue-silver grass was cut into strips and broke apart, with the emperor as the center, the icy blue sword energy slashed to the surroundings. Looking at the sky full of sword aura, the three of them were a little stunned, but Tang San and Dai Mubai were too late to sigh, and quickly used their spirit abilities to resist. First spirit ability White Tiger Barrier. First spirit ability Entangling. A strong white light suddenly lit up, and Dai Mubai's evil eyes suddenly turned white. Among the three spirit rings on his body, the first one suddenly radiated brightly, forming a circle of white light masks, covering the surrounding ice. The blue sword aura was blocked outside and couldn't get close. And in front of Tang San, there was a thick vine wall made of blue-silver grass. It was obviously a fragile plant, but it actually blocked the attack of the emperor. Is very strong. The two thought of it at the same time. Although they did stop the sky full of sword aura, only they knew that they had used all their strength to resist, but the person facing them hadn't even used the martial spirit. The emperor let out a long sigh of relief, his expression condensed slightly. Unleashing the Xian level advanced fighting skills on such a large scale, even he is a bit overwhelmed. Your attacks seem to be useless. He raised his eyebrows. Tang San smiled indifferently, and said, that's not necessarily. Suddenly, the second spirit ring on Tang San suddenly lit up, and Tianzi's body suddenly stiffened, and a layer of fine vines did not know when they had already appeared. On him, with the light of Tang San's second spirit ring, it grew instantaneously, tying the emperor's body firmly in it. Second spirit ability Spider Web Binding. The emperor didn't feel surprised. He knew Tang San's spirit abilities, and he knew his usual methods, besides, he really didn't panic. Calmly tapped the giant spider web that wrapped him, and a ball of silver-white flames pierced from his fingertips. Heaven and earth treasures bone-cold and spiritual fire. Bone-cold spirit fire spread from fingertips to the whole body, until the emperor's whole person was like a ball of flame. The spider web shrinks and shrinks, but when it touches the emperor, it instantly turns into a mass of ashes, and what's more, the entire spider web is burned by the flames. First spirit ability Entangling. Second spirit ability Beiholibo. Didn't expect the emperor to break free of his restraint so quickly. Tang San didn't wait for the emperor's figure to leak out, and looked at each other with Dai Mubai, and the two of them launched their own attacks one after another. The emperor did not move, he was still surrounded by flames, but with a light stroke of his finger, two flame columns spewed out, exuding fiery heat. The two powerful energies intertwined and collided with the blue-silver grass and exploded, smashing a thick smoke. But, when Tang San and Dai Mubai were still waiting for the result, a ball of flames came oncoming. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The emperor's figure flashed in front of the two, and it was cut directly with a sword. He understands the truth of killing you when you are sick. Tang San resolutely gave up head-on, but instead left the battlefield using ghost trails. Dai Mubai looked at the emperor. Except for his head, his evil eyes flashed fiercely. Okay, what a sword drawing technique. If your spirit power is the same as mine, I will definitely lose, but after all, I am better than you. Have one more ring. Only to show you the skills of my third spirit ring. The purple halo flashed instantaneously, and the air around Dai Mubai's body became distorted. His evil eyes suddenly turned blood red. Then, in the midst of a loud noise, Everything was cut. The ice blue sword aura on his body, including the sword aura that had not yet reached him, exploded into powder. Dai Muebai's body turned into a second change unexpectedly. Tang San took a deep breath. Is this the skill of the 1000-year spirit ring? The emperor is silent. At this time, Dai Muebai, who appeared in front of the others, changed his appearance. The body that had become majestic because of the possession of the martial spirit white tiger swelled again, his muscles bulged exaggeratedly. And his upper body clothes were completely burst, revealing terrifying muscles. The outline, the strangest thing is that black stripes appeared on his skin. If it weren't for hairlessness, it would be no different from tiger skin. A pair of tiger palms were bigger, and the sharp blades that popped up turned bright silver. The most peculiar thing was that his whole body was enveloped in a strong golden light, as if he was plated with gold. The blood-red eyes showed a bloodthirsty light, and the whole body carried the domineering king of beasts. I don't know what my ancestral dragon martial spirit will be like. The emperor thought while observing Dai Muebai's appearance. The blue-black-blue-silver grass shot out from around Tang San's body. The spirit of the martial arts didn't need to be emitted only from the palm of his hand. The spiked vines rushed out in the air, blocking the eyes of the emperor, and at the same time, towards him. The limbs and neck are entangled away. Motivated by Tang San's own spirit power, that is, the inner strength of Xian Tiangong, the winding skills of the first spirit ring had already been exerted to the limit by him at this time. 10 silver lights flashed in a staggered manner in the air, and the blue-silver grass that entangled quickly stopped in the air. Immediately afterwards, these extremely tough blue-silver grasses melted into powder and dissipated in the air. Our golden arrows. Chapter 17, 1. The super-high temperature exploded in an instant. Even the tough blue-silver grass could hardly resist its heat at this time, and it melted and evaporated after holding on to the terrifying high temperature for a while. Tang San and the three were all shocked. What did they see? The emperor held a bow for shooting the sun, and the black spirit ring bloomed under his feet. He looked at the three people like a king. If he was too young and didn't look good, they would really think that he was a young king. The 2 black spirit rings of the emperor still shocked them the most. Didn't teacher say that the best configuration for the first and second spirit rings is yellow and yellow? What's the matter with him? Tang San was shocked. How can his physical body withstand 10,000 years of spirit ring? Dai Muebai was shocked. He didn't know where this was the pain that the emperor himself suffered when absorbing the spirit ring, but the system was at work. Do you want to continue? Tianzi once again showed a harmless smile. Tang San and the others shuddered for a while, wondering how this person's soul power is inexhaustible. Tang San put away his martial soul, clasped his fists in both hands and said, I lost. But Dai Muebai was not the same as Tang San. Instead, he walked slowly in front of the emperor, as if he had found something, his expression intriguing, and said, My Beihu King Kong transformation can last for half an hour. In this half an hour, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as attack power, defense power, and strength will be doubled at the same time. With my 37th level spirit power, under such an increase, your attack it's not enough to hurt me. Even if your soul skills are exquisite, the martial arts effect is good, but after all, it is not my opponent. Dai Muebai's evil eyes flashed with red light. Suddenly, his strong muscles slowly contracted, and the red light in his eyes also quietly dissipated. Everything on his body was quietly condensed back because of the effects of the white tiger martial spirit possessing his body. At this time, Dai Muebai looked a little funny. The clothes on his body were not intact, his coat was completely stretched out, and his trousers were badly damaged. The Ice Soul Sword had cut a lot of his clothes before. Then, he leaned into the ear of the emperor and whispered, If you are in full condition, then it is another matter. It is a pity that you don't have enough combat experience, and you will exhaust your soul power early. Not my opponent. Tianzi's body stiffened slightly. Is it still being seen? Then Tang San is almost the same. He looked in Tang San's direction, and seeing Tang San also looking at him, the two looked at each other and nodded. Obviously, Tang San was limited by his level because of his lack of spirit power. In addition, he had his own arrogance because he was 2-on-1 but unable to win himself. Waiting for the emperor to react, Daimyo Bai's figure had been lost next to him, and he walked towards the door. Evil Eyes returned to normal. Daimyo Bai turned around and took a deep look at the three emperors. I think we will meet again soon. To Shrek Academy, if anyone troubles you, report me, Evil Eyes. By Hu Daimyo Bai's name. After finishing speaking, he beckoned to the twin beauties and continued to walk outside the hotel first. Xiao Wu couldn't help but said to Daimyo Bai's back, "How do you know we are going to Shrek Academy?" Daimyo Bai stopped and said coldly, "You are only about 12 years old. At this age, with spirit power above level 20, at this time, if you don't come to Shrek Academy to sign up, what else can you do?" 12 years old, haha, 12 years old, I am already 15 years old. Son of Heaven, Tang San, I am waiting for you at Shrek Academy. When the last word of disappeared, Daimyo Bai's people had already walked out of the hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rating, S. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious gift package ×1. Looking at the back of him leaving, Xiao Wu snorted a little unconvinced. This person is really inexplicable. At first glance, he is not a good person. Xiaosan, even if we get to Shrek Academy in the future, don't deal with him. Tang San smiled slightly. He was also looking at the direction Daimyo Bai had left. Why? I think this person is not bad. Although the surface is colder, he is very straightforward. Xiao Wu said angrily, "Yes? I think it is wrong and can't be wrong." You said, he brought two girls to the hotel to open the room. What good things can he do? Daytime prostitution, or good people? What evil eyes? As for the white tiger, I think it's pretty much the same as a lewd tiger. Tang San frowned. Xiao Wu, I find you understand more and more. Xiao Wu did not see the slightest dissatisfaction in Tang San's eyes, but triumphantly said, "That is, don't forget, I am the boss of Notting College students." Reluctantly shook his head, Tang San said, "I don't comment on Daimyo Bai's personal preferences. But judging from the battle with him just now, he is good in all aspects. His strength is above us, but he is not bullying. Not only did he give up the room to us, but when he left, it seemed that he meant to take care of us in the academy." At this time, Xiao Wu turned to look at the emperor, her eyes full of curiosity. Lianbu moved lightly, came to him and touched his head, and said, "How old is the cute little brother?" Whether it is the emperor or Tang San, there are black lines all over his face. Tang San covered his head speechlessly, and the emperor even worse. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. www.readaloud.com. This feeling of being called a little brother is real. But the emperor still replied, 11th. Although they knew that he was younger than themselves, the two couldn't help being surprised. Without speaking any more, the emperor walked to the door by himself. "Hey, your room." Xiao Wu called the emperor. But the emperor didn't look back, just waved his hand and didn't stop. What a weird person. Xiao Wu tilted her head cutely, staring at the direction he was leaving. Tang San did the same, but he felt more heavy in his heart, and the appearance of Daimyo Bai and the emperor brought great pressure. There is a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Tang San sighed. The manager Wang poked his head out from behind the counter. Seeing Tang San walking over, he hurriedly showed a smiling face. "Young man, you are really amazing. Even Xiao Dai is willing to give you the room. Fortunately, you haven't received anything damage, otherwise we won't be able to explain it." The mess in Tang San's hall, with a wry smile, "Manager, how much does it cost to repair this place?" Manager Wang shook his head hurriedly and said, No, no, it has nothing to do with you. As Xiao Dai said before, these are all his. He is our VIP customer here, and he only needs to pay for it. I was so embarrassed before. It was a delay for the two of us and almost caused harm to the two of them. I decided to reduce the rent for two of them for 3 days. If the two of us stayed with us for less than 3 days, there would be no need to pay. While talking, he handed a brilliant golden key to Tang San's hand, with a full smile on his face. Tang San was helpless, so he nodded and said, "Thank you then." After some twists and turns, the emperor felt a little tired after walking out of the hotel, but he was still looking for a hotel. Chapter 18, Ning Rong Rong. Walking in Soto City, Soto City deserves to be a top city far more prosperous than Utan City. Even if it is not as good as a top-notch city like Gamma Imperial City, Soto City is considered top-notch among medium-sized cities. Since I left the Rose Hotel, I have been walking for a few hours. Along the way, the emperor met 6 or 7 hotels, but none of them had rooms available. In the end, the emperor didn't bother to look for it anymore, so he simply planned to find a place that would not be closed at night, like some high-end restaurants or bars, etc., to stay overnight. Made a decision in his heart, the emperor no longer focused on looking for a hotel, but on looking for a restaurant. Was searching all the way for an attractive restaurant. Before he knew it, the sky had gradually darkened. As Tianzi was passing by a small alley, an angry voice suddenly attracted Tianzi's attention. "You let me go, I didn't steal your money. What's the situation?" Hearing the sound, the emperor couldn't help turning his head and looking at the place where the sound was coming from. He saw a wretched uncle with a shoehorn face, a mustache, and rabbit teeth stopping a girl in a blue-green dress, as if it was the wretched uncle who said that the girl stole his money, so she didn't let the girl leave. But according to the eyes of the emperor, this wretched uncle probably does not have a gold soul coin in his clothes, but the girl's long dress is made of fine silk, and a long dress alone has at least 10 gold soul coins. Saying that the girl stole his money, she opened her eyes and said nonsense. Thought in his heart, the emperor couldn't help walking over quickly. As a for-good boy in the new century, he would never tolerate such bullying of girls in broad daylight. "Brother, come and help me drive this guy away." When Tianzi walked quickly, maybe he heard the footsteps of Tianzi, the girl in the blue-green dress hurriedly said, "Boy, don't be nosy." Hearing the girl's voice, the wretched uncle couldn't help turning his head and looking at the emperor, warning. It may be that he was afraid that the emperor would be uninterested. The wretched uncle warned with a gloomy face, and at the same time released his own spirit power, trying to deter the emperor by force of spirit power and force the emperor to leave, but the emperor only frowned. The light can't be so rampant, it turns out to be a soul master. Humph! The emperor snorted coldly, took out his ice soul sword, and released his remaining soul power. Feeling the spirit power fluctuations released by the emperor, and discovering that the emperor is not weak, the wretched uncle can't help being a little surprised, but the surprised expression only lasts for a few seconds, and then it becomes a joke. "But boy, your strength is still a little bit different than mine. If you don't know how to be interesting anymore, please wait a while and I will sell you to the duck's nest. Look at your appearance. It's pretty iconic. There are probably quite a few people. I like it." While talking, the wretched uncle couldn't help licking his lips with a naked face. Bold words. Hearing the words of the wretched uncle, the emperor couldn't help but laugh. It's not ashamed to say it. It's not. In this street, who doesn't know me is unhappy? Boy, look at your young age, but don't take this muddy water for someone you don't know. Be careful and you will regret it later. Looking at the emperor, he shook his head and fingers unhappy, and persuaded deeply. "Hey, don't listen to him, help me, I will give you money, 10,000, oh no. 100,000 golden soul coins, as long as you help me drive away this wretched guy, I will give you 100,000 golden soul coins." As if afraid that the emperor agreed to be unhappy, the girl in the blue-green dress hurriedly said, "Unhappy?" Hearing the wretched man said he was unhappy, the emperor couldn't help but feel a move. Unhappy? Wouldn't it be the wretched man who was almost crippled by Xiao Wu's 8th section in the original work, and then was given a roast by Ma Hongjun? Don't worry, I will save you, but I don't need money. Looking at the girl, the emperor said slowly, "Boy, are you really going to lie down in this muddy water?" Seeing that the emperor was not ready to leave, his unhappy expression turned gloomy. "Let the horse come here, the tone is so big, I want to see how good you are." Looking unhappy, the emperor sneered and sneered. "Hey! Kid, you forced me. Pink powder double cover, give it to me." With a loud shout, Unhappy directly summoned his martial arts soul, but in the face of unhappy people, the emperor did not intend to abide by the rules of the soul master battle. As soon as his figure moved, the emperor directly used the dragon step, and the whole person appeared in front of the unhappy body in an instant, and when the unhappy did not react, he slammed his fist on the unhappy chin. Kaka! Only a crisp sound of bone dislocation was heard. Under the full punch of the emperor's blessing of Ming Yugong's true energy, unhappiness was directly knocked out. After flying high for 4 or 5 meters, it instantly hits on a wall in an alley not far away. The strong impact directly smashed the wall. Feeling the huge force coming from behind, not happy, I only felt the internal organs toss, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with several teeth. Cough cough, you guy doesn't abide by the rules of the game. He fell to the ground with a puff. www.readaloud.com. Looking at the emperor, he coughed up blood and touched his swollen right cheek. Said angrily, "To deal with people like you don't need to abide by the rules. You have the ability to go to the Wuhan Hall and sue me." You. Hearing what the emperor said, he was a little angry, but he really didn't dare to go to the Wuhan Hall to report it. The emperor narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly, "If you dare not, just die." Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Injected all the soul power of his body into the ice soul sword, and the sword body burst into blue light instantly. Following the emperor's slight movement, an ice blue sword air swept across the unhappy neck. "Thank you very much for chasing away everyone nearby. Now there is no one here. Even if I kill you, who will know?" Ignoring the unhappy fallen corpse, the emperor turned his head and said to the girl, "Let's go." Although all the people nearby ran away because of unhappiness, the emperor could not guarantee that someone would pass by suddenly. If he was found to be murdering, it would be a bit bad after all, so seeing that the unhappiness was about to die, the emperor turned around, turning his head to the rescued girl. "Oh!" Hearing the words of the emperor, the girl woke up like a dream. "That, you killed him?" the girl said hard. "Naturally, yes, you should be able to see that this guy must have harmed a lot of girls. If I spare his life and keep him, wouldn't it be harmful? If I killed him today, it would have saved countless images. A girl like you." Tianzi smiled and shook his head. After hearing the words of the emperor, the girl thought for a while, and nodded, Thank you, my name is Ning Rongrong, how about you?" Looking at the emperor, the girl smiled. "Your name is Ning Rongrong." Chapter 19, Ning Rongrong and number 039, S favor. Seeing the emperor's expression a little weird, the girl Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking. "No, your name is very nice, I think it suits you well, can I call you Rongrong?" The emperor shook his head and asked. "Yes you can. Ning Rongrong is very indifferent." "Then we are friends," the emperor said with a smile. "Friend?" Hearing the words of the emperor, Ning Rongrong suddenly lowered his head in a bewildered manner, tapping each other with his fingers, as if nervous. An inexplicable brilliance flashed in the big eyes of Lingling. "What's wrong, Rongrong?" Seeing Ning Rongrong suddenly lowered his head, the emperor couldn't help but wonder. Emperor, do you really want to be my friend? I grew up and didn't have a friend yet. Looking at the Emperor, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with expectation. Then I should be your friend even more. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the Emperor couldn't help laughing. What should I do with friends? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Give each other gifts, right? The Emperor is also a little uncertain. After all, he doesn't seem to have made friends seriously, but exchanging gifts is indeed a good way to increase friendship, and there should be nothing wrong with it. Here, this is a soul guide I got by accident. I call it an ice crystal bracelet. Wearing it can increase the soul power cultivation speed of the soul master by 15%. After thinking for a while, the Emperor took out from the system space a bonus ice crystal bracelet that was drawn in a gold level lottery draw, and then handed it to Ning Rongrong. The ice crystal bracelet is the same as the ice crystal necklace Nalan Yanran wears. They are all equipment from the extremely cold land. And the ice crystal bracelet, because the appearance is biased towards women's bracelets, so the Emperor has always been useless, and it is just right to give it to Ning Rongrong. Can increase the Soul Master's soul power cultivation speed by 15%? No. This is too precious, I can't take it. Hearing the Emperor said that the ice crystal bracelet could increase the Soul Master's spirit power recovery speed by 15%, Ning Rongrong suddenly realized the preciousness of the ice crystal bracelet, so he hurriedly turned away. Take it, say yes, this is a gift between friends. Seeing Ning Rongrong's resignation, the Emperor couldn't help frowning, grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand directly, and put the ice crystal bracelet on Ning Rongrong's wrist. Being caught by the Emperor like this, Ning Rongrong was a little stunned. After a while, Ning Rongrong's face suddenly turned red. It's pretty, it suits you. Oh, thank you. Stroking the ice crystal bracelet on his wrist in a daze, Ning Rongrong's face blushed and thanked the Emperor. This was the first time she accepted a gift from an outsider, but she felt that her spirit power production in her body had indeed accelerated after receiving the ice crystal bracelet. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised, and she felt a little curious about the Emperor in her heart. Was able to come up with such a powerful soul guidance device, what kind of power did this young man called the Son of Heaven come from? Emperor, you gave me such a precious gift, but I have nothing with me now, and there is no gift I can return to you. Ning Rongrong was a little embarrassed looking at the ice crystal-like jewelry bracelet on his wrist. She escaped from home. Although she was rich in her family, she didn't bring anything out because of the urgency. She only brought out some gold soul coins for daily expenses. Was given such a precious soul guide by the Emperor, but he had nothing to return. As the eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed glass sect, Ning Rongrong was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, aren't we friends? There will always be opportunities in the future. Regarding Ning Rongrong's embarrassment, the Emperor smiled and shook his head. Had a lottery system for the heavens, and what he had in his hand was destined to be impossible for the entire Doluo continent to be comparable, so he didn't want Ning Rongrong to return a gift. By the way, it's too early, Rongrong, you shouldn't have dinner yet, right? I observed the table where Ning Rongrong was sitting. There was no oil or water stains on the table, so the Emperor guessed that Ning Rongrong hadn't ordered the food yet. Well, not yet. Ning Rongrong nodded. In order to celebrate that we have become friends, let me treat you this time. Looking at Ning Rongrong, the Emperor smiled and asked the waiter to bring the menu. Ladies first, Rongrong, see what you want to eat. The Emperor pushed the menu to Ning Rongrong, but Ning Rongrong did not refuse. I want a fruit salad, a grilled fish, a vegetable soup, and then a snow cinnamon cake. Looked at the menu, Ning Rongrong looked at it for a long time, and finally chose a few foods he wanted to eat. Then give me a copy of the same. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, the Emperor also said to the waiter. Okay, just a second. Took the menu, the waiter bowed slightly, and then quickly left and walked to the back kitchen. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the dishes ordered by the emperor and Ning Rongrong began to be served one after another. Rongrong, eat quickly, the emperor said and served Ning Rongrong. This way, won't it bother you? You can eat it yourself. Hearing the words of the emperor, Ning Rongrong suddenly thought that this would not be good. After all, she was a girl, and she was picked up by a boy. If she was known, she would be easy to gossip, so she couldn't help but twist it. It's no trouble, it's my pleasure to serve a beautiful girl like you. Regarding Ning Rongrong's resignation, the emperor naturally shook his head vigorously with a smile, saying that it was not troublesome at all. If he felt troubled, he would not approach Ning Rongrong. Why are you treating me so nicely? I don't know why. Ning Rongrong suddenly had an urge to ask the emperor this sentence. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, but in the end, Ning Rongrong still resisted it. Does the emperor like me? Ning Rongrong couldn't help thinking. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but secretly look at the emperor from his side. In Ning Rongrong's opinion, the emperor is very handsome, although he is only a little taller than himself, with long silver hair like snow, deep purple eyes, a handsome face without losing masculinity, and the weird cinnabar mole between the eyebrows. Said that perfection fits Ning Rongrong's imagination of the other half of the future. Besides, the emperor gave himself a precious magical device very angrily before. It can be seen that the background of the emperor should not be simple, but Ning Rongrong doesn't know how strong the emperor is. Because the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect is a sect established by auxiliary spirit masters, the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect always has requirements for the companions of the disciples of the sect, that is, the companion found by the disciple must be a soul master with strong combat effectiveness. Ning Rongrong, as the eldest lady of the Seven Treasure Glass sect, naturally has to abide by the rules of the Seven Treasure Glass sect. Looking at the emperor, Ning Rongrong really wanted to ask how the emperor's strength was. If the emperor's strength met the requirements, Ning Rongrong felt that it would be good to be with the emperor. But looking at the emperor, Ning Rongrong really didn't know how to ask this question, and Ning Rongrong didn't really want to ask because he was afraid of disappointment. And the reason why Ning Rongrong sneaked out this time was because he wanted to live on the mainland for a period of time as a different kind of identity, and to experience a different kind of life. If you ask the emperor's strength, it is difficult to answer the emperor's question. So in the end, Ning Rongrong gave up asking the question of the emperor's strength, but in fact, this was mainly due to the reservedness caused by the lady education Ning Rongrong received from childhood. Chapter 20, Tied Up the Little Rich Woman. Son, it's too early now, I should go, thank you for your hospitality. Suddenly I didn't know how to face the emperor. I looked outside the restaurant. The sky was completely dark, Ning Rongrong said with excuses. I'll take it to you. It's dark. I'm afraid it's not safe for you to go alone. Hearing that Ning Rongrong was leaving, the emperor also said. Emperor, do you want to chase me? Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking at this time. I wanted to explain a bit, but for a while I didn't know how to explain it. Looking at Ning Rongrong's pretty and cute face, the emperor suddenly came up with an idea. Looks, isn't it impossible to chase after him? In his previous life, he saw other people posting on the internet saying that he didn't want to fight anymore. When he wanted to find a rich woman, he often said that he didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to find a fuloli. Isn't this a big fuloli? And isn't Gu Suner also a rich loli? Nalan Yan Ran can also be considered. If you think so, I'm fine. Taking a deep breath, the emperor spoke. But Ning Rongrong's face suddenly blushed when he heard the words of the emperor. That we only met for the first time, and asked if it was a bit early, or else, let's be friends first. Looking at the emperor, Ning Rongrong's face was slightly reddish. Well, then we will be friends. I can always call you Rongrong from now on. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the emperor resolutely borrowed the donkey from the slope, and tentatively said, "Yes, you can." Ning Rong Rong nodded naturally. "By the way, Rong Rong, how did you encounter unhappiness today? Without me, you would be in danger." Thinking of what happened today, the emperor asked curiously. "That's the case. I originally wanted to go to Soto Grand Park today, but because I'm not very familiar with Soto City, I asked for directions on the way. This unhappiness seems to be hearing me asking for directions. Just came over and pretended to take me to Soto Grand Park, and took me to take a shortcut, and then you saw that he blocked me in that alley, not to mention that I stole his money and didn't let me go." Hearing Ning Rong Rong's words, the emperor nodded. "What about you, why are you there?" Looking at the emperor, Ning Rong Rong also asked. "Let's talk while walking. I'll take you back. Then, I will trouble you." After thinking for a while, Ning Rong Rong nodded. After all, she is only an auxiliary spirit master, and she is not strong enough. If she is alone in danger, she really can't run. If there is a gift from the emperor, it will undoubtedly be much safer. "Waiter, check out." Because it was Ning Rong Rong's treat, it was naturally Ning Rong Rong who settled the bill. After Ning Rong Rong had settled the bill, the emperor and Ning Rong Rong left the restaurant together and walked towards the hotel where Ning Rong Rong was staying. After the checkout, the emperor followed Ning Rong Rong out of the Tulip restaurant and headed to the hotel where Ning Rong Rong was staying. It may be because Ning Rong Rong had already considered safety issues, so the Tulip restaurant in the hotel where Ning Rong Rong lived was not far away. In just a few minutes, the two arrived at the hotel where Ning Rong Rong lived. "Here, this is the hotel I stayed in." "Thank you, son, I am very happy to meet you today." Before arriving at the hotel, Ning Rong Rong stopped and smiled at the emperor and thanked him. "No thanks, it's just a matter of effort." The emperor smiled. "By the way, the emperor, this is for you." Before leaving, as if thinking of something, Ning Rong Rong suddenly handed the emperor a silver kit. This is my gift to you. There are 100,000 gold soul coins in it." "No thanks, it's just a matter of effort." After speaking, he didn't intend to take the tips, so the emperor planned to turn around and leave. In fact, the emperor wants it in his heart, because he doesn't have a dollar on him now. "Hey, don't you ask my contact information." Seeing the emperor, he was about to leave like this, Ning Rong Rong couldn't help saying. Hearing Ning Rong Rong's words, the emperor couldn't help stopping immediately. "Yes." Although he knew that Ning Rong Rong was going to Shrek Academy, Ning Rong Rong didn't know. "Then Rong Rong, how should I contact you in the future?" Looking at Ning Rong Rong, the emperor smiled and said. "I definitely can't live here all the time. I came to Soto City to sign up for a Soul Master Academy. From now on, you can come to the Soul Master Academy where I signed up to find me. The Spirit Master Academy I signed up for is called Shrek Academy. From now on, you can come to Shrek Academy to find me if you want me." Ning Rong Rong smiled. "Shrek Academy?" The emperor gave an inexplicable smile. "What's wrong, do you think the name of Shrek Academy is weird?" "I think so too, but although the name is strange, Shrek Academy is still very powerful." Ning Rong Rong stuck out his tongue. "Shrek Academy? I see." The thoughts flowed in his heart, and the emperor smiled at Ning Rong Rong. "Furthermore, you seem to be about the same age as me. Do you want to be together?" Ning Rong Rong said without thinking. The emperor tilted his head. www.readaloud.com looked at her with a strange expression. "It's not that I said that I joined Shrek Academy together. Don't think too much." As if realizing that his words were ambiguous, Ning Rong Rong was ashamed and waved his hand and explained. "Let's think about it." The emperor pretended to be pensive, but he was thinking in his heart, Shrek Academy will see each other soon. By the way, the ice crystal bracelet you gave me is very beautiful, I like it very much. Ning Rongrong touched the fairy talisman on his wrist in a daze. With a blushing face, Ning Rongrong thanked the emperor. This is the first time she has accepted gifts from outsiders. The emperor smiled and said, "It suits you well." Perhaps it was also because of hearing a compliment from the emperor, Ning Rongrong was delighted, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but glance at the emperor, his heart beating non-stop. "Goodbye." The emperor smiled and waved goodbye to Ning Rongrong. "Goodbye." Ning Rongrong regained consciousness and said goodbye to the emperor with a smile. Walking on the street with sparse shadows, the emperor couldn't help but smile. "It seems that I have to sleep on the street. If the people of the Gamma Empire knew that the young master of the dignified Cloud Lantern was going to sleep on the street, I would have laughed out loud." Shrugged helplessly and sighed. The emperor's feet pushed hard and his body rose into the air, turned his body in mid-air, and then landed firmly on a roof. "Stand with your hands under your shoulders, and the beautiful name is, Appreciation of the Moon." It was late at night, and the bright moonlight shone on this sleeping city, covering it with a veil of mystery. The lights of thousands of houses are blazing, and the silent late night is stimulating people to fall asleep, even the emperor is no exception. At this time, he had already fallen asleep relying on the ice soul sword inserted on the ground. Bathed in moonlight. Chapter 21, Shrek Academy. The next morning. Out of Soto City, according to the road asked before, the emperor followed the road to the south. Along the way, the scenery you see in front of you has changed drastically. What you see is no longer tall buildings and various shops and hotels, but a large area of farmland. This made the emperor couldn't help feeling that Soto's reputation as the food capital of the Barak Kingdom really deserves its reputation. "But I have walked a long distance all the way, but there is still only a large area of farmland around. As for the tall buildings like the academy, I haven't even seen the shadows." But the emperor knew that Shrek Academy was such a remote college far away from the city. Because there was no money, even the dormitory was a wooden house. After walking for several miles, the farmland in his sight finally gradually disappeared. Not far away, a village appeared in front of him. "Wait, there seems to be a village there. I'd better go over and ask to see where Shrek Academy is and whether I am going in the wrong direction." Seeing the village not far away, the emperor thought for a while and said. Thinking of asking for directions in his heart, the emperor walked towards the village not far away. As the village got closer and closer, the appearance of the village finally caught the emperor's eyes. This is a village that is not too big, about only around 100 families. There is a wooden fence surrounding the village, which seems to be used to guard against wild animals, but when Tianzi arrived at the entrance of the village, she found that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the village, not knowing what had happened. Under the doubts in his heart, the emperor couldn't help speeding up again. Also, the emperor had a vague guess in his heart. When I arrived at the entrance of the village, the sight in front of me made the emperor a little speechless, because this village seemed to be Shrek Academy. And those who gather at the entrance of the village are not villagers at all, but students who come to sign up. They are still with their parents. It is precisely because of this that it looks like a group of villagers gathered at the entrance of the village from a distance. Looked at a plaque that looked a bit tattered and hung on the wooden arch at the entrance of the village. There were 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. The emperor can only sigh, sure enough, San Shaocheng does not deceive me. Tianzi's gaze did not stay on these applicants for too long. His gaze looked at the front of the team, which was the place where he signed up, with his soul power attached to his ears, and he could vaguely hear the conversation there. The old man sitting behind the table who was responsible for accepting applications looked lazy. The clothes on his body were simple, but they looked like an old man in the village, and he was not energetic at all. At this time, a teenager came to the table to sign up. The old man said lazily, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, just put them in that box." The boy's father hurriedly took out 10 golden soul coins and put them in a box made of several wooden boards. Extend a hand. The young man stretched out his hand in front of the old man as he said. The old man squeezed his hand twice, shook his head at him, and said, "You are not the right age, you can go." The young man was taken aback for a moment and turned to look at his father. There are not many teenage children who are as precocious as the emperor and Tang San. His father hurriedly laughed and said, "Teacher, my son has just passed his 13th birthday. Look, can you accommodate me?" The old man said a little impatiently, "Don't affect the people behind. Don't you know the rules of the college? We only accept children under 13 years old. Nothing over 13 years old. You can go." The boy's father said, "Then our registration fee." The old man said unceremoniously, "Once you sign up, it will not be refunded." The clay figurine still has a 3-point nature, and the boy's father couldn't help but angrily said, "You're obviously cheating money. Refund our registration fee, otherwise we won't leave." I knew this so-called Shrek Academy was so shabby, we wouldn't time to come. The old man glanced at him and said faintly, "Mubai, someone wants to pay back the name fee, please deal with it." On the ground next to, a figure suddenly jumped up, "If you want to pay back the name fee, you can beat me, and it will be refunded." This person is Dai Mubai. Because he was sitting aside and was blocked by the crowd before, the emperor did not see him. A little different from when the Son of Heaven saw him that day, the look on his face was a little less arrogant at this time, and a little helpless. Dai Mubai didn't talk nonsense, and directly urged his own spirit power to release all 3 spirit rings that were 200 years old and 1000 years old. The surging soul power produced invisible pressure in the air, and the cold light flashed in the evil eyes, looking at the father and son. Among spirit masters, spirit rings are always the best right to speak. Seeing Dai Mubai's 3 spirit rings including 1000-year spirit ring, the boy's father's expression changed drastically. He walked quickly with his son. Dai Mubai returned to the side and sat down, his evil eyes glanced coldly at the teenagers and parents who signed up later, and the threat was obvious. The pressure brought by the 3 spirit rings was not something ordinary people could bear. At this moment, he no longer looks like a boy and girl, but like a... At the end of this scene, the number of people waiting in line was immediately reduced by 1/3, and no one was willing to spend money in vain. What's more, the appearance of Shrek Academy in front of him was really unflattering. Another young man who signed up came to the old man. He was followed by his parents. His mother confidently put 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the young man reached out her hand obediently. The old man squeezed his hand, glanced at the young man with a dim look, and said, "Exactly 12 years old. Release your martial spirit and show me." The young man nodded, and the light green spirit power was released from the body, and a century-old yellow spirit ring moved up and down around the body. The aura of 100-year spirit ring is obviously not weak, the spirit of the spirit appears, the breath of a thick 100-year spirit ring is obviously not weak, the spirit of the spirit appears, and a thick vine hovering around his body. This Wuhan is a bit similar to Tianzi's blue-silver grass, except that his Wuhan is not grass, but a kind of vine. The old man shook his head and said, "Unqualified, you can go." The teenagers' parents had a confident expression. When the old man said that their child was unqualified, the expression on his face suddenly froze. His mother couldn't help asking, "Why? My son is a top student in the junior college. Didn't you see that his spirit ring is 100 years old? There are not many spirit masters who have a century-old spirit ring." The old man said faintly, "The first spirit ring is 100 years old, of course not bad, but he is just an ordinary person." The boy's father frowned and said, "I don't understand what you mean." The old man stood up impatiently from behind the table, not only facing the boy's parents in front of him, but at the same time the person who queued up to sign up behind him. "When you come to our Shrek Academy to sign up, you should be clear about the rules first. Come here if you don't figure it out. It's just giving the registration fee for nothing. It's too late to regret now. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in the name Shrek Academy? Most of the applicants were at a loss after hearing what the old man said. The old man said coldly, Shrek is a kind of monster, even among the spirit beasts, it is a very strange existence. Our Shrek Academy means the Monster Academy. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. If you are over 13 years old, or your spirit power has not reached level 21 or higher, you don't need to waste time here. While talking, the old man suddenly released an extremely tyrannical aura. With Tang San and Xiao Wu's strength, they couldn't help trembling all over the body, and a strong red light was suddenly released from the old man's body, one with countless numbers. The long stick with fine lines appeared in his right hand. The most terrifying thing was that a total of 6 spirit rings rose from under his feet, and the dazzling light suddenly became the focus of the audience. The colors of the 6 spirit rings are 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. That is, 1 10-year spirit ring, 100-year spirit ring, 3,000-year spirit ring and 1 10,000-year spirit ring. This looks... The old man who looked like an ordinary farmer turned out to be a Soul Emperor super powerhouse above the 60th level. Interesting. The Emperor laughed and said nothing. 60th level, that's 60th level, even in the entire Barak Kingdom, there are definitely a handful of soul masters of this level. The long stick in the old man's hand fell on the ground, and a low muffled noise spread out, almost everyone staggered. Waved at the stunned family of 3, next. The light of the soul ring converged, and all the soul power disappeared in an instant. The old man returned to his previous lazy appearance, as if the aura of the Soul Emperor had not been released by him. If there were some parents who were uneasy because of the old man's words before, then everyone now looks like a chill. Who dares to offend a strong Soul Emperor? Or a Soul Emperor who has 10,000 years of spirit ring? The disdain and contempt in the eyes of parents and registered students disappeared in an instant. A teacher in charge of signing up was a level 60 or above. Then, how strong should the faculty of Shrek Academy be? However, most of the parents soon showed a sigh on their faces, and silently left with their children. At the age of 12, reaching the level of 20th spirit power, just as the old man said, that is really a level that monsters can reach. There were only a dozen applications left in a blink of an eye after a queue of over 100. Bye. The old man didn't seem to care about the number of students, and continued his registration work. Those who are able to stay are obviously confident to pass the level of the old man. The next few young people who signed up for spirit power exceeded level 20 and possessed 2 spirit rings. After paying the registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder told them that the first pass of the entrance exam was deemed to have passed, and they could enter the college to take the second pass. Parents cannot enter the college with candidates. Since he was already in the front, the emperor was naturally able to see Daimyo Bai sitting behind the old man up close. Daimyo Bai was not only responsible for the town hall, but also responsible for bringing the students who passed the initial test into the academy. And he also saw Tang San Xiaohu, just in front of him. The latter also saw him, flashed a bit of surprise and nodded in greeting. www.readaloud.com. Daimyo Bai finally saw the emperor at this time, with a smile on his cold face, and nodded to them. Pointing at the old man again, spread his hands, and made a helpless expression. Obviously it is telling them that this registration requires your own efforts, and I cannot help. While they were using their eyes to communicate with each other, suddenly, a soft sound pulled the emperor's gaze back. The old man in charge of receiving the registration showed a look of uncertainty. At this moment, a young girl stood in front of him, withdrawing the hand that was handed out. This girl is not accompanied by her parents, just alone. A simple white dress gives a very clean feeling. She has neat short hair with long ears, and her height is about half a head shorter than the emperor. Because she is facing the emperor and them, she can't see her appearance, but from the skin on her neck, she can find that the girl's skin is very good, extremely white and tender. "Excuse me, can I pass the first test?" The girl's voice was soft and beautiful, with a bit less British air, but it sounded soft and soft, making people feel soft. The emperor can tell from her back and the ice blue bracelet on her wrist that it is Ning Rong Rong. The astonishment on the old man's face gradually diminished, and he frowned and said, "You come here, do family members know?" The girl didn't answer his question directly, she just smiled. Said, "It is said that there is no kind of teaching, as long as I meet the requirements of the college, you have no reason not to accept me." The old man seemed to hesitate for a while, then waved to Dai Mubai and said, "Take her in." But Ning Rong Rong didn't move. Instead, he looked around, as if looking for someone. Until she saw the emperor, her beautiful eyes gleamed and ran towards the emperor. "The emperor, you are here." Chapter 22, Shock. Ning Rong Rong stepped on a brisk pace, Lianbu moved slightly to the front of the emperor, and curiously stared at him who was eating a lollipop. The emperor was a little startled, seeing that Ning Rong Rong had been looking at him before he remembered that he seemed to be eating an experienced lollipop. "Oops! It's going to be misunderstood again," the emperor secretly said. "Ahem, I actually..." The emperor was interrupted when he wanted to explain. I know everything," Ning Rong Rong said with a smile, spreading his hands and making a request, "I want to." After thinking about it, the emperor nodded and smiled, "Then you have to pick it up." Then, he opened the system space and took out a lot of lollipops with his mind, and then a small mountain bag appeared in the air and fell. "Oops!" Did not react, Ning Rong Rong felt a burst of pressure on her hands, scared her to stop quickly. The bystander was speechless. The emperor smiled wickedly toward Ning Rong Rong, and whispered in his ear, "This is an experience lollipop that can speed up the cultivation speed. You have to work hard." "What?" Ning Rong Rong was a little sluggish, and looked at the pile of lollipops in front of him with an incredulous expression. How could it be possible? Can lollipops also increase the training speed? But Ning Rong Rong didn't doubt the emperor's words, but seriously put them away, and then said thank you to the emperor. At this time, the emperor officially greeted her, "Long time no see. Is the one we just met yesterday, good or bad? It's been a long time since I saw it." Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong couldn't help rolling his eyes. The corners of the emperor's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled, "But one day is not like 3 autumns." Bystanders, including Tang San Xiaohu Dai Mubai. "Ah!" Ning Rong Rong's lovely face instantly turned red, feeling a little at a loss. "Is too explicit. The emperor is really..." But I don't know why Ning Rong Rong's heart is full of joy. Poor mouth. Ning Rong Rong groaned. He, the emperor smiled stupidly. Cough cough cough. Dai Mubai looked at the two silently, feeling that he was a foil, including the others. Soon, the remaining students quickly passed the first round of the old man's test, and it was finally Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. At this time, Dai Mubai had already returned to the old man after sending a few candidates for the exam. Tang San suddenly discovered that Dai Mubai's eyes had changed, staring straight at the direction behind him, as if he had seen something incredible. The emperor and Tang San subconsciously turned around and looked at them. Although they weren't as stunned as Dai Mubai, they were also secretly shocked. Behind Tang San and Xiao Wu, there was only one student applying for the exam, and it seemed that she had just arrived. She was also a girl. She seemed a little smaller than the emperor and Xiao Wu, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. His face was slightly lowered, his height was similar to Ning Rong Rong, and his skin was almost fair. However, this girl gave a sense of being different from the others. Contrary to Huibao's figure, the expression on the girl's face is very cold, it is a kind of cold from the heart, pure cold, and there is not even a trace of life in her black eyes. There was a conflict with her originally extremely beautiful face. The limbs are well proportioned and slender, and the hands are naturally drooping on both sides of the body. The deadly cold released from the body is difficult to adapt. Do you sign up? Don't stop here if you don't sign up. The old man's voice pulled Tang San's thoughts back. Tang San felt a pain in his hand, turning his head to find that Xiao Wu had voted and looked at Bai Ji fiercely. It was the emperor who recovered quickly, which made Ning Rongrong very satisfied. Let's sign up together. Tang Sanqiang endured the pain in his hand and put the 20 gold soul coins that he had prepared into the wooden box. And Xiao Wu stretched out their hands together. The old man squeezed Xiao Wu's hand first, nodded, and said, "You are the right age." When his hand shifted to Tang San's hand, the previous soft voice couldn't help but reappear. The old man squeezed Tang San's hand a few times as if he didn't believe in evil, and the look on his face suddenly became weird. He raised his head to look at Tang San, and said, "Did you practice any soul skills?" The reason why he squeezed the hand of the applicant is to distinguish the serious age through the skeleton of the applicant's palm. This cannot be faked. But Tang San's hands were extremely flexible when he squeezed it up, but he couldn't feel the bones clearly. Tang San's heart shuddered, nodded, and said, "Yes." The old man frowned and lifted your calf. Tang San lifted his calf as said and placed it on the table. The old man squeezed his calf a few times through his pants, and Tang San suddenly felt soreness. The old man nodded to him and said, "The muscles are well developed. The bone age is right. Okay, let's release your two martial spirits." Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and at the same time activated their spirit power. The blue and red rays of light rose up at the same time, and the centuries-old spirit ring hovered up at the same time. Rabbit ears were born, and the fluffy white hair appeared on Xiao Wu's hands, and his body became more slender. Wuhan Yutub possesses the body. The most common blue-silver grass grew in the palm of Tang San's palm. With the infusion of the spirit ring effect, it quickly changed into the same grass and vines that day when he fought with the emperor. The old man just glanced at Xiao Wu casually. Reading www.yukansha.com's gaze fell on Tang San. It turned out to be Lan Yinko. Can Lan Yinko cultivate so fast? Tang San smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, don't you only accept monsters here? Am I a monster?" The old man showed a rare smile on his face. It is indeed a little monster. Mubai, take them in. Yes. Dai Mubai greeted him and smiled at Tang San, but his eyes still seemed to be staring behind Tang San. Zhu Zuqing. The emperor squinted his eyes and glanced at the girl thoughtfully from the corner of his eye. After a few more people, he finally reached the emperor. Is it my time? The emperor leaned slightly, yawned and stretched, and said lazily. Ning Rongrong, who was by his side, was also speechless for a while, but couldn't help but get nervous for him. How is his spirit power? He should be a little older than me, right? Should the spirit power reach the standard, right? His combat effectiveness should be strong enough, right? He should be able to pass Dad. What am I thinking? Ning Rongrong blushed and dared not go to see the emperor again. He made the emperor speechless for a while, wondering what he was doing again. Hurry up, I urged impatiently. After the emperor waved his hand to express helplessness, he handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed his wrist, nodded and said, 11 years old. Well, not long after my 11th birthday. Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. The emperor was actually 1 year younger than her. The old man just nodded and asked him to release his spirit power. However, after Tianzi released his spirit power, his face was full of shock, as was Ning Rongrong beside him. Everyone was shocked. The word fear is even written on his face. Chapter 23, Strange Uncle. The two black spirit rings around the emperor exude a mysterious aura. Everyone's eyes are dull. Dai Mubai, who had just returned, was a little better. After all, he had seen the pervert of the emperor before, but he was still surprised. Ah, this! Ning Rongrong covered her vermilion lips with her hands in shock, her beautiful eyes widened, and then rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she had made a mistake. That's right, they are 2 black 10,000-year spirit rings. Looked at the emperor with weird eyes, and the old man touched the wrist of the emperor again, making sure that he was only 11 years old before he recovered, and said, "What is your spirit power level?" 30 level soul sovereign. Everyone is drunk and messy in the wind. Seeing this scene, the emperor couldn't help but twitched his mouth, tilted his head and asked, "Can I join Shrek Academy?" After regaining his senses, the old man stared at the emperor, his eyes gleaming. It was the kind of look in the eyes of the beautiful woman that made the emperor feel like a chill. Sure. Good. The emperor smiled and turned to look at Ning Rongrong beside him. Seeing that he still looked like he had seen a monster, he was speechless for a while. He gently patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder and said, "Rongrong, lend me some money." "Ah. Oh." Ning Rongrong quickly took out 20 gold soul coins from the soul guide to help the emperor pay the tuition. "Mubai, take them there." "Okay." 4 people walking on the road. "Emperor, you are so amazing, there are still 2 10,000-year spirit rings at level 30. Ning Rongrong walked briskly in front, with his hands behind him, his body leaned forward slightly, facing the emperor. "It's okay." The emperor smiled and stroked his nose. Dai Mubai was speechless. Zhu Zuqing was silent, but his eyes still flashed with surprise. "Is your martial soul a bow?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. "Yes, it's called the Sunbow." "Then you must be very strong." Ning Rongrong asked impatiently. Cough cough cough. The emperor was ashamed, but he nodded slightly. Dai Mubai had a black line on his face. What kind of ghost are these 2 people? One thinks he is strong when he hears the martial arts of others, and the other is not modest at all, extremely narcissistic. Zhu Zuqing is still indifferent. At this time, they happened to see 3 people. "Buy fragrances, buy fragrances. Take a look, don't miss it when you pass by. Oscar sausages are delicious and sweet. The price is cheap and enough. Only 5 copper coins. Eat the Oscar sausages, it will be easier for you to pass the entrance exam." I saw a man pushing a car and hawking there not far away. After bursts of meat scents were uploaded from the car, some students in the line had already walked over to buy it. The man standing behind the cart was dressed in a simple grey coat, neatly short hair, full face and beard, but he had a pair of big peach eyes, and his eyes turned to look at the girls in the candidate team. Xiao Wu naturally couldn't escape the scanning of his eyes. It's hard to believe that that soft female voice could come from a big man with such a rough appearance. Tang San said to Xiao Wu, "There are still a few people ahead. You don't eat much for breakfast. Would you like to eat a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and said, "It smells good." "Then try it." Tang San nodded, let Xiao Wu line up here, and walked in the direction of the cart. Was getting closer, and I could see that the man who sold the sausages was about the same height as me. There was a wooden board nailed to the cart and a special pot of sausages with the words "for" on it. When the seller saw someone coming, he immediately said enthusiastically, "Will you have a sausage? Oscar brand sausage, you can't be fooled. The taste is the most guaranteed." Tang San smiled and said, "Uncle, please give me 2. The look on the seller's face suddenly became stiff. "You, what do you call me?" Tang San was also stunned. "I call you uncle, is there a problem?" Not far away, the emperor who knew that man was Oscar smiled secretly in his heart. "It doesn't mean anything special, it just feels funny. Make me laugh for a while." "Ha ha 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 ha." The seller smiled bitterly. "Of course there is a problem, but the problem is still big. Brother, I'm only 14 this year, so you call me uncle." You are only 14 years old. Tang San looked at the man in front of him in surprise. The seller said affirmatively, "Yes, my name is Oscar. I am 14 years old this year. I am an early student of Shrek Academy. You can't just call my uncle just because my hair is denser." Tang San was speechless for a while, looking at Oscar's thick beard, and said in his heart, "Your hair can't be explained by luxuriant hair. Are you really only 14 years old?" Tang San couldn't help asking. Oscar nodded affirmatively, and said, "Of course, I am a student of the academy. If you ask, everyone will know that I am 14 years old." The Emperor secretly said, "Worthy of the Monster Academy. A 14-year-old boy with a beard that grows to this level is definitely a weird flower." Oscar picked up 2 bamboo sticks from his cart and wore 2 10 cm long sausages to Tang San. The sausages had been roasted on the charcoal brazier on the cart before, exuding richness. Aroma. Tang San took out a silver coin and handed it to him. "Senior, I'm sorry, I was rude just now." Oscar said softly, "It's okay, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com will come to my sausage monopoly from now on." Tang San said readily, "No problem." "Tang San, what are you doing?" Daimyo Bai brought the Emperor Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Who was the cold girl who had been staring at him for a long time before and walked over. When Oscar saw Daimyo Bai, his expression suddenly appeared miserable. "Boss Dai, do you want to have a sausage? Go to hell." Daimyo Bai glared at him, "You are really ashamed of the academy. I seem to have warned you more than once not to sell sausages in the academy. Do you want everyone to vomit?" "Tang San Xiao Wu, you can't eat this sausage." Ning Rongrong asked curiously, "Why?" "Actually I am hungry and want to eat." "The Son of Heaven! I'm afraid you won't have such dangerous thoughts later." Tianzi looked at her with a black line. At the same time, the look on Daimyo Bai's face became a little weird. "Xiao Ao, you get a new sausage out." Oscar's expression suddenly became awkward. "Boss Dai, don't do it. How can I say that we have been classmates for a few years, and you will make the new junior and beautiful girls resent me?" Daimyo Bai snorted coldly and said, "I'm just reminding the 3 Tang. The Emperor Tang San is our classmates in the future, and they can't be fooled by you. Hurry up, don't grind." Oscar obviously couldn't provoke Daimyo Bai, so he stretched out his right hand in desperation, and yelled in his soft voice, "I have." The yellow light suddenly condensed in his palm, 2 yellow halos rose from Oscar's feet, and then, a sausage exactly like Tang San's hand appeared in his palm. Chapter 24, Fudo Ming Wang. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor couldn't help it. Although he knew the spell of this spirit ability was like this, he didn't expect it to be so funny. No, he couldn't help it anymore, and he laughed out loud. On the other hand, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong blushed, glaring at Oscar, making the latter's back chill. Smelly men are not good things. Seeing the Emperor next to him smile so vigorously, Ning Rongrong couldn't help stepping on him, and groaned. Made the Emperor dumbfounded, "It's not my fault." When Tang San heard Oscar's words, the whole person froze a little. This sentence is too ambiguous. Let's not talk about the quality of this sausage and whether it is edible. He didn't dare to eat Oscar alone. Especially, this sausage was bought for Xiao Wu. Especially the laughter of the Emperor made him even more embarrassed, making him glaring at Oscar fiercely. Feeling Tang San's angry eyes, Oscar quickly explained, "I can't help it. When using the food martial arts spirit, if you want the food to change, you must match it with a different soul curse. The words are spells, not what I want to shout. Besides, there is absolutely no problem with the quality of my sausages. Monster, it really is a monster." Tang San was a little bit dumbfounded, but fortunately he didn't eat the sausage, otherwise his face would have been lost. Zhu Zuqing just glanced at Oscar coldly and walked in the direction of the queue. Oscar shrugged innocently to Tang San, pity me, such a delicious sausage, no one actually eats it. Hey! Dai Mubai glared at him, be careful, and sell sausages outside the academy. Tang San's Emperor Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, I will take you to pass the exam. It was Oscar who saw the Emperor, who was still laughing and couldn't help but look black. Even if you laugh, can you not laugh so loud and happy in front of me? Dai Mubai patted the Emperor's shoulder, and said, don't ignore him, this man has a problem with his brain, let's go, and I will take you to pass the exam. There is no need to line up. Tang San said, that's not good. Dai Mubai said, don't worry, I'm not favoritism, this is the treatment you deserve. As he said, he took the two of them and walked towards the front of the team. The second round of exams was also an older teacher. Because of the Oscars, the Emperor hadn't had time to see what the exams were about, but it didn't matter, anyway, soldiers came to cover up the water. Dai Mubai walked to the teacher, whispered a few words in his ear, and pointed at the four emperors. Teacher nodded and said, okay, you can take them directly to the 4th level. If you pass, you will be admitted. This is the so-called opening the back door. The Emperor sighed. Incidentally, Dai Mubai directly said the test of the 4th level. The 4th level is a test of actual combat experience. Some students have good martial arts themselves and control them well. But they have lived in a noble family since they were young. In the honeypot. I don't know anything about the outside world at all, let alone fighting. Such students are not accepted by the academy. The dean once said that you don't want to be spoiled. Is coming. The Emperor thought. Everyone said they arrived at their destination. Here. Dai Mubai stopped. At this time, they came to another clearing. This place is much smaller than the previous 2nd level, only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s was sitting on a chair and fell asleep. Teacher Zhao, I have brought someone to the 4th level assessment. Hey? The 4th level is coming this year? There are still 5. The middle-aged man opened his dim sleepy eyes and looked at the 5 young men and women in front of him in surprise, as if he had encountered something incredible. Dai Mubai said, not only are there 5 of them who have come to the 4th level, but they are also exempted from the 2nd and 3rd levels. Teacher Zhao's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the chair. He was not tall and looked very ordinary. But it looks extremely strong. He was shorter than 12-year-old Tang San and taller than Tang San, which gave people a majestic feeling. The broad shoulders are like a city wall. The coat can't cover up his majestic muscles like steel casting. Although the expression on his face is kind, his sturdy figure will give people a kind of strong oppression invisibly. Force. All 5 are above level 25, yes, it seems that there are a lot of little monsters this year. This is the last level for me. After passing my test, you can officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easy to pass. Actual combat experience is what every soul master must have. What I test is your ability in this area. Smiling eyes swept across the 5 emperors, and looked at them gently. My name is Zhao Wao Qi, since all 5 of you have passed the 2nd and 3rd levels without testing, then I will play with you myself. Now I give you a stick of incense, time to understand and discuss with each other. After a stick of incense, the test begins. The content of the test is the time for the 4 of you to join forces to resist my attack. As long as one person can hold on to the end, it is counted. You pass. I hope you understand, don't try to make tricks, no one can escape this range with speed. At the same time, I can remind you that it is impossible to block my attack by yourself. Coordination and cooperation is your only chance to succeed. Teacher Zhao, this is not so good. Dai Mubai said hesitantly. Zhao Waoqi glared at him and said, what's wrong? The dean is not here. I am the biggest in the academy. If I say yes, it is good. Okay, I want some incense. You don't have much time, so prepare yourself. Little Bai, you can also tell them about my strength characteristics www.readaloud.com to make them a little bit prepared. After saying this, he didn't know where he took out a piece of incense. A pinch of the incense with his fingers directly lit the incense. Between his fingers, the incense had been inserted into the ground and there was no tremor. After doing this, Zhao Waoqi sat back in his chair, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The 5 emperors did not feel any special feelings because of the test method proposed by teacher Zhao. Instead, Daimyo Bai's face was solemn and said to the 5 people, "Come here some." 5 people gathered around him. Daimyo Bai said with a serious face, "I can't help you this time. I didn't expect teacher Zhao to do it himself." Xiao Wu smiled and said, "This teacher Zhao is not like the teacher at the door, he is a powerful soul emperor." Daimyo Bai shook his head and said, "No." Xiao Wu smiled and said, "Then don't be afraid. In other words, all 5 of us have strengths close to level 30, and we beat one with 5. As long as the difference in strength is not too great, wouldn't it be enough to survive a stick of incense?" Daimyo Bai glanced at her, his eyes a little bit as if he was looking at an idiot. "If you think teacher Zhao's attack is so easy to resist, you are very wrong. Yes, teacher Zhao is not on the 60th level. The Soul Emperor level Soul Master, he is the 76th level Soul Sage. The Beast Martial Spirit, the War Soul Sage. He is the Deputy Dean of the Academy, and his overall strength is second only to the Master Dean." The pupils of the other 4 people except the Emperor shrank almost at the same time, level 76? In their impression, let alone those who are less than level 30, even if they are facing the army of 10,000 people. The Soul Master of the Soul Sage level is also able to move vertically and horizontally. The 76th level Soul Sage Fudo Ming Wang? Interesting and interesting. The Emperor stared at Zhao Waoqi with interest. Chapter 25, Tactics. Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly. Originally, teacher Zhao was only in charge of invigorating the 4th pass. Your opponent should be me. As long as I can hold a stick of incense in my hands, it will pass. But who knows what he did today? The root string is wrong, so I have to do it myself. Ms. Zhao's spirit is a powerful King Kong bear, a powerful beast spirit. There is no flaw in the whole body, and the defense is extremely terrifying. Even a spirit master of the same level as him can hardly break through his defense to cause him damage. Although the speed is not what Mr. Zhao is good at, the gap between your soul power and his is too big, and it is impossible to be faster than him in this respect. Mr. Zhao's strongest attack power and defense power. In the academy there is the nickname of King Fudo Ming. Let alone the 4 of you, even if you add me, it may not be able to stop him Zuxiang's attack. Now I just hope that teacher Zhao will not be so serious when attacking you. There is no weakness. The simple 4 words have already said the power of Zhao Waoqi. Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, he turned out to be Fudo Ming Wang Zhao Waoqi. After missing for 10 years on the mainland, he did not expect him to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Back then, Fudo Ming Zhao Waoqi had a relationship with Wuhan Hall. During the festival, the Spirit Hall wanted to punish him, but he was forced to rush out of the siege of 16 bishops. Later that matter was gone. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were at least level 60. The above Soul Emperor level powerhouse, Zhao Waoqi should have been only 60 or so at that time. Isn't he more powerful now? Ning Rongrong felt shocked. The Emperor couldn't help being speechless for a while. Isn't he just a more than 70 level Soul Sage? One more pick? Isn't this as simple as drinking water? The Emperor murmured. Because of being so close to the Emperor, Ning Rongrong still heard his words and gave him a harsh look. Daimyo Bai nodded silently, and said, "At least, I have never seen teacher Zhao making an all-out effort. So, please ask yourself. Of the 7 spirit rings of teacher Zhao, the first two are the 100 years souls. The third and fourth spirit rings are 1,000 years, the last 3 spirit rings are all 10,000 years. Moreover, the 7 spirit rings are attached to attack and defense. You should be able to imagine his horror. Now, you get to know each other first, report your names and abilities, and see how you can cooperate to best resist Teacher Zhao's exam. Tang San was the first to speak. My name is Tang San, the weapon spirit blue silver grass, the 29th level control system war spirit master. Xiao Wu watched Tang San speak, and the second said, Xiao Wu, beast martial spirit rabbit, a 29th level assault war spirit master. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, and kept glancing at the emperor with the corner of his eye, feeling a little nervous in his heart, and then said, Ning Rongrong, Qi treasure glass pagoda, a 27th level auxiliary weapon soul. Why is it at level 27 instead of the original 26? Because of the experience lollipop and the ice crystal bracelet, she was promoted last night. The last Zhu Zuqing was still indifferent, and said lightly, Zhu Zuqing, the ghost of the beast martial arts spirit cat, the 27th level sensitive attack type war spirit master. The emperor continued as always, with a faint smile on his face, and said, the emperor, the weapon spirit shoots the bow of the sun, and the 30th level assault system soul sovereign. When the 5 people introduced themselves separately, including Daimyo Bai, the eyes of the 5 of them all focused on one person. This one that attracted the attention of others was the short-haired beautiful girl Ning Rongrong. Tang San said in surprise, your martial spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. So, are you born in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Found that the emperor didn't seem to care about his identity, Ning Rongrong relaxed and began to become as strange as before. Ning Rongrong spit out a cute little tongue, and said, don't look, I am no different from ordinary people. I sneaked out of the house. Let's talk about it after we have passed the test before us. My martial soul, it is the 7 treasure glazed glass tower, 2 spirit rings. It can increase the attributes of speed and strength for everyone. The increase is about 30%. There is no problem with continuing a pillar of incense. An increase of 30% is already a pretty good number, but everyone knows that the reason why the Kaibao glazed glaze pagoda is called the most powerful existence in the auxiliary system is because every increase a spirit ring can not only increase one additional attribute promotion, but at the same time, it will also increase the effect of all previous attribute enhancements that the spirit ring can promote by another 10%. In other words, if Ning Rongrong's spirit power reaches level 30 or higher, not only can one additional attribute be increased, but the effect of all attributes can be increased by 40%. And so on. Until the 70th level, it can instantly increase 7 attributes by 80%. What a terrifying effect this is! If there is such an assistance from the 7 treasure glazed glass tower soul master, you can almost double your strength in an instant. The stronger the soul master, the better the amplification effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As for the enhancement effect of the 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda reaching the 80th and 90th levels, only the core members of their sect know. It has always been the biggest secret of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. But the emperor knew that it was because the 7 treasure glazed glaze pagoda's martial soul had its own defects, and he could only cultivate to the 79th level soul sage, and he could not continue to increase his soul power level. Unless Kiluo Tulip is taken to evolve the Kaibao glazed pagoda into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda to break through the 79th level. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. And Kiluo tulips grow near the eyes of Bing Huoi in the medicine garden of poison Doluo Dugubo. The biggest weakness of the 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda martial arts is that it has no offensive power and needs to be protected by a war spirit master. However, there are definitely many people who volunteer to become the protectors of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Among them was Tidal Doluo, the top existence among at least 2 spirit masters. On the entire continent, the 7 treasure glazed glass sect is definitely the top 3 sect. Tianzi and others nodded. Everyone's eyes condensed on the emperor. Even though it was because of the bone age test, everyone knew that the emperor was younger than himself, but his spirit power was stronger than himself, but he was shocked to hear him say it again. How did the 11-year-old 30th level soul venerable cultivate? Did he start practicing when he hit his mother's womb? Habitually touched his nose, the emperor was a bit embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that if he had a spirit ring, he could instantly become a 43rd level soul sect. Daimyo Bai took a deep breath and said, "The combination of the 5 of you is pretty good. How to resist Zhao's attack is up to you to decide." Tang San thought for a while and said, "Ning Rongrong is responsible for assisting the 4 of us. Then, Xiao Wu is responsible for the main attack, and I am responsible for controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, limiting him as much as possible, and assisting Xiao Wu for frontal attacks. Zhu Zuqing, trouble. From the flank, you use your speed to constrain." The emperor's words. You, like Zhu Zuqing, constrained his actions for us, and it is best to minimize the scope of Teacher Zhao Waoqi's activities. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong both nodded. Zhu Zuqing glanced at Tang San, and finally nodded slightly, agreeing to his suggestion. Finally, Tang San turned his head to look at the emperor, and asked the young man with the highest spirit power among the 5. Chapter 26, Desert Double Eagle. Me? I don't have any opinion. The emperor smiled and shook his head, indicating that everything depends on the emperor. At this time, Tang San sighed secretly. What he feared most was the emperor's self-reliance on his powerful strength and unknowingly cooperating, but it seemed that he was worrying too much. "All right, are you ready?" Zhao Waoqi waved impatiently. Seeing this, the 5 people prepared to fight with a little compliment. "Wait, wrong. Suddenly the emperor seemed to think of something and hurriedly stopped Ning Rongrong. "Hey? What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Took out the previously strengthened Desert Eagle double spear from the system space and handed it to Ning Rongrong. The emperor solemnly said, "This will give you self-defense." "What is this?" The emperor said in silence for a while, "The soul guidance device I obtained by chance can let you protect yourself." Then the emperor taught Ning Rongrong how to use it. Fortunately, the latter is also very clever, and he immediately understood how to use it. Daimyo Bai and Zhao Waoqi looked at each other, nodded, took the incense, retreated to the outside, and said, "As long as you can survive the incense, you will pass the test." Clear. 7 treasures are transferred out of Liulai, and Qi treasures are famous, one said, strength, and the other said, speed. When Daimyo Bai lighted the incense, Ning Rongrong was ready behind him. As his body floated around on the spot, Ning Rongrong summoned the crystal tower shrouded in 7-color light, and then the 2 spirit rings under his feet quietly burst into light, and the invisible aura of amplification suddenly enveloped the entire small playground. However, although Ning Rongrong's amplification aura is a regional skill, it can be targeted by Ning Rongrong's will, so even if Zhao Waoqi is standing in the aura, he still can't enjoy the aura of the 7-treasure glazed glass tower. Increase. Good guy, I didn't expect that one of the candidates this year was from the Kaibao Liulai family. Yes, it seems that Flander must be excited this time. Seeing the crystal glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's hand in the last row, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help being a little excited. It is indeed the 7-treasure glass tower. Feeling the sudden powerful explosive power in the body, the emperor couldn't help but be speechless. 20% increase in speed and strength. First spirit ability entangling. Tang San summoned a martial soul instantly, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared under his feet. Vines made of blue-silver grass appeared from all directions and extended to Zhao Waoqi, like a flexible snake. Childish tricks. Without avoiding, Zhao Waoqi snorted coldly, folded his arms around his chest, letting the blue-silver grass wrap around his body. Hee, silly big guy, where are you looking? A figure fell over his head. First spirit ability waist bow. It was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Her body curled up in the air and rolled forward. Just when she was about to reach Zhao Wao Qi, her tender body stretched out for a short time. Inside, she had already completed the process of possessing a martial soul in the air, stepping on both sides of Zhao Wao Qi's neck with her feet at the same time. Two muffled noises sounded at the same time. Xiao Wu's feet accurately stepped on Zhao Wao Qi's shoulders, but Zhao Wao Qi didn't even shake, and grinned. "It seems that I have no strength, little girl." Xiao Wu snorted coldly. "Is she out of strength? Then let you see the strength." Her feet seemed to stick to Zhao Wao Qi's shoulders, and her toes suddenly retracted, and they were tapped on the aorta on both sides of Zhao Wao Qi's neck. If it was just Xiao Wu's power, it seemed that it would not be able to drive Zhao Wao Qi's body, but at this moment, she was not the only one who did it. Zhao Wao Qi suddenly felt his whole body tighten, and the spiked vines had crazily wrapped around his body. Whether it was his arms or legs, it was completely entangled. The vines were extremely tightened, and the strong paralytic toxin was suddenly released. At the same time, the vines surging on the ground pushed up his body, causing his feet to leave the ground. "Good opportunity," the emperor secretly said. "It depends on whether Zhu Zuqing can seize the opportunity he created." Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The Ice Soul sword appeared in his hand for an instant, and the emperor slashed abruptly, and an ice blue sword aura burst out instantly, slashing towards Zhao Wao Qi with an astonishing aura. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing flashed behind Zhao Wao Qi with his own speed to launch an offensive. First spirit ability Nether Thrust. Everyone's attacks all acted on Zhao Wao Qi's body, clashing with his explosive and burly body. "No way!" Zhao Wao Qi shook his head, and at this moment, Zhao Wao Qi's face suddenly changed slightly. He let out a low growl, and his body suddenly swelled. The already terrifying muscles in his body have almost doubled, and even his height has risen by 1 meter in an instant, and the whole person has become extremely magnificent. 7 dazzling spirit rings rose at the same time, just as Dai Mubai said, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying spirit rings were attached to him. Fourth spirit ability Gravity Squeeze. One of the purple spirit rings lit up, and immediately Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, the closest to Zhao Wao Qi, felt their bodies sink, as if something was pressing on them. Soon Xiao Wu fell to the ground www.readaloud.com and Zhu Zuqing was overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. After a long time, the two of them could only stand up reluctantly, keeping them from falling down, but they also spent a lot of effort. Without Xiao Wu's bondage, Zhao Wao Qi broke free of the blue-silver grass in an instant. With a loud sound, Zhao Wao Qi's legs and vines shattered at the same time, flying in all directions, his feet still standing firmly on the ground. Including the emperor, everyone can't help but look solemn. "It seems that I underestimated him," the emperor secretly said. Suddenly thought of something, "The secret way is not good." Seeing the emperor's face changed greatly, Zhao Wao Qi showed a wicked smile, and with the scar on his face, it was a bit hideous. "Ha ha ha, did you think about it now? It's a pity it's too late." While everyone reacted, there was no longer Zhao Wao Qi in the same place. "Not good," Tang San whispered. The moment Zhao Wao Qi launched, he already understood what his opponent was going to do, the Son of Heaven. "Damn it, even if I don't have time to go, I will be wrong." The emperor gritted his teeth, and showed his full swing. "Miss Ning, it seems that you are going to be the first to be killed." Zhao Wao Qi killed Ning Rongrong with all his strength. He was not forgiving, but he was afraid of hurting the daughter of the upper 3 sects. He did not use his soul skills and spirit power, simply relying on physical strength to shoot them out of the battlefield, interrupting Ning Rongrong's martial spirit gain. But what he didn't expect was that Ning Rongrong had no comparison, but he didn't know when he had 2 more guns in his hand. They were the desert double eagles given to her by the emperor. Hongmeng's muzzle was aimed at Zhao Waoqi, making Zhao Waoqi involuntarily whizzing from behind. What? Bang bang bang! Ning rong rong shot. Chapter 27, Challenge Task. A few golden bullets shot out from the muzzle, drawing a long trajectory in mid-air, and hitting Zhao Waoqi randomly. So strong! Zhao Waoqi's pupils shrank and frowned. Fortunately, he is also a seasoned old river and lake. He stopped decisively, put his hands on his chest, and stopped the bullet. Bang 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 bang! The bullet hit Zhao Waoqi's body, making the sound of metal hitting. What a strong body! The emperor compared himself with Zhao Waoqi, and secretly compared Dai Mubai with him, discovering that his body and Dai Mubai's body were nothing at all. At least without spirit power, he couldn't resist the bullets of the desert double eagle with his body alone. Even with such a powerful bullet, it can only leave no scars on Zhao Waoqi, just a few circles of white spots. Glancing at the double guns in his hands in surprise, Ning Rongrong glanced at the emperor curiously again, but as if realizing that he was still fighting and could not relax, he continued to drag his guns at Zhao Waoqi. Only this time she only fired 2 shots. However, the 2 bullets were different from the previous ones, but eventually merged together to become a giant bullet at least 3 times larger. His expression condensed, and Zhao Waoqi crossed his arms into a cross shape, trying to block the bullet with his body, and at the same time his spirit possessed him. The huge impact stirred up a cloud of dust on the court, and everyone watched it with breathlessness. When the smoke dissipated, Zhao Waoqi was revealed. Zhao Waoqi was covered with a thick brown hair. His height was more than 2 meters and 5 meters. His whole body was muscled, his brown eyes released a domineering aura, and his 7 spirit rings kept moving around his body. The only thing that spoiled the overall feeling was a blood stain on his arms. Zhao Waoqi was dumbfounded, Tang San dumbfounded, Ning Rongrong dumbfounded, and the others were also dumbfounded. Looking at the muzzle of the black man, Zhao Waoqi suddenly had a chill. What kind of thing is this thing? The situation of my spirit possession can hurt me. Tang San secretly touched the 24-moon bridge at his waist, and compared it with the hidden weapons he could currently make, only to find that his hidden weapons could not be compared with the desert double eagle temporarily, and he couldn't help but be speechless. And Ning Rongrong never thought that the self-defense soul guidance device that the emperor gave him was so powerful, and thought, I am still very important in her heart. There was an inexplicable sweetness in my heart. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Waoqi took a deep look at the desert double eagles, then gave up attacking Ning Rongrong, and switched to another target. He shook his whole body, and the dark yellow spirit power burst out from his body, and he directly shot the bullet in his arm. Not finished, he raised his head to the sky and roared with the spirit of the earth bear. The ring burst out with dazzling light. Very good, very good. Zhao Waoqi put on a serious posture, and said, I only use the 40 level of spirit power. It depends on you whether you can pass. He yelled and rushed towards a target. Ding! Trigger the challenge task, defeat the Fudoming King Zhao Waoqi, rewards, 30,000 year soul ring times 1, 500 points, and gold draw times 1. When Tianzi was still wondering why the mission was only released now, he found a strong body rushing towards him. The emperor was stunned. Why did he start to attack himself somehow? Second spirit ability Vajra Palm. A huge yellow-brown bear's paw was condensed in mid-air, covering most of the emperor's field of vision. The emperor was very depressed, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. With a strong sense of oppression, he tried his best. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Ice blue soul power is attached to the ice soul sword, and the already extremely sharp blade keeps shining with cold gloom. Sword out. Even though the ice soul sword looked very small under the huge bear paw, it really blocked it. 2 different spirit powers collided in the air, blasting a shock wave, spreading around, like a strong gale. Good boy, not bad. Zhao Waoqi looked at the emperor in surprise. He didn't expect that the youngest child among all the people would have such strength. But it's still not enough. Second soul ability, powerful Vajra Palm, come again. Zhao Waoqi roared, and the original bear's paw became bigger, putting more pressure on him. Not good, everyone thought. First spirit ability entangling. Just a few moments before the emperor was about to be unable to withstand Zhao Waoqi's attack, Tang San hurriedly used the blue-silver grass to wrap the emperor's body to take him out of the center of the battlefield. Without the defense of the emperor, the bear's paw fell straight to the ground, shooting a huge palm print and a lot of dust. Good risk. The emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly adjusted his state. Boy, it's not over yet. Zhao Waoqi sneered. Second spirit ability Vajra Palm. This time, the emperor had no time to evade, and the majestic bear paw slapped the emperor directly, forcing the emperor to draw his sword and resist. Boy, you still have your shortcomings. Zhao Waoqi said secretly. At the same time, the huge bear paw suddenly changed its direction and slammed towards Ning Rongrong not far away. Damn it! The emperor was angry. He didn't expect that Zhao Waoqi would still not give up attacking Ning Rongrong after doing this, and he would not allow such an attack to hit Ning Rongrong's support. Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Rushed towards Ning Rongrong with all his strength, the ice soul sword slashed out continuously, and the sharply explosive ice blue sword aura kept slashing towards the bear's paw to delay its speed, and waited until the emperor's rescue. Cover for the emperor! Tang San shouted to the other two www.readaloud.com. Originally he wanted Ning Rongrong to shoot a few more bullets, but when he saw the latter's pale face, he realized that the desert double eagle should need spirit power. Continuously firing so many bullets still consumes a lot of Ning Rongrong. I am afraid that she will not even be able to maintain the increase in her spirit power. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, they all rushed to Zhao Waoqi, trying to interrupt his attack. Second spirit ability Charm. First spirit ability Nether Thrust. With the help of this moment, Tang San had already arrived in front of Zhao Waoqi, and Zhu Zuqing also quietly appeared behind Zhao Waoqi. Two cat's claws scratched his throat and the root of his ears, looking for the most vulnerable part of the human body. Xiao Wu's spirit skills also seemed to have a little effect, but it only made Zhao Waoqi hesitate for a few tenths of a second. But it was enough for Tang San. Taking advantage of the chance that Zhao Waoqi hadn't fully reacted from Xiao Wu's charm, Tang San suddenly threw a punch to Zhao Waoqi's chest. Looking at Zhao Waoqi in front of him, Zhu Zuqing immediately swung his sharp claws down. As if he had already sensed something, Zhao Wao smiled, but he didn't have the idea of avoiding it at all. Instead, he just prepared to withstand the pincer attack from the front and back. But Fudo Mingwang deserves to be Fudo Mingwang. Tang San and Zhu Zuqing's attack, which was enough to easily pierce the thick and thin trees at the mouth of the bowl, only produced a few clear white spots on Zhao Waoqi's body. And Zhao Waoqi seemed to just want Tang San and the others to see how strong his defenses were. After the three of them attacked, Zhao Waoqi's body suddenly shook, and the whole body's spirit power surged. Flew out. I'm going, Tang San, they are such a dish. The emperor's eyes widened while resisting the bear's paw. Chapter 28, Narrowly Win. How do I feel they are acting me? The mental activity of the emperor when he was photographed flying. That bear paw was so cruel that he shot the emperor and flew far away. The emperor. Are you okay? Ning Rongrong hurried to the emperor to help him and wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. I'm fine, Rongrong continue. The emperor stood up, his eyes flashed, and then a gorgeous longbow appeared in his hand. The two black spirit rings emerging under his feet stunned Zhao Waoqi. He. Teacher Zhao, you succeeded in angering me. The emperor smiled irritably and shot his bow. The 3 golden arrows condensed, and vortexes also appeared on the arrows to continuously rotate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the temperature of the arrows to continue to rise, and the surrounding air also became twisted. Have a taste of my respect for you. The first soul skill Shining Sun. Zhao Waoqi was already shocked by the Emperor's spirit ring, 2 10,000-year spirit rings. What a little monster this is. Standing not far from the Emperor, Zhao Waoqi's face twitched involuntarily, afraid to underestimate the enemy, and shouted. The first spirit ability Fudo Ming Wang Body. The arrow fell off the string and shot straight at Zhao Waoqi, confronting the white passports around him. Feeling the extremely high temperature and strong impact, Zhao Waoqi looked solemn. Actually, Zhao Waoqi was also taken aback by these 3 arrows, and finally showed some seriousness in his brown eyes. These children will become his students in the future. If they are allowed to perform like this, they will lose their face. How can they be taught in the future? A roar suddenly sounded, and Zhao Waoqi's eyes were cold, and his fists suddenly clenched. Among the 7 spirit rings on his body, the first yellow spirit ring instantly lit up. The strong golden light exploded almost instantly, and all the arrows in front of him were also shot off, gradually dissipating in the air. It's time. The Emperor looked at Tang San, and the latter nodded without saying much. Starting to close the net. The pupils shining with purple light condensed slightly, and Tang San shouted, the first soul ability Entangling. The second soul ability Cobweb Binding. Following Tang San's order, the dense blue-silver grass instantly tightened, binding Zhao Waoqi instantly like a net, and then the blue-silver grass entwined around the big trees, wooden houses and other buildings quickly moved. Zhao Waoqi was immediately hung high in the air. And Zhao Waoqi was also wrapped in a huge spider web. Suddenly, following Tang San's movements, countless vine-like blue-silver grasses quickly emerged from the center of Zhao Wuji. The dense blue-silver grasses covered almost all the objects around Zhao Wuji, whether they were big trees, or wooden houses, or other taller buildings. Little guys, I've prepared well, but do you think I will be able to hold off a stick of incense by restraining me like this? Of course it's not enough, so I'll give you some stuff. The Emperor sneered. Second spirit ability Poison Light. A beam of green light flashed on the sun-shooting bow, and after the arrow was formed, everyone could see its appearance. It is completely different from the previous one. The dark green arrow body has faintly flowing flow patterns, like a swimming snake, emitting a little light. When the arrow was shot, even the people present could not even see the arrow except Tang San, who had the purple magic pupil. Too fast. Venom Light not only inherited the venom of the green snake but also its speed. The moment the arrow touched the spider web on Zhao Waoqi, it exploded in an instant under the order of the Emperor, and as many venoms as stars touched the web. This is... Zhao Waoqi's eyes widened in horror. Tang San secretly said, it's so strong, it's at least 100 times stronger than the poison on my spider web and the poison on the blue-silver grass. Don't be stunned. Hit him quickly, the Emperor yelled anxiously. Good. And following Tang San's big drink, 4 blue-silver grasses with a diameter of more than 1 meter in thickness suddenly twisted like spirit snakes, and then under Tang San's control, they instantly drew towards the location of Zhao Wuji. With a huge body and an astonishing weight, the 4 thick blue-silver grasses actually made a burst of air, and on the way to Zhao Waoqi, the 4 thick blue-silver grasses were naturally entangled together, and finally became a giant vine with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The giant vine with a diameter of nearly 2 meters almost obscured all of Zhao Waoqi's sight, and suddenly slammed towards Zhao Waoqi. Numerous sharp thorns on the Moyun vine pierced the sky and made a terrifying tearing sound. The power of the smash is comparable to that of several galloping large trucks weighing several tons. Even a small 3-story building in front of you can be smashed into pieces, not to mention Zhao Waoqi. You turtles and grandchildren, you want your grandfather Zhao to die. The first spirit ability Fudoming Wang body. What's the situation? Zhao Waoqi activated his spirit ability, but realized that his spirit ability was broken at once, and then realized that he was poisoned. This is the venom of the green scale snake. He could only watch the huge blue-silver grass vine hit him. Everyone, come on! Second spirit ability Nether 100 Claws. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. A series of attacks fell on Zhao Waoqi www.readaloud.com, but he could not resist, because whenever he tried to break free, the spider web would become more and more, and the influence of the venom on him became more and more. He really doesn't have much strength anymore. Stop! I surrender! Zhao Waoqi shouted helplessly. But the blue-silver grass vine that was about to hit him was too late to take it away. Looking at the dark blue giant vine that came with a horrible tearing sound and was getting closer and closer, Zhao Waoqi's face was almost blackened, and while cursing, Zhao Waoqi couldn't take care of his previous promise. In an instant, all the spirit power in the body was aroused. If you don't use all your strength to resist, if you pull yourself away, you will probably lie in bed for several months, then you will be really famous. Wuhan Real Body, Gravity Enhancement, Gravity Squeeze, Strong Vajra Palm. On the 7 spirit rings surrounded by Zhao Waoqi, the 7th, 3rd, 5th, and 2nd one immediately burst out with dazzling golden light. In an instant, Zhao Waoqi, resembling a human-shaped violent bear, seemed to be transformed into a huge golden light bulb, is generally dazzling and shining. Only heard a terrifying loud noise. The blue-silver grass entwining Zhao Waoqi instantly shattered and turned into broken vines that fell to the ground like rain. For a time, strong winds were everywhere, and terrifying air waves rushed in all directions with dust from the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Looking at the center of the smoke and dust, everyone was waiting anxiously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge task, defeating Fudoming Wang Zhao Waoqi, reward, 30,000 year soul ring times 1, points 500, gold lottery times 1. The remaining points are 1,800. Chapter 29, Join Shrek. You are trying to deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestor. Zhao Waoqi's voice came from the smoke and dust in the field. After seeing Zhao Waoqi's use of Wuhanzhen, the tense nerves of the emperor immediately relaxed. The emperor suddenly felt dizzy and dark, his limbs were soft, and there was a smell of blood in his mouth, and he almost collapsed to the ground. After all, he has resisted all of Zhao Waoqi's strong Vajra palm, and it is good to be able to hold it back without falling down completely. Emperor, be careful! But just as the emperor was about to fall, Ning Rongrong not far away noticed the strangeness of the emperor in advance, and rushed forward to support the emperor, and held the emperor in his arms. Are you okay? Looking at the emperor in his arms, Ning Rongrong was a little worried. It's okay. The emperor shook his head and struggled to stand up from Ning Rongrong's arms. Be careful! Ning Rongrong didn't dare to let go of the emperor, looking at the pale face and soft limbs of the emperor. He could only remind him while continuing to support the emperor, for fear that the emperor would fall to the ground all of a sudden. I took out 2 porcelain bottles from NAG, took out a 2nd rank Shengu pill and a 3rd rank Wiki pill and put them into the mouth. Feeling the vitality of Biko spirit slid down the throat into the stomach, and finally flowing through the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, the emperor suddenly felt only a shock. Although his body was still weak, he could barely stand up by himself. Fortunately, I refined a lot of pills in the Dochi continent. The emperor secretly rejoiced. Wrong, share the pill inside to everyone. He handed the small porcelain bottle in his hand to Ning Rongrong, and the emperor said, Pills. Ning Rongrong was a little strange when he heard the nouns in the mouth of the emperor. She has heard of both medicine and pill, but what is a pill? Emperor, can your pill replenish the soul power we consume? Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking in surprise when he saw that the emperor seemed to have recovered a lot after taking the pill. Yes, the pill is equivalent to the advanced version of the potion, but compared to the potion, the pill is more difficult to refine. At present, I should be the only person in the entire Doluo continent, said the Emperor, one of these two bottles. It is the Qi returning pill, which can speed up the recovery of soul power, and the bone pill, which can heal injuries. Well, you have provided us with such a long-term increase in power, and the spirit power in the body must have been consumed a lot. You can taste it first, and then distribute the medicine to Tang San and the others. I need to restore the spirit power in the body. The Emperor used his body's new soul power to pull out a Qi Dan from the porcelain bottle and put it directly into Ning Rongrong's mouth. Then, regardless of Ning Rongrong's stunned expression, he directly meditated on the spot with his legs crossed. The Emperor, you. When the Emperor suddenly stuffed the Qi Dan into his mouth, Ning Rongrong was just about to say something. The Biko spirit in the rich Qi Dan suddenly burst into his mouth, and Ning Rongrong suddenly, regardless of talking about the Emperor, but hurriedly mobilized the soul power in the body to digest the medicinal power of the Qi returning pill. Ning Rongrong was a little shocked as he felt the rapid recovery of soul power and physical strength in his body. This pill is so magical, it can restore soul power. But the surprise in his heart only lasted for a moment. Seeing Xiao Wu, who was supported by Tang San not far away, and Zhu Zuqing, who was supported by Dai Mubai but struggling to leave, Ning Rongrong quickly walked up and took out a few. The pill was handed to Tang San and Xiao Wu. While squeezing Dai Mubai away, he held Zhu Zuqing with his arm, and then took out the Shengu pill and Huiki pill from the porcelain bottle and fed them to Zhu Zuqing. Bah! Bah! You little guys, it's really ruthless to start. Zhao Waoqi walked in front of everyone. And it may be due to the ice soul sword and Zhu Zuqing's nether claws. Zhao Waoqi's clothes are now neatly packed with holes and scratches almost everywhere. They were chaotic by the strong wind, and then they were drawn into the ground again. With a mess of hair like a chicken coop, Zhao Waoqi, who crawled out of the pit, might have thought it was a beggar who had run out of that place if he was someone he didn't know. Ms. Zhao, why did you become like this? Looking at Zhao Waoqi, the Emperor and Tang San were very calm. The few girls laughed in a low voice, but Dai Mubai was even more exaggerated, and even ridiculed Zhao Waoqi. You little thing, taunt me? I will practice with you next time. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but stare. After pulling a few pieces of dirt on his head, Zhao Waoqi turned towards the Emperor. They came over. Although it was a bit cruel. But I have to say that what you did made me very satisfied. According to the previous agreement, I lost and you passed this test successfully. His eyes glanced from the 5 people including the Emperor. Zhao Waoqi is not without emotion. Next, I announce that you have all successfully passed the test, and you will be a member of our Shrek Academy in the future. And as Zhao Waoqi said, the girls immediately hugged each other with excitement, and the corners of the Emperor's mouth couldn't help showing a few smiles, because his main mission was completed. He couldn't wait to know what he got. What's your reward? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, joining Shrek Academy. Rewards, Gold Draw X1, UU Reading www.uuganshu.com Points 500, 3000 Years Limited Spirit Ring X1. The Son of Heaven. Why do I want 1000-year Spirit Ring? The system, recycle this thing. Recover the 3000-year limited Spirit Ring times 1, congratulations to the host for earning 30 points. Boy, you are called the Emperor, right? Not only you have a strong melee ability, but also have the ability and strong toxicity that are not inferior to the same level of long-range shooters. You can challenge even more. Although you have insufficient combat experience, you will be a one in the future. A real monster, I hope you can bring our Shrek Academy to the mainland with the honor of a real monster in the future. Looking at the Emperor, Zhao Waoqi showed a solemn expression. Yes, very good. You can make Zhao Waoqi this guy so embarrassed, your performance is very good. Not long after Zhao Waoqi declared that everyone passed the test successfully, a loud voice suddenly came from not far away. I saw a middle-aged man dressed in black, tall and thin, with a slightly gloomy face walking towards this side, and beside the middle-aged man was a short-haired middle-aged man wearing a black academic uniform. Flander, you old devil, you won't come out early and late, but come out at this time. Did you come here to watch me make a fool of yourself? This is Dean Flanders and Master Yu Xiaogang, right? The Emperor said in surprise. Hey, Zhao Waoqi, what you said is wrong. I just arrived. Who knows that a wonderful battle is about to begin? I just waited for a while and waited until I finished watching this wonderful in the game. When I came out again, why did I become just to watch you make a fool of yourself? Do you think I will still be a prophet? Hearing Zhao Waoqi's words, Flender couldn't help but retorted. Chapter 30, Harvest. President Flanders. On the other side, after seeing Flanders, Dai Mubai quickly walked over and saluted Flanders. Teacher, why are you here? I remember that you said that you have to wait for a few days before you come here. I do have important things to deal with, but I didn't expect Flanders to come over. Because of Flanders' help, I handled the matter in advance, so I came over together. The master smiled faintly. After that, he stared at the Emperor with piercing eyes, and looked at the latter like a hairy heart. You call the Emperor? He walked up to the Emperor and said. Yes. As if he knew what the master was going to say to him, he said firmly, the 10,000-year spirit ring is my secret. Silence. Yu Xiaogang stared tightly into the eyes of the Emperor, but couldn't read anything else from his eyes. He could only shook his head and said helplessly, well, I didn't expect you to guess what I was going to say. What is it? I don't force it. Although he likes to study martial arts very much, he doesn't like to force others, and the Emperor is also a member of Shrek. With him, Shrek will be stronger in the future. Well, Lao Zhao, let me introduce to you. This is Master Yu Xiaogang, a well-known martial arts theory master in our Soul Master world, and is also a teacher who will join our Shrek Academy soon. Looking at the person who has already walked over. Zhao Waoqi, Flander introduced. Oh? It turned out to be a master, disrespectful, disrespectful. Hearing Flander's words, Zhao Waoqi immediately clasped his fists. Regarding Zhao Waoqi's goodwill, the master also smiled humbly, Teacher Zhao, you are welcome. Mubai, I will go with Teacher Zhao Waoqi to take the master to familiarize themselves with the environment of our college and arrange a room for him. You will arrange the accommodation of your newly enrolled students, and then take them to familiarize themselves with the environment of the college. By the way, don't forget to tell Oscar and Hongjun the news of the master. I'm leaving first. After introducing the master to Zhao Waoqi, Flander turned to look at Dai Mubai and said. Okay, Master Dean, I see. Dai Mubai nodded. After giving instructions to Dai Mubai, Flander turned and left the playground with the master. It was still early when the Emperor came to Shrek Academy, but after queuing, signing up, and the final test, it was almost noon. I don't know when the sun has reached the sky above my head, and the hot sun is scorching the earth. Let's go, I will take you to the dormitory area first, assign you a dormitory, and then take you to the cafeteria for dinner. It is not too early now. Looking at the sky, Dai Mubai said. Following Dai Mubai, after leaving the playground, the crowd continued to walk towards the depths of Shrek Academy, and finally stopped in a clearing full of wooden houses. Okay, here it is. Dai Mubai said, looking at the wooden house in front of him. This is our dormitory. The corners of the Emperor's mouth twitched. Let's order it, the college has no money, it would be nice to have a place to live. After a glance at Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai said lightly. Hey, please, did we pay the registration fee for 20 golden soul coins? Xiao Wu interrupted. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help raising her fen fist angrily. You don't understand, our Shrek Academy is not the academies you know. The Emperor nodded in agreement, speaking of which he still admired Dean Flanders' school philosophy. Okay, on the left is the female dormitory. Choose your own room. On the right is the male dormitory. The first is my dormitory, and the second is Oscar's dormitory. The remaining rooms are Tang San and the Emperor. Pick it yourself. Daimyo Bai said, pointing to the wooden houses on the left, and then to the wooden houses on the right. However, the Dean still suggests that we should live together in pairs to facilitate the development of relationships. As if thinking of something, Daimyo Bai added. Cultivating feelings. The Emperor was a little speechless. He understood the meaning of Daimyo Bai's words. Feelings refer to friendship. Because the Senior Soul Master Academy will form a team of Soul Masters, it is necessary to cultivate trust and friendship among the students who form the team, but this alone is still too ambiguous. No, I still like to live alone. Although I understand, but the Emperor has too many secrets, I don't like being with others. Then I want this one. Ning Rongrong pointed to the room closest to the boys' dormitory. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had all chosen, the Emperor did not hesitate, and walked straight to the dormitory next to the house Ning Rongrong pointed to. Hey! Everyone was speechless. Walked into his room, the Emperor's face was full of black lines. No way, it's too crude here, except for a bed and quilt, the only furniture is a table. The only thing he felt relieved was an oil lamp on the table. Thought, it's okay, at least it can be explained. It's a pity, he thinks too much, he doesn't know where a gust of wind blows from, and in an instant, the oil lamp fell, it was a piece of cardboard. Emperor. To be honest, he a little bit wants to cry, the dignified Yunlin sect young master lives in this kind of place. Shook his head helplessly, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, the Emperor sat on the side of the bed, and the system used the 3 gold level draws. Ding! Consuming a gold level lottery x3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fighting skills, the flame-biting wave ruler, the 1000-year-old cold iron, and the pill puppet. Fighting skills, flame-dividing wave ruler. Rank, low level. Description: the famous skill of Yan Emperor Xiao Yan on the fighting plane is a gift from the old man Yao. Item: 1000-year cold iron. Description: taken from the extremely cold place, can evolve ice attribute weapons. Item: Dan puppet. Grade: profound grade advanced. Description: it can be controlled by the master to refine the 4th grade or lower pill by itself. Good stuff. Tianzi's eyes lit up, and he felt his saliva flow out. Incorporate the 1000-year cold iron into the ice soul sword. Ding! Consume 1000 years of cold iron times 1, congratulations to the host for obtaining the cold shadow sword. Weapon: cold shadow sword. Rank: low level. Description: you can use 10,000 points or 10,000 years of cold iron to advance to the intermediate level, and you can advance. The Son of Heaven. If I do, won't I upgrade my rank immediately? The Emperor was speechless for a while, and then asked the system to open the random gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 year spirit ring times 1, 100,000 year spirit ring times 1, points 1000, and elementary character summoning card times 1. Fuck! The Emperor was stunned. Under what circumstances, it is so simple to obtain a 100,000 year spirit ring? Swallowed involuntarily, and the Emperor felt like he was dreaming. How much manpower it takes to kill a 100,000 year soul beast to obtain a spirit ring, but he can easily get it at level 30. This is a huge irony. Chapter 31, Dupa and Doluo. This system is not a ghost in my heart, do you deliberately compensate me? The Emperor secretly warned the system. System. If you want to add the spirit of Wuhan next time. The emperor thought for a while, but decided not to add spirit rings to the sun shooting bow or the ancestral dragon Wuhan for the time being, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. Item, Elementary Character Summoning Card. Description: you can summon a powerful person equivalent to Dozong from the heavens and worlds, and there is no time limit. N. The emperor took a few more glances at this thing in surprise, then suddenly thought of something, and asked, "System, please explain to me the level of Dupo and Doluo." Ding! Inquiry. The Do-Chi stage of the Dupo plane is equivalent to the Soul Warrior of the Doluo plane, and so on, until the Soul Saint, the Soul Doluo, and the titled Doluo correspond to the primary Duzong and the intermediate Duzong respectively. And high-level fighting section. Well, also, Dozong can step on the void. Advanced Dozong can already use space locks, but Doluo doesn't seem to be able to. In general, the Dopo system will be stronger. The emperor groaned. What about up there? There is no information for the time being. The system can only feed back information after the host has contact with the relevant gods. The Son of Heaven. If I can get in touch with them now, I might be dead. Okay, I'll be gone if someone breathes a sigh of relief. But why is it so difficult for Dupo to cultivate at the beginning? Tang San and the others are already a 29th level Great Spirit Master at the age of 12, and Suner is also a 12-year-old but only a 2-star fighter. What is the difference? The cultivation systems of the two sides are different. The fighting spirit stage will polish the foundation, and the cultivation will naturally be slower than the latter. It will be fine after this stage, and the fighting spirit stage is to temper the body, but the spirit warrior on the Doluo plane no, Dupo will be a little stronger than the Doluo system. Let's do it. The emperor shook his hand boredly and clicked on his attribute panel. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Level, 30 level Soul Sovereign Samsung Fighting Spirit, 0/12000000. Soul, the peak of mortal realm. Identity, young master of Yun Lanzong, student of Shrek Academy. Wuhan, ancestral dragon, sun shooting bow, black and black. Gongfa, the great destiny of the universe, Huangtier peak. Skills, flame dividing wave ruler, lower earth rank, sword drawing, advanced profound stage, dragon step, advanced profound stage, burning sun, advanced profound stage, poison mang, advanced profound stage. Occupation, 4th rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions. If the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 3,800. Items, Cold Shadow Sword, lower rank, Experience Lollipop times 643, Identity Jade Pendant, Upgrade Pill times 2, 100,000 Year Soul Ring times 1, Pill Puppet, High Level Mysterious, Elementary Character Summoning Card times 1, 310,000 Years Soul Ring times 1, 50,000 Years Soul Ring times 1. Main Plane, Fighting and Breaking Plane. Secondary Plane, Doluo Plane. Main Quest, obtain the 3rd Spirit Ring. Side Quest, kill 100 Tier 3 monsters, 0/100. Nodding satisfied, the Emperor walked out of the room. After choosing the wooden house, they all left the wooden house, preparing to go to the cafeteria with Daimyo Bai. But, when everyone came to the cafeteria, the sight they saw made everyone surprised. This is the canteen you are talking about. Looking at the big pots of food in front of a few villagers in a slightly larger wooden house, everyone looked a little ugly. No way, how do you eat this kind of food? Ning Rongrong first complained. She usually eats high-end restaurant-level food the last time. Looking at the large bowls in front of her, the food inside is burnt and rotten, and it is almost cooked with random stew. Ning Rongrong feels that she can't eat it anymore. Ning Rongrong, this is not your 7 treasure glazed glass sect. There are not so many exquisite and delicious meals for you. Anyway, Shrek Academy's meals are just like that, you can take care of it yourself. Daimyo Bai didn't bother to explain any more, but approached the villagers and asked the villagers to make a few bowls of food, and then he took the food and walked to the side table to eat. Let's go, Xiao Wu. Looking at Daimyo Bai, after Tang San said to Xiao Wu, he also stepped forward to get some food. And seeing Tang San going to cook food, even though Xiao Wu mumbled a few words, he followed. Aren't you going over to eat? After seeing Zhu Zuqing also followed, Ning Rongrong couldn't help asking strangely to the emperor who had not left. The corners of Tianzi's eyes couldn't help but twitch. To be honest, he really didn't have the appetite after seeing these dishes. Hello everyone, since I don't have the appetite to eat college meals, do you want to sausage? Just when the emperor was still hesitating, suddenly, a voice came from not far away, and I saw a very handsome guy. The grey-clothed boy suddenly ran in from the canteen door, and when he arrived at the place where the emperor was, he roared. Hey, who are you? Didn't you see us eating? Seeing the grey-clothed boy, although he looks handsome, but this action is too stupid, Ning Rongrong can't help frowning angrily. Ning Rongrong, don't you know me? We saw it just a while ago. Hearing that Ning Rongrong didn't even know him, the grey-clothed boy couldn't help pretending to be heartbroken. Who are you? www.readaloud.com? Who knows you? Ning Rongrong carefully watched the grey-clothed boy again after hearing the grey-clothed boy's words, but he still had no impression. Dare to be a lie. Ning Rongrong couldn't help being angry. Hey, I'm Oscar, the sausage specializes in Oscar. Seeing Ning Rongrong getting angry, the grey-clothed boy quickly explained. After finishing speaking, he also slapped his own hair, making a slapstick look. Are you sausage Uncle Oscar? Hearing Oscar's words, not only Ning Rongrong, but even the emperor couldn't help showing his surprise. No one can connect this handsome young man with a shameless face and the uncle with a beard. Hey, please, don't I just have a more beard? Actually, as long as I take care of it a little, I'm still a beautiful man. Looking at a group of people with suspicion, Oscar couldn't help being a little bit angry. Boss Dai, come and tell them, am I Oscar? Just as he was indignant, Oscar suddenly saw Daimyo Bai walking not far away. So he quickly grabbed Daimyo Bai's hand. Road. Yes, he is indeed an Oscar. We used to have no girls in our college, so this guy was too lazy to take care of him and had a full face and beard, but now that 3 girls came all at once, this guy is naturally diligent. Watching Oscar, Daimyo Bai explained. Cut, after talking for a long time, it turned out to be a pervert. Hearing Daimyo Bai's words, although Ning Rongrong believed that the person in front of him was Oscar, his image towards Oscar was worse. I didn't want to take care of my own image before there were no girls. When they came, the girls started to dress up like a teddy in heat. This is not what a pervert is. Boss Dai, you cheated me. Chapter 32, Lessons the Fat Man. Seeing that the girls had a worse attitude towards themselves after hearing Daimyo Bai's explanation, Oscar couldn't help but cast a bitter look at Daimyo Bai. You eat quickly, I will take you to visit the academy after eating, but Daimyo Bai didn't care about Oscar's bitter eyes. How about Oscar? Daimyo Bai was so clear that he couldn't make it anymore. He was a guy with a color heart and a bold color. However, although the Oscars are not very good, they can't stand up to their good looks. It's so hard to come to 3 high-quality girls. Now 2 of them almost have the owner, only the last one is left, and they are very unfriendly to themselves. No. First knock out Oscar, how can I have a chance? And the remaining one feels very familiar to me, it is better to start first. The emperor looked at the meal, but couldn't bear to look straight, and turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, or don't eat this meal, I will ask you to eat something else then. Hey? Okay. Ning Rongrong gladly accepted. After all, this was an invitation from the emperor. Everyone was speechless. Don't dry rice? Don't eat white, don't eat. After eating, under the leadership of Dai Mubai and Oscar, everyone visited Shrek Academy. In the evening, because Flanders wanted to welcome the master to join Shrek Academy, he prepared a very hearty meal, but everyone finally had the first good meal at Shrek Academy. After dinner, everyone returned to their wooden houses in the dormitory area. At about this moment, there was a loud noise outside. Oh! Tang Hao! The emperor didn't leave to go out to join in the fun. With his eyes closed, he could guess that Tang San's father was here, and he was educating him during the day for Zhao Waoqi to teach Tang San. What's the matter with me? The emperor shook his head indifferently and rolled onto the bed to sleep. The next day, everyone left the dormitory very early. Morning. The emperor yawned and greeted everyone. Well, early. Hey? Where's Rong? The emperor noticed that everyone present except Ning Rong was there. Hey! I'll ask our family Rong when we come together. Xiao Wu sticks out her tongue playfully, her eyes shining slyly. The emperor scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. She got up the earliest and went to find food first. Zhu Zuqing, who was basically silent, said unexpectedly, and the emperor couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Didn't mean anything else, it just felt a little strange. Zhu Zuqing would usually reply coldly. Oh okay. Without thinking about other things, the emperor spread his hands helplessly. Suddenly he remembered something again, with a bad feeling in his heart, he quickly asked, she won't go outside the college, right? Yes, is there any question? Xiao Wu replied. The Son of Heaven. Maybe she has been targeted by a certain sex. He sighed tiredly, and the emperor didn't have time to explain, he just got up and ran outside the academy to find Ning Rong. The village is not big, and soon, the emperor has already left Shrek Academy without realizing it. Shrek Academy is very quiet here, but the villagers on the other side are already busy, working at sunrise, which is the habit of ordinary farmers. They need to feed their families through farming. Maybe it's luck. Not long after he left the college, the emperor saw Ning Rong from a distance. And Ning Rong seemed to be arguing with him. The teenager who quarreled with her seemed to be younger. He seemed to be about the same age as Ning Rong. He was not tall. Although the whole person was chubby, he gave a strong feeling. With short hair, small eyes and plump bumps on his face, it looks a bit cute. The most interesting thing is that there are 2 mustaches on the lips, which seem to have just grown after development. It looks like 2 mustaches. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hung Jun. The emperor squinted slightly, is Zhang so naive? The fat man's small eyes blinked, and the rat whiskers on his lips quivered, and there was a lot of light in his small eyes. What a beautiful girl! What, do you want to be my girlfriend? Yes, no problem. I agree. Ning Rong couldn't hide the disgust on his face, and shook off the hand he hit on his shoulder. Then, staying away, he said viciously, go away, or I will call someone. What? Ma Hung-jun changed his face and said solemnly, if you don't be my girlfriend, then why are you driving away my Qiwa? Humph. The thing that Miss Ben looks down the most is someone like you who robs the people. Miss Ben is doing the way for the sky. Ning Rong said proudly. The emperor looked at Ning Rong speechlessly with a black line on his face. Miss, you see what the situation is, someone who is a fighting spirit master, and you are a support type spirit master is extremely arrogant. Hearing Ning Rong's words, Ma Hung-jun's face suddenly sank, this is our business, you have to take care of noisy things with less dogs and mice. Since you are not going to be my woman, just get out. You. Ning Rong became proud, and without thinking about it, he took out the desert double eagle and pointed it at Ma Hung-jun. Fuck. How come I haven't found her so violent before? Seeing Ning Rong's disagreement, he drew his gun at Ma Hung-jun, and the emperor's eyelids jerked. I think you'd better apologize to Rong. In this case, the emperor had to stand up, and he walked towards the two slowly. He probably understood the power of the desert double eagle, and didn't want this desert double eagle. Ma Hongzhen was killed. The emperor. Ning Rongrong ran to him in surprise. www.readaloud.com. Ma Hongzhen snorted disdainfully, "What are you, you dare to care about Laozi? You can't find it easy, right?" The emperor's expression was slight, and he sighed inwardly, "Originally planned to let you go, but this time, without Tang San and the others teaching you, I will give you back to educate you." Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Without a word, the emperor came directly and came to him at a speed that Ma Hongzhen couldn't see, and he was kicking from the bottom up. Ma Hongzhen didn't even think that this person was as unreasonable as Ning Rongrong, and he was just as unprepared when he came up. With the violent collision of his feet with his chin, his chubby body was kicked out, and after passing a low-altitude parabola in the air, he fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. The emperor did a great job. Ning Rongrong raised his fan fist and swung it in the air. You are not ashamed of the future phoenix god." The emperor's foot didn't cause any actual harm to Ma Hongzhen. Instead, he got up from the ground and glared at the emperor. The emperor ignored him, but kicked again. Seeing the emperor kicked, he greeted him without hesitation, fists in front of him, blocking the emperor's feet, and a faint purple light shone on his body. Obviously spirit power fluctuates. The kick kicked by the emperor suddenly stopped in mid-air, changed the kick to stomping, and stepped on the fat man's lower abdomen. Fatty's strain speed is also very fast, and the raised fists swing down at the same time, smashing at the feet of the emperor. Interesting. The emperor pursed his lips. Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Instantly retracted his legs, and the whole person tilted back 45 degrees, flashing Ma Hongzhen's fists. And he didn't have time to stop, so he directly smashed his hands on the ground, and at this time, a pothole was smashed into the ground. Chapter 33, Evil Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongzhen was stunned for a moment. "So you are also a soul master, no wonder you dare to take care of my business. Let you know what strength is." While talking, Ma Hongzhen let out a low voice, "Phoenix possesses." Purple-red light rushed out of Ma Hongzhen's body, and the short hair on his head suddenly became longer, and gathered towards the center, turning into a Moxican-style release. The wings didn't show up, but as soon as the purple-red light leaked out of the body, it immediately released intense heat. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings rose from under his feet at the same time, and long feathers stretched out from the thick naked arms. The hands have also become claw-shaped. Grass chicken. Ning Rongrong looked at the little fat man in surprise. Ma Hongzhen seemed to be touched by the scales, furious. "Who do you think is the grass chicken?" Raising both hands, the first spirit ring on his body suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth abruptly, and a thin purple-red flame spewed out in the direction of Ning Rongrong. Frowned uncomfortably, the emperor took out the cold shadow sword and waved it. A sword energy of great power and lightning speed cut the flame in half. And the flame dissipated. As soon as the long sword started, a heaviness that had never been felt before came from his right hand. It seems that after the Ice Soul Sword is advanced, the Cold Shadow Sword has indeed greatly improved. The emperor thought. He didn't care about Ma Hongzhen's surprise at all. The ice blue sword has a slightly darker texture than before, and the blade appears even sharper. It deserves to be a ground-level weapon. Seeing the power of the Cold Shadow Sword, the emperor couldn't help but brighten up. Ma Hongzhen's heart sinks slightly, and flames spurt out again, but it is not the same as before, but even bigger. Try it. The emperor muttered. Earth-level low-level fighting skills flame-splitting wave ruler. As the voice of the emperor's heart fell, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged, and countless energies visible to the naked eye, as if being pulled, crazily poured into the cold shadow sword in the hands of the emperor. Although the flame-splitting wave ruler is a ruler, the ruler and the sword also have the same effect, and they can be used naturally with the sword. And with the frenzied infusion of energy, the high temperature released above the high temperature is getting hotter and hotter, and the strange lines on the sword also emit a fiery red light at this moment. It's the fire red and the ice blue of the cold shadow sword itself, but there are some differences. Where the sword body passed, from a distance, the space seemed to be distorted by evaporation, but there was also a feeling of stagnation that was frozen by the ice. After Tianzi poured his body's spirit power into the cold shadow sword, at the blade's edge, a violent flash of light, a half-foot-long crescent moon, flashed out of the sword like lightning, carrying a fiery temperature, fiercely split into the flame. The originally very hot flame trembled fiercely at the moment it touched the cold shadow sword, and was subsequently cut off, but the sword aura did not stay, but slashed towards Ma Hongzhen with a devastating aura. Fug! Ma Hongzhen was completely stunned. He was extremely afraid of this sword in his heart. As the sword aura got closer and closer, the fear was increased indefinitely, and then a sense of powerlessness emerged spontaneously. The first spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier. Just when Ma Hongzhen was unable to resist, a figure appeared quickly, surrounded by yellow, and purple spirit rings, one of which was lit up, and his figure was also given by a circle of protective barriers. Hooded. However, he could not completely stop this sword energy. As his pupils contracted suddenly, he hurriedly shouted at Ma Hongzhen, who was stunned next to him, "Fatty man, help!" At this time, Ma Hongzhen awakened suddenly, and quickly launched his first spirit ability to resist. Immediately, a pillar of fire ejected from the mouth. Dai Mubai saw that the first spirit ability could no longer be resisted, and the level of horror in his eyes increased, and he was also decisive. He removed the body barrier and activated the second spirit ability. The first soul skill Phoenix Firewire. Second spirit ability Beiholibo. Accompanied by the attack of the two energies hitting the Emperor, a huge explosion was generated in an instant, causing waves of shock waves to spread to the surroundings, and flying dust all over the sky. This is the power of the ground-level fighting skills. The palm of his hand rubbed his chest lightly. The Emperor was a little flustered, but he was a little happy in his heart. At the same time, I was also fortunate, I almost killed him. The three of them stared at the Emperor in horror. He is so strong now, and only one day has passed. Was also a little embarrassed, the Emperor put away the cold shadow sword and habitually touched his nose. But the bigger feeling is indeed, my current level is still not enough. I can only barely use the low-level fighting skills of the ground level, and all my soul power is exhausted. It really deserves to be an earth-level fighting skill, and the gap between it and a mysterious level fighting skill is not so big. Even though the flame-splitting wave ruler and the sword-drawing skill are only one level different, the power is quite different. I just don't know what the heavenly fighting skills will look like. The Emperor murmured. What's the situation with you? Tang San and others not far away rushed over and said in astonishment. Ning Rongrong snorted, what's the matter? Ask him. This fat guy is bullying the girl in broad daylight, and we can't see it, so we must teach him a lesson. Dai Mubai's surprised face suddenly became uncontrollable. www.readaloud.com Ning Rongrong, I think you have misunderstood. Then he turned his head to look at Ma Hongzhen, and asked helplessly, blow again. Tang San walked to Dai Mubai's side and asked suspiciously, what is going on? Dai Mubai looked at the fat man and said, you said it yourself, or should I say it for you? Ma Hongzhen glanced at Dai Mubai, then lowered his head and said, just tell me. Dai Mubai laughed, what? You will be shy if you die? Okay, I'll say it for you. Then he explained how Ma Hongzhen needed to suppress the evil fire. Rogue. After listening to it, Ning Rongrong couldn't help making a big red face. He gave the Emperor angrily and stepped on his foot. Fug. The Son of Heaven. He seemed to see thousands of horses running by in front of him suddenly. He is very confused. What does this have to do with him? You stepped on the wrong person. Tang San said dumbfounded, as expected of the Monster Academy. There are even such mutated spirits. Xiao Wu's face turned a little red, and she gave a soft voice, "It's true that everyone has it." Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, "If I have a face like you and Xiao Ao, and can have multiple girlfriends at the same time, why is that so? You don't have to be ignorant of yourself, don't think I don't know. You rush 3 times a day, dating different girls." Dai Mubai's evil eyes flashed, and he looked behind him a little hurriedly, lowered his voice, and said, "Fatty, you can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. Give me a little voice." Everyone also looked at Dai Mubai extremely strangely, making the latter very strange. The emperor twitched his mouth and said, "Let's eat first, Rong Rong is starving to death." Chapter 34, Great Arena. Hearing the words of the emperor, everyone's eyes were invariably focused on Ning Rong Rong. There was a blush on Qiao Qiao's face. Ning Rong Rong rolled his eyes vigorously at the emperor, and whispered, "You are starving to death." It is a pity that a groaning in the stomach broke her trying to cover up, and it made her even more embarrassed. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "You come with me." Everyone got to know each other during the meal. After the introduction, Dai Mubai continued, "Everyone will live and practice together in the future. There is no need to call them too confined. With the 5 newcomers of you, there are only 8 people in the academy. Xiao Ao and Fatty. They call me Boss Dai, because I'm older than them. Just call me Mubai, and Ma Hongjun just call him Fatty. Oscar Guy, you can call him Xiao Ao or Big Sausage Uncle. Tang San, how do I call you Xiaosan from now on? As for the emperor, you are the youngest among us, how about calling you Xiao Tian? What? Is he still the youngest?" Ma Hongjun stood up suddenly, patted the table sharply, and looked at the emperor with disbelief. Seeing everyone nodded, his unbelievable color has not completely faded. Tang San nodded, saying that he had no opinion. For this Shrek Academy, although he didn't have much contact with him, he already had a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, these 3 students had their own characteristics, but none of them disgusted him. The emperor didn't have any comments anymore. He thought they were going to call him his younger brother, but Xiao Tian sounds pretty good. When he thinks of this weird brother, he thinks of Nalan Yan Ran, and the corners of his eyes twitch. But, I still miss her very much, and Master Yun Yun, yes, and Xiao Suner, I don't know how they are doing. But it also quickly recovered from this attitude. Without waiting for Dai Mubai to talk about himself, Ning Rong Rong said readily, "You can call me Rong Rong. My relatives and friends call me that way." At this time, the emperor touched her ear and asked softly, "Then did I call you your exclusive name?" Not only Ning Rong Rong, everyone present was a person with a keen sense of hearing. Hearing the words of the emperor could not help being filled with black lines. Ning Rong Rong let him roll even more angry. It was the emperor who stopped uttering aloud, and muttered in a low voice, "What kind of attitude is this to me and to other people?" But he didn't see Ning Rong Rong's slightly puckered mouth, which was beautiful and moving. Everyone quickly finished their breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria, talking about their affairs and walking to the playground. Dean Flanders just came from the other side of the playground. Flender walked to a total of 7 students and stopped. His characteristic hoarse sound with a bit of magnetism sounded, "This year is very good. We have 4 more little monsters. I, Dean of Shrek Academy, Flander, welcome you on behalf of the Academy. Later, you guys." Everyone handed over 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finance. Mubai. President. Dai Mubai took a step forward, and seemed to respect Flander very much, even with some admiration. Flander said, 5 younger brothers and younger sisters came here. You will tell them the rules of the academy when you turn back. Let me introduce the teachers of our academy first." Immediately behind him walked out 5 people that most of them were familiar with. "First of all, it's me, my name is Flanders, I'm the Dean of Shrek Academy, Martial Arts 4-Eyed Cat Eagle, 78th level Soul Saint." Flander first introduced himself. "Then you should know that teacher Zhao Wao Qi, the Vice President of the Academy, the 76th level Soul Sage." Flanders had Zhao Wao Qi pointing aside, and Zhao Wao Qi nodded. "This is teacher Li Yuzong who is in charge of your registration, Wuhan Dragon Pattern Stick, 63rd level Soul Emperor. This is Lu Kaiban, teacher Lu, Wuhan Xing Glocky, the 66th level of the Soul Emperor. This is Mr. Xiaozhen Xiao, Wuhan Jidu, a 71 Soul Sage. In the food department, Mr. Xiao is definitely the top 5 powerhouse among the food department Soul Masters I know. Then the last one is also the teacher who just joined our Shrek Academy. His identity is not simple." Flender smiled. "He is the master of martial arts theory who proposed the famous 10 core competitiveness of martial arts, Master Yu Xiaogang. In the future, he will be mainly responsible for your training, and I will hand over the time to the master. From today, the master will be fully responsible for your teaching, and we will fully cooperate with the master, and I will ask the master to speak." Looking at everyone, Flender turned his head to the master and said in a low voice, "Xiaogang, it's your turn." The master nodded slightly, the expression on his calm face remained the same. "Shrek Academy has only 8 of you. I don't care how you train before, but now, you all need to follow my training method. Compared to other Soul Master Academy, you can say that there are very few people in Shrek Academy, but this it is also an advantage, which can make you unite faster and trust each other. You have fewer people, but you can also form a whole faster to form a Soul Master team. Your respective development directions are different, but the combination is perfect, so your potential is great. I have read your resumes, and I already have a plan in mind for your training plan, but this training plan may not be enough for all of you, but I hope that apart from cooperating, I won't hear anything different. Sound. No matter who it is, you reading www.yuuganshu.com, I will treat you equally, since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must show higher determination and will than ordinary spirit masters. Next, I will rank you according to your age, number 1, Dai Mubai, number 2, Oscar, number 3, Tang San, number 4, Ma Heng Jun, number 5, Xiao Wu, number 6, Ning Rongrong, number 7, Zhu Zuqing, the 8th, the Emperor. In the future, I hope you can get close to each other, trust each other, and become a true Soul Master team." The Master solemnly said. "Yes." Everyone replied unanimously, but the tone was sonorous and full of determination. "Very well, teacher Zhao Wao Qi will take them there." The master looked at Zhao Wao Qi, saw that the latter responded cooperatively and then turned to the emperor and said, "The emperor will stay alone." The emperor was a little dazed, confused, and didn't know what the master told him, but he still stayed obediently. After taking the others away, only the master, Flander, and the emperor were left on the playground. No one spoke, but the emperor knew that at least they would not harm himself, so he also kept silent. "Emperor, your situation is special. You have a strong body but lack actual combat experience, so we need to train you," the master said seriously, obviously serious about what he wants to say next. The emperor nodded without a trace, expressing his agreement with him. He really lacked the experience of the enemy. After all, he hasn't encountered many enemies. It seems that the enemies he has encountered so far are only a few people, the red-clothed master of the Gamma royal family, a few little hairy thieves, green snakes, daimyobai, and so on. Does the great fighting arena know? The master's eyes flashed with inexplicable light at this time. The arena of souls. Chapter 35, Diao Chan. The Great Fighting Arena, it's the same as I thought. The Emperor looked strange. As if not seeing the expression of the Emperor, the Master continued. After entering the Great Fighting Arena, a Spirit Master of any level is only represented by the word Fighting Soul. After winning the first game, they will get a badge. After that, for each victory, there will be a certain amount of points. Points reach a certain level, the level of the badge is increased. This badge is a symbol of the level in the Great Arena, and it is common to all major cities across the continent. The high level of the badge has many benefits, so I won't explain it in detail. The grades of the badges are distinguished according to the quality of the minerals. The lowest is the Iron Badge, which is the Iron Fighting Spirit, and the upwards are Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. There are 8 grades in total. From Iron Fighting Spirit to Bronze Fighting Spirit, 100 points are required. Every time you win a battle, you will get a point, but if you lose a battle, you will also deduct a point accordingly. If there are more than 5 consecutive wins, the points will directly increase by 10 for each consecutive win. If the consecutive wins exceed 10, the points will increase by 100. Even if the points reach the successful advancement of the Bronze Fighting Spirit, as long as the points fall by 100, the Bronze Fighting Spirit will be disqualified. The promotion of Bronze Fighting Soul to Silver Fighting Soul requires 1000 points. For each battle between Bronze Fighting Souls, 10 points will be awarded for each win, and 10 points will be lost if one loses. The ratio of winning streak points is the same as that of Iron Fighting Spirit. At this point, the Master's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a sword, and my requirement of you is to reach the level of the Silver Fighter in 2 months. The corner of the Emperor's mouth couldn't help but twitched, but he knew that in the original book, Flanders only asked Tang San and the others to reach the level of Silver Fighting Spirit before graduation. How could it be 2 months since I got here? And after you get the 3rd Spirit Ring? The Master still looked at him blankly. The Son of Heaven. Although the 3 Spirit Rings and the 2 Spirit Rings are the same to him, he still felt a chill. What's the matter? Can't it be done? The Master noticed the expression of the Emperor, as if he felt that he was a bit difficult for others, so he said it softly. Did not disappoint him. The Emperor quickly put away his cynicism and said seriously, "No problem." Ha ha ha. Son, come on. Flender patted his shoulder sympathetically. At this time, the Emperor looked up to the sky with a firm expression. Is just the Silver Fighting Spirit. It's a 100-match victory. This doesn't hurt me. My road to invincibility is much longer than this. If I can't talk about invincibility, find my identity? Thinking, couldn't help but touch the jade pendant around his waist. Then when shall we help you hunt for the Spirit Ring? The Emperor shook his head and rejected the kindness of Dean Flanders. It wasn't that he didn't need it, but that the Spirit Ring he wanted to hunt would take at least 30,000 years. It seems that the teachers in the academy alone may not be able to do it. And the only thing he can use is the Spirit Ring he draws. Then you. The Master hesitated. In fact, he somewhat doubted the identity of the Emperor. After all, not everyone can hunt 10,000-year spirit beasts, but the Emperor has 2 10,000-year spirit rings on his body. Even the person in the Spirit Hall couldn't be equipped with a 10,000-year spirit ring at such a young age. It doesn't seem to work even if it is 1,000 years. I have my own way. The Emperor groaned slightly, then looked at Dean Flanders, but I want to act on my own in the next 2 months. His eyes condensed slightly, and the Master stared at the Emperor firmly, and said, "Everyone has their own secret, all right, you go. Don't forget to come back then." Flender said with a smile. "No, I also plan to go to the Great Fighting Arena with Tang San in a month." The Master shook his head and said, "We will meet at the Soto Arena at that time." "Good." The Emperor nodded slightly. Did not say goodbye to Ning Rongrong and the others, because the Emperor knew that even if he went to say goodbye now, I am afraid that Ning Rongrong's temperament would only add to the sadness, besides, they would be able to meet again soon. Embarked on the journey ahead alone, this time, the Emperor had already thought about where to go. He has 2 months, but he doesn't plan to spend all his time in the battlefield. Although he really needs to fight to sharpen himself and improve his combat experience, there is also a particularly important thing for him to do. Furthermore, he is very confident in himself. It doesn't take 2 months, 1 month is enough. Unknowingly, the corner of his mouth raised a confident arc, facing Shrek Academy, the setting sun, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on this peaceful land. Perhaps, this is not the academy with the best practice environment, but it is the most beautiful academy. Sighed lightly, the Emperor turned and left. At the very top of the academy not far away, stood the Master and Dean Flanders. He is still so young, is it really okay to let him go to the Soto arena by himself? Dean Flender couldn't bear it. Don't underestimate him. The Master gave a rare smile and said www.readaloud.com. He is not easy. Late at night, the Emperor came to Soto City and found a hotel to stay in. The system uses the primary character summoning card. Ding! Consume the primary character summoning card ×1. Congratulations to the host for summoning the character, Diao Chan. Character, Diao Chan. Gender, female. Age, 20 years old. Level, 6-star Duzong, Peak Contra. From the world, the glory of the king. Skills, language flower seal, passive skills, falling red rain, fate not, blossom elegant. Favorability, 100. Description: since childhood, the Emperor and the host are childhood sweethearts and the big sister next door. After the host leaves, Diao Chan learns the techniques of assassination and intelligence in order to find the host. The Son of Heaven. My kid, do you have a lot of question marks? System, please explain to me, when did I have a childhood sweetheart? The Emperor was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This system will implant a memory that is beneficial to the host for each person who is called. He can only say that this system is too ridiculous. As soon as the voice of the system fell, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared in the room, distorting the space, and finally turned into a rectangular light door. Gradually stepped out of a pink figure. She faces the Emperor, is slender, with long hair draped over her shoulders, gently wrapped with a pink ribbon, dressed in pink, and the 2 long pink-purple ribbons on her sleeves are even more brilliant. I felt that there seemed to be a light haze behind her. She was really not a person in the world, and when she turned around, she saw her Fang Dang Xiao age, but at the age of 210, her skin was snowy, she was beautiful and beautiful. Can't be looked down upon. What a nice view! Chapter 36, Warm Moment. The Emperor really just stared at him, he really hadn't seen such a beautiful woman. Of course, it's not that Nalan Yanran, Gu Suner and Ning Rongrong are not as good as Diao Chan, but they are all small, and they are indeed inferior to the latter in some respects. But once they got older and opened up, they are also peerless beauties who are devastating the country and the people. If Gu Suner and the others are very cute little lowly right now, then the Diao Chan in front of them is a full-fledged glamorous sister. Swallowed involuntarily, the Emperor almost stared out. It is really amazing. Chuck, does the kid look good? At this moment, the beautiful woman with her eyes closed lightly opened her lips, and a clear and moving voice came. Did not answer, the Emperor seemed to be completely sluggish, as if he didn't hear her. The slender eyelashes quivered slightly, and the beauty opened her eyes. What greeted the Emperor was a pair of very charming eyes, transparent and bright, like diamonds. After discovering that the Emperor was staring at him ignorantly, Diao Chan's heart was stunned, and the little bit of resentment towards him disappeared. She stretched out her arms and wrapped the Emperor into her arms, holding him tightly, for fear that the latter would leave again. I finally found you. Didn't react at all, the emperor felt that his eyes became pitch black, his face was squeezed by two of something, and there was a fragrance of fragrance passing into his nose. His mind was blank for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? The emperor was stunned, and his face turned red in a moment. Where did he enjoy such treatment in his past and present life? But it's so comfortable and soft. The emperor hurriedly stopped his dirty thoughts and pushed Diao Chan away in a hurry. Lololo. Seeing the embarrassing appearance of the emperor, Diao Chan couldn't help smiling with her mouth covered, leaning her body, and placing her hands behind her. Has my son become so shy now? Cough cough cough. The emperor coughed a few times, but when he was about to say something, he realized that he was hugged by Diao Chan again. Leaning the jade head gently on the right shoulder of the emperor, Diao Chan said softly, "My brother, I miss you." The emperor was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, he involuntarily embraced Diao Chan's slender waist, and gave a gentle hum. But when I was about to say something, I suddenly felt that my mouth was blocked by something. The emperor's eyes widened, and he looked at the beautiful woman who forced him to kiss him in disbelief. I was forced to kiss. My first kiss. But before he had time to enjoy it, he realized that Diao Chan had left his arms. Just wanted to complain, but was blocked by Diao Chan's index finger on her lips. Even if you haven't seen a gift for a long time, it's a punishment for you. Diao Chan feels funny when she sees the emperor's depressed look, at least she is out of breath. As for kissing the emperor, anyway, I'm greedy for his body, and it's okay if I kiss him for the first time, I'm relying on him. Spare. This is so tempting. The emperor shouted in his heart. Okay. The emperor said helplessly. Maybe he felt that his behavior seemed to be too bold, and Diao Chan couldn't help but blush on her pretty face, arousing pity. Sister Diao Chan. Before S words fell, the emperor's words were interrupted. Sister Channer. Diao Chan said with an angry look. All right, Sister Channer. The emperor dare not say anything or do anything, so he can only obey Diao Chan's words obediently. Smiling with satisfaction, Diao Chan showed a beautiful smile. The emperor slightly raised his head and quietly looked at the beautiful woman who was a little taller than himself. The exquisite face and the temperament were even more amazingly beautiful, which made the emperor slightly trance. From now on, I will protect you. Secretly making up his mind, the emperor stretched out his hand to catch Diao Chan's soft, 10 fingers connected to his heart. The pupils gleaming like a clear spring with firm light, Diao Chan looked a little stunned. I need strength, enough to protect the one I love. The system attaches 2 10,000-year spirit rings to the sun shooting bow. Ding! Consumes 30,000-year limited soul ring x1, 50,000-year limited soul ring x1, 200 points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading, current level, 46th level soul sect, 6-star fighting spirit. The remaining points are 3,600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring soul skills, Skyfire, Fixing. Skill, Skyfire. Grade, Profound Grade Advanced. Description, Group Attack Skills. Launching a blood-red arrow into the air, it turns into a meteorite flying thousands of days away, with extremely high explosive power, but the single body damage will not burn the sunday. Skill, Fixing. Rank, Low level. Description, shooting several arrows and hitting the shadow of the target can make the target enter a freeze frame state and cannot move. The initial time is 3 seconds, and the freeze frame time is inversely proportional to the target's strength. Tisk tusk, these soul abilities of mine are very comprehensive. The Emperor exclaimed. Indeed, the first soul ability, Burning Sun, has a super high single burst damage, the second soul ability, Poison Light, has strong toxicity and gives itself the ability to invade all kinds of poisons, and the third soul ability, Skyfire, has decent group damage. And the fourth spirit ability is unexpectedly a tier level spirit ability, which has a controlling effect. You must know that even if it is 0 and 1 second, the master's counter moves are extremely important, and they can reverse the situation. At this time, the Emperor had his own strength to resist a Spirit Master team. 6-star Fighting Spirit. The Emperor was dissatisfied with his cultivation speed, muttering, "It's still not enough. If his words are heard by others, he must be beaten collectively. You have the strength of a 6-star Doling when you are only 11 years old. People are still fighting at the age of 11, and the fighters are struggling. www.readaloud.com. Are you too slow?" Looking at Diao Chan, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms, a few bangs on her forehead were gently hung, her delicate red lips were full of allure, and she didn't know what appeared in her dreams, which made her mouth awake, revealing the whole country. King Chen's small smile. Strength. Stroking her hair, the Emperor sighed secretly. Doling's strength is still not enough. System, is there such a handsome mask? Searching, ding. Item, Mask of Pain. Grade, Heavenly Advanced. From the world, the glory of the king. Description, enhances spell damage by 80%, increases soul recovery speed by 80%, and can cover all of its aura. Price, 0.666, 6666. Item, Lanling King Ghost Mask. Grade, Intermediate Heavenly. From the world, Chinese mythology. Description, cover up one's own breath, change one's own breath, increase deterrence by 80%, and increase mental power by 100%. Price, 0.555, 5555. 6. My current mood is 5555. The Emperor thought silently, is there a system that I can afford? Item, the Eye of Torrekia. Grade, Intermediate Level. From the world, Ultraman Saiga. Description, increase strength, speed, and soul power by 5%. Price, 3000 points. Torrechia's Eye, Torrechia's Transfiguration Device. The Emperor was surprised, and then nodded, it's okay, anyway, as long as you don't leak your face and reveal your identity. System, by the Eye of Torrekia. Ding. Consumption of 3000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Torrekia. Chapter 37, Tiandu Auction. A few days later, Heavendo Imperial City. The sky is covered with small bluish-white clouds with irregular shapes, as if they are broken apart. A little blue is scattered around each cloud, which is very beautiful and far-reaching. The mystery of the name, such a sky, is rare in the cities of the previous life. The Emperor exclaimed, the environment in this world is much better than in the previous life. At this time, the Emperor and Diao Chan were walking side by side on the lively street, the latter lovingly holding the Emperor's hand with a faint smile on his face. The appearance of a beautiful girl, a golden boy and a beautiful girl, it's just that this undesirable height difference spoils the beauty. Even Diao Chan is only 1 meter and 7 meters, but our poor Emperor is only 1 meter and 6 meters, which is shorter than the former, so it looks a little weird. Sister Channer, first declare that I don't have any money with me now. Looking at the beautiful woman beside me, looking around curiously, as if Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden, the Emperor couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. In fact, they have been shopping back and forth 4 times on this street. Sure enough, girls are such creatures who never get tired from shopping. The Emperor wailed in his heart. However, he is still embarrassed about the fact that he has no money, and his face is a little red. After all, he is a boy, and it is a bit embarrassing to say that he has no money in front of someone he likes. I saw Diao Chan shook her head, stared at the Emperor's handsome face earnestly, and said with a smile, it's okay, as long as you are by your side. It's a big deal, I can steal it. I don't believe anyone can stop me. He raised his body triumphantly as he spoke, and the plumpness on his chest was even more charming. Son of Heaven! This grandma's thoughts are dangerous. In order not to be troubled, the emperor decided to make some money first. How to make money? The emperor put his chin on his back and thought carefully. For a moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Standing in front of the Tiandu auction site, you can feel the circular, Roman-style building scale. According to the emperor's visual observation, the semicircle buckled on the ground is at least close to 500 meters in diameter, and the highest point is more than 80 meters. Although it is slightly inferior to the auction site of the Gamma Empire imperial city he has ever seen, you must know, this is just an auction site, not just the audience. Moreover, this Tiandu city is the capital of the Tiandu Empire, which can be described with an inch of gold. This shows how important the position of this auction house in the entire Tiandu city is, and the background is even more unfathomable. The gate of the auction house is also semicircular. Like the overall building of the auction house, it is all creamy white, and there are 4 tall girls standing in front of the gate. These girls have obviously been carefully selected. Not only are they all about 1.75 meters tall, they are also extremely well proportioned. Although they are not stunning, they are still very attractive. They look like they are only 20 years old at most. "My brother, do you look good?" Diao Chan said suddenly. The emperor couldn't help but shudder, and immediately shook his head like a wagging drum. Seeing the 2 people walking straight, one of the 4 girls took the first 3 steps, bowed slightly, and said, "2 people, what can I do for help?" Diao Chan said, "This is the auction house. We want to go in and take a look." The girl was a little startled. Although she did not despise the emperor and Diao Chan because of their age, it was the first time she saw guests like them. But she still patiently said, "I'm sorry, 2 guests, can you please tell me, do you have qualification certification for bidding?" Diao Chan was taken aback for a moment. Bidding qualification certification? What is that? The girl smiled slightly and said, "Only guests with bidding qualification certification can enter the auction house to bid." The qualification certification is divided into several different levels, among which the entry threshold is 10,000 gold soul coins. In other words, 10,000 gold soul coins are required. Only the proof of the assets of the golden soul coin can be used to participate in the auction. This is to avoid someone having to set up malicious bidding. "Please forgive me." Diao Chan turned to look at the emperor. "My brother, don't we have no money?" The girl said, "There is also another situation. If you are selling things, you can also enter the auction hall. But the sold items need to be appraised by our special appraiser at the Tiandu auction house, and they are worth more than 1,000 gold soul coins. Only then are eligible to participate in the auction. If the auction is successful, we will take 10% of the transaction price as a handling fee." "Sell things?" The emperor moved his heart, put his hand in his arms, and took out something. "It is a jade bottle." "Then let's auction this." The emperor shook the small jade bottle in his hand. "What is this?" The girl didn't despise the thing that the emperor brought out. She has worked here for a while, and she knows that the more weird things are sometimes the more valuable. Diao Chan pretended to be mysterious and said, "Don't you have an appraiser?" "It doesn't count if you say it. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com to give it to the appraiser to see if it's worth the money." Only then did the girl realize that she had overstepped, and hurriedly made a please gesture, "Please come with me, 2 of you." As she said, she took small steps and walked towards the auction house. Walk into the auction house. There is no feeling of majesty and majesty. The ground is milky white marble, and the surrounding walls are decorated with various reliefs. The reliefs have not many colors, and they look simple and lively and extremely elegant. In addition to the reliefs, there are also some showcases built on the wall. There are display items such as porcelain and armor. The emperor is nothing, but if Diao Chan didn't know what this place was doing, I'm afraid Diao Chan would think it was a museum. The girl leading the way is very professional, and will stop every 10 steps or so, make a please gesture, and accurately guide the direction. He always took Tianzi and Diao Chan to the hall, in a room with 2 character identification signs hanging. There is a row of desks in the room. Behind the desks are 8 appraisers of different ages, wearing black robes, who are busy appraising some objects. The girl said to the emperor and Diao Chan, "This is the ordinary item appraisal room. I have to trouble you two to explain the characteristics of your items." While talking, she took the 2 to the appraiser on the far left and put the small jade bottle. Passed it over. "Appraiser number 1, please." These 2 distinguished guests hoped to participate in the auction. The appraiser subconsciously took the jade bottle, his eyes fell on it, and immediately revealed a light of surprise. After turning it around for a week, he found a few inside, and said in surprise, "Forgive me for my clumsy eyes, what is this? The jade bottle is made very delicately, but I don't know what is the purpose of the inside." The emperor smiled slightly and said, "I call it a pill for returning qi, which is a kind of pill." Pills. Chapter 38, Auction back to Qi Dan. "Excuse me, what is the pill? What does it do?" Hearing this, the appraiser asked respectfully. "This is the Qi recovery pill, which can help the soul master to quickly restore the soul power." The emperor smiled lightly. "Oh? Can it increase the recovery speed of soul power?" The appraiser looked suspicious. "How much is the specific reply?" After a little thought, the emperor replied, "It can increase the recovery speed of soul power by 25%. My qi pill this time has no negative effects, and the medicinal power is extremely mild, and will not have any side effects, you can rest assured." It seems that the emperor's voice slowly explained what the appraiser was thinking in his heart. S face changed, the appraiser carefully put the white jade bottle back on the table, and respectfully said, "My lord, can you please wait a moment? I need to ask the chief appraiser of our auction house to come and identify the pill." "Well, hurry up." He waved his hand. The emperor was not welcome, took Diao Chan's hand, sat down on the chair beside him, and closed his eyes to rest. After staying in the room for a while, the appraiser returned again, but this time, he also brought an old man in Xingyi with a little white hair. His gaze swept over the old man, and finally stopped at the old man's chest. There was a gold star that the number 1 appraiser didn't have. On its surface, there were 2 silver ripples, shining with noble majesty. "My lord, this is the chief appraiser of our auction house. He is a 58th level soul king." The appraiser number 1 said Gongsheng. The old man blushed. Although the king eye on his body looked ordinary, but there was a faint flow of light. Obviously, this shirt should be a defensive soul guide. On the ordinary old face, there is a touch of arrogance that is difficult to conceal. Number 1 appraiser carefully picked up the jade bottle from the table and handed it to the chief appraiser. Taking the white jade bottle, the chief appraiser lightly sniffed the scent of fragrance, his old eyes were slightly narrowed, his pupils flickered slightly, the mouth of the bottle was slightly slanted, and a green pill slowly rolled out of it, and then suspended in him. "In the palm of your hand." A scent of Dangxiang came out with it, which was refreshing. His expression was dignified, and his contempt and arrogance gradually faded. On the contrary, his gaze towards the emperor was even more respectful. He cautiously asked, "I don't know this little brother, can I try this medicine for myself?" "Of course." The emperor shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, this time the qi pill can be refined by himself, and there are a lot of them in the ring." After obtaining the consent of the emperor, the chief appraiser carefully sent the gas return pill into the entrance. Then he was shocked. His spirit power was actually recovering on its own. To be more precise, his body should quickly absorb the spirit energy from the outside world to supplement his spirit power. Was sluggish for a moment because of the effect of the qi returning pill, the chief appraiser looked at the calm emperor, his face became more respectful, and there was no contempt at all because of the emperor's young age. "Little brother, this time the effect of the chi pill is amazing. If it is mass-produced, it will be a great happy event for the entire Soul Master world. The chief appraiser said excitedly, and his hands trembled because of it. Just smiled, did not speak. It may be that he understood the refusal of the emperor. The chief appraiser couldn't help but feel sad for a while. Also, how could someone voluntarily send such a good thing? Imagine that two spirit masters with similar strengths are in a duel, and in the end their spirit power is exhausted, but there is no victory or defeat. But one side has a recovery pill and quickly replenishes his soul power. Then, isn't the situation of the battle clear? So, this time the Keaton market is definitely big. Little brother, although your pill has never appeared before, its efficacy is indeed the only one I have seen in my life. Maybe it is not very big for ordinary people, but for the Soul Master, it is a life-saving something. I'm going to give this bottle of Chi pill the starting price of 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? The emperor smiled and nodded, no problem. Then let it participate in the auction. Now we have the right to participate in the auction here. The girl who was in charge of the reception hurriedly said, of course. Our auctions are non-stop 24 hours a day. They are all held in the auction center. Two of you, please come with me. Your lot will be in the auction soon. Appears. I'll take the two to go through the formalities first. The procedure is not complicated, just set up an account associated with the gold soul coin stored value card in the auction house. Through this account, the emperor can not only obtain the corresponding income after the auction of the item, deduct the handling fee, but also can bid. The premise is that the amount in the account cannot be exceeded when bidding. At the same time, the reception girl also simply told the two of the rules here. The first rule of the auction house is not to inquire about the seller's details. It is also impossible to disclose the situation of the lot in the auction hall to the outside. Please take us to the auction house. Under the leadership of the young girl, the emperor and Diao Chan finally got what they wanted and walked into the real core of the auction floor of this day. Auction center is located on the second floor of the auction house. From the lobby, there are 8 stairs to enter. Before entering the auction house, the receiving girl gave each of them a mask, telling them that they would also need to wear a mask to enter the auction in the future. This was for the safety of customers. Next time, no one will receive them. It's that the emperor bought the Eye of Torekia with 3,000 points last night, and he has been wearing it now, so he doesn't need it. But Diao Chan needs it very much. Who makes her look so good and easy to be missed? The girl kept sending the two to the entrance of the auction center before turning around to leave. www.readwn.com. There was another waiter in the auction center. Diao Chan used her body taller than the emperor to block the emperor's sight as much as possible, and then she walked into the auction center under the leadership of the hot waiter. Every time I saw the emperor staying on the waiter for more than 1 second, he stretched his jade hand to the emperor's waist, gently twisted it, and the emperor was so painful that he called the wrong one. The auction center feels more like a large auditorium, with a circular auditorium in the center and a circle of seats arranged in a radioactive ring around it. It is divided into 5 parts. The 3 rows of seats closest to the podium are red, radiating outward, in order of black, purple, yellow, and white. Is obviously set according to different levels of bidders. The previous reception girl told them. The innermost red seat is entered through a special passage and is protected by special security personnel. There is the so-called million-level VIP area, and you must be a person with status to obtain the red VIP qualification. The waiters were not enthusiastic, but took them to their seats very professionally. They didn't even have the professional smile of receiving girls before. The emperor doesn't matter, but Diao Chan is a little dissatisfied. Hey, dogs look down on people. Wearing so coquettishly is obviously to seduce rich people. The emperor is also very witty and does not answer, for fear that he will provoke his upper body. My brother, didn't you look the most exciting just now? Suddenly Diao Chan stared at the emperor's pupils with a smile, and the curvature of the corners of her mouth was even more weird. How is it possible, Sister Channer can't see it? How could he be so stupid to admit to this kind of question? It must be denied directly. Diao Chan gave a cold snort and stopped looking at him. At the same time, the following auction will officially begin. Chapter 39, 200,000. The bright environment around was dimmed, and the noise was overwhelming, making Diao Chan frown in joy. What's the matter, aren't you used to this kind of occasion? The emperor asked with concern, holding Diao Chan's hand tightly. It's okay, I will get used to it. Under the lights in the center of the auction room, a beautiful woman in a red dress robe is using that charming voice that makes the bones a little tingling to interpret the function of the object in hand for everyone in the room. The meditating emperor suddenly frowned, turned his head slightly, and looked at a man hidden in the dark not far from his seat. At this time, the man was looking at the host on the stage with his eyes and hands. Between the rosy little cherry mouths slightly raised and closed, they kept shaking under them. Fuck me! The emperor was startled, and attracted Diao Chan's attention, causing the latter to curiously want to look over there. The emperor was full of black lines, and quickly covered her eyes to stop her dangerous behavior. Cursed lowly, the emperor rolled his eyes sharply. This guy is too tough. Sweeping his gaze randomly over the items in Shuekei's hands, the emperor lost his interest. He didn't have so much money to buy a waste item and go back, even though it was a beautiful woman who was auctioning it, and his gaze turned away from the woman. Then it moved slowly in the auction room. The emperor suddenly noticed an area where there was a symbol of an exquisite pagoda, 7 treasure glazed tile school. An elegant middle-aged man sat in the VIP table accompanied by an old man in white clothes. But at this time the emperor could recognize that these two people were Ning Fengzi and Jianchen Sword Doluo of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. But thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but feel a guilty conscience. After all, he had a daughter of another man himself. Although he didn't know himself yet, he was always a little weird. Is to be distracted for a while, and the emperor put his mind on the auction. I have to say that this host called the auction house is a good hand at mobilizing the atmosphere. Her smile will make the price off the court soar, and at this time, this woman will also mention it. The price place sent a charming smile, and suddenly, the person who was still hurting the price immediately became energetic. The atmosphere in the field, in the chuckle of this charming woman, always maintained its climax. Haha, everyone, I just received a new auction item at the auction house. I think everyone will be interested. After the auction of the item, the host suddenly said with a smile. With a wave of his jade hand, an attendant hurriedly took one. On the jade plate, there is a small white jade bottle in the plate. My brother, our things are here. Diao Chan pulled the corner of the emperor's clothes. Yet, the emperor started to fight and wanted to know how much his pill can sell. This is a kind of pill, medicine that has never been seen on the mainland. The delicate hand carefully picked up the white jade vial. The host's charming voice made the auction quiet slightly, and after a while, the noise suddenly rang. After all, on the Doluo continent, there has never been such a thing as human beings capable of refining pills. The name of this object is the Chi Returning Pill, which is effective for spirit masters of any level. Taking this medicine orally by mouth can greatly increase the speed at which the soul master can recover his spirit power in battle or in other situations. Haha, if you want to, if you don't lose in the battle at the same level, don't let it go. The seductive red lips opened slightly, and the soft and delicate voice spit out the bones of everyone in the court. It's really a fairy. The emperor said with emotion. Qing Qi Dan? Can actually increase the speed of soul power recovery? Princess Shuekei, is this true? Although Shuekei is indeed beautiful and enchanting, there are no lack of calm people in the court. After a little silence, someone asked. It turns out that she is Shuekei. A little bit of light flashed in the emperor's eyes. Hehe, This spiritual liquid has been personally evaluated by the chief appraiser of our auction. The quality will never go wrong, and it can increase the recovery speed of soul power by 25%, lasting a quarter of an hour, so you can rest assured. Shueke laughed. Listening to the appraisal by the chief appraiser of the Tiandu auction house, the voice in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Everyone knows that the appraiser is very famous across the entire continent. Even the prince-princess saw it in the entire Heaven-Do imperial city. He did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The emperor leaned leisurely on the quilt, holding Diao Chan who was feeding him grapes in his arms, and looking at the warm atmosphere in the field, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this time of Qi Dan should be able to bring trouble for himself. The small gain, without a trace, moved to the Kaibao glazed glass sect. Found that Ning Fengzi's face seemed to be a little excited suddenly. Why are they so excited? Tianzi suddenly thought of something. Auxiliary spirit masters still need spirit power, after all, they have been giving others an increase. Hehe, the initial price of the Qi pill is 10,000 gold soul coins, and each increase shall not be less than 5,000 gold soul coins, please start. Shueke smiled, moving his eyes around the scene, and finally stopped sitting. With regard to the first few big sects, she knew in her heart that these were the main players in the competition. 20,000. As soon as Shueke's words fell, someone called out the price. 25,005. The voice of the increase followed closely. The prices in the field kept churn, and it only took a moment for www.readaloud.com to reach the height of 100,000. Kaibao Liulitsong's face was a bit agitated, but he didn't immediately bid, closed his eyes slightly, and waited for the chaos of the little shrimps to end. The scramble continued for a while, and his voice finally weakened. At the same time, the old man of another sect, sitting in the same row with Ning Fengzi and others, said faintly, 120,000. As soon as the bid price fell, the voice in the venue calmed down. Some people looked at the expressionless old man and had to sit back in frustration. They were not strong enough to compete with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. In less than 10 minutes, in the horrified eyes of everyone in the field, the two of them turned out to be like evil dogs rushing for food, raising the price to the 150,000 level. 200,000. Ning Fengzi, who closed his eyes, suddenly said. The hall was silent, and all eyes were suddenly shifted to Ning Fengzi. Even the old man of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was shocked by his sudden high price. Hehe, Sect Master Ning seems to be sure to win this Qi pill. The old man smiled. Ning Fengzi glanced at him, and said faintly, if you want, just bid for it, and I will never follow it again. The old man's face trembled, as if he was thinking about the truth or falsehood of Ning Feng's words. After a while, he shook his head. Now he is spending money to buy a Qi treasure pill that does not know the true effect and offends Kaibao glazed glass sect. To say that is undoubtedly an unwise decision. Sect Master Ning bid 200,000 gold soul coins, but there are people increasing the price. Shueke smiled while looking at the calm field. Since no one raises the price, then Sect Master Ning will purchase this Qi Dan. Seeing that no one responded, Shueke would accept it as soon as he saw it. With a small hammer in his hand, he gently tapped on the table. A buyer was determined. Chapter 39, 200,000 gold soul coins. The bright environment around was dimmed, and the noise was overwhelming, making Diao Chan frown in joy. What's the matter, aren't you used to this kind of occasion? The emperor asked with concern, holding Diao Chan's hand tightly. It's okay, I will get used to it. Under the lights in the center of the auction room, a beautiful woman in a red dress robe is using that charming voice that makes the bones a little tingling to interpret the function of the object in hand for everyone in the room. The meditating emperor suddenly frowned, turned his head slightly, and looked at a man hidden in the dark not far from his seat. At this time, the man was looking at the host on the stage with his eyes and hands. Between the rosy little cherry mouths slightly raised and closed, they kept shaking under them. "Fuck me!" The emperor was startled, and attracted Diao Chan's attention, causing the latter to curiously want to look over there. The emperor was full of black lines, and quickly covered her eyes to stop her dangerous behavior. Cursed lowly, the emperor rolled his eyes sharply. "This guy is too tough." He casually swept his gaze over the items in the hands of the woman on the stage. The emperor lost his interest. He didn't have that much money to buy a waste item and went back, even though it was a beautiful woman who was auctioning it, and his gaze shifted away from the woman. "Open, and then slowly move in the auction room." N. The emperor suddenly noticed an area where there was a symbol of an exquisite pagoda, 7 treasure glazed tile school. An elegant middle-aged man sat in the VIP table accompanied by an old man in white clothes. But at this time the emperor could recognize that these two people were Ning Fengzi and Jianchen Sword Doluo of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. But thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help but feel a guilty conscience. After all, he had a daughter of another man himself. Although he didn't know himself yet, he was always a little weird. Is to be distracted for a while, and the emperor put his mind on the auction. I have to say that this host called the auction house is a good hand at mobilizing the atmosphere. Her smile will make the price off the court soar, and at this time, this woman will also mention it. The price place sent a charming smile, and suddenly, the person who was still hurting the price immediately became energetic. The atmosphere in the field, in the chuckle of this charming woman, always maintained its climax. "Haha, everyone, I just received a new auction item at the auction house. I think everyone will be interested." After the auction of the item, the host suddenly said with a smile. With a wave of his jade hand, an attendant hurriedly took one. On the jade plate, there is a small white jade bottle in the plate. "My brother, our things are here." Diao Chan pulled the corner of the emperor's clothes. Yet, the emperor started to fight and wanted to know how much his pill can sell. This is a kind of pill, medicine that has never been seen on the mainland. The delicate hand carefully picked up the white jade vial. The host's charming voice made the auction quiet slightly, and after a while, the noise suddenly rang. After all, on the Doluo continent, there has never been such a thing as human beings capable of refining pills. The name of this object is the Chi returning pill, which is effective for spirit masters of any level. Taking this medicine orally by mouth can greatly increase the speed at which the soul master can recover his spirit power in battle or in other situations. Haha, if you don't lose in the battle at the same level, don't let it go. The seductive red lips opened slightly, and the soft and delicate voice spit out the bones of everyone in the court. "It's really a fairy," the emperor said with emotion. "Qing Qi Dan? Can actually increase the speed of soul power recovery? Princess Xueke, is this true?" Although Xueke is indeed beautiful and enchanting, there are no lack of calm people in the court. After a little silence, someone asked. "It turns out that she is Xueke." A little bit of light flashed in the emperor's eyes. "Hehe, this spiritual liquid has been personally evaluated by the chief appraiser of our auction. The quality will never go wrong, and it can increase the recovery speed of soul power by 25%, lasting a quarter of an hour, so you can rest assured." Xueke laughed. Listening to the appraisal by the chief appraiser of the Tiandu auction house, the voice in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Everyone knows that the appraiser is very famous across the entire continent. Even the prince-princess saw it in the entire Heaven Do imperial city. He did not dare to neglect in the slightest. The emperor leaned leisurely on the quilt, holding Diao Chan who was feeding him grapes in his arms, and looking at the warm atmosphere in the field, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this time of Qi Dan should be able to bring trouble for himself. The small gain, without a trace, moved to the Kaibao glazed glass sect. Found that Ning Fengzi's face seemed to be a little excited suddenly. Why are they so excited? Tianzi suddenly thought of something. Auxiliary spirit masters still need spirit power, after all, they have been giving others an increase. Hehe, the initial price of the chi pill is 10,000 gold soul coins, and each increase shall not be less than 5,000 gold soul coins, please start. Shueke smiled, moving his eyes around the scene, and finally stopped sitting. With regard to the first few big sects, she knew in her heart that these were the main players in the competition. 20,000. As soon as Shueke's words fell, someone called out the price. 25,005. The voice of the increase followed closely. The prices in the field kept churn, and it only took a moment for www.readaloud.com to reach the height of 100,000. Kaibao Liulitsong's face was a bit agitated, but he didn't immediately bid, closed his eyes slightly, and waited for the chaos of the little shrimps to end. The scramble continued for a while, and his voice finally weakened. At the same time, the old man of another sect, sitting in the same row with Ning Fengzi and others, said faintly, 120,000. As soon as the bid price fell, the voice in the venue calmed down. Some people looked at the expressionless old man and had to sit back in frustration. They were not strong enough to compete with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. In less than 10 minutes, in the horrified eyes of everyone in the field, the two of them turned out to be like evil dogs rushing for food, raising the price to the 150,000 level. 200,000. Ning Fengzi, who closed his eyes, suddenly said. The hall was silent, and all eyes were suddenly shifted to Ning Fengzi. Even the old man of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was shocked by his sudden high price. Hehe, Sect Master Ning seems to be sure to win this chi pill. The old man smiled. Ning Fengzi glanced at him, and said faintly, if you want, just bid for it, and I will never follow it again. The old man's face trembled, as if he was thinking about the truth or falsehood of Ning Feng's words. After a while, he shook his head. Now he is spending money to buy a chi treasure pill that does not know the true effect and offends Kaibao glazed glass sect. To say that is undoubtedly an unwise decision. Sect Master Ning bid 200,000 gold soul coins, but there are people increasing the price. Shueke smiled while looking at the calm field. Since no one raises the price, then Sect Master Ning will purchase this chi dan. Seeing that no one responded, Shueke would accept it as soon as he saw it. With a small hammer in his hand, he gently tapped on the table. A buyer was determined. Chapter 40, Tianj. After leaving the auction room, the Emperor and Diao Chan returned to the appraising room again, waiting quietly with their heads down in the awe of the appraiser's gaze. After a while, there was a rush of footsteps from outside, and two figures pushed in. Haha, is this the master of the Chi Dan? It should be the first time to come to Heaven Do Imperial City. Fragrant wind hit, and the soft and delicate laughter suddenly sounded in the ears of the Emperor, making him the apex of the heart trembled slightly. Cursed the fairy in his heart, the Emperor turned his gaze slightly to the woman in the red dress standing beside him. But suddenly felt an inexplicable chill from the side, which made him shiver. As if noticing Diao Chan next to the Emperor, Shueke was also a little surprised by her beautiful beauty, but she quickly reacted and stretched out her hand to the latter. It must be the breath back pill brought out by this sister. The Emperor's face is full of black lines. I am the alchemist, can't you tell? But I really can't blame Shueke. After all, the Emperor looks very small, and at first glance it looks like Diao Chan's younger brother. It was Diao Chan who couldn't help but tolerate the laughter, and she was a little bit uncomfortable to hold back, so she forgot to reach out and shake hands with Shueke. Didn't get too entangled in this aspect, the Emperor nodded slightly, and at the same time, said, the auction is successful? Give me the money, I have something else. It seemed that he was a little surprised to return to the age of the master of Chi Dan. Shueke covered her red lips and smiled softly. The plump pear on her chest drew a thrilling arc. After a while, Shueke smiled and said, no brother, this is 190,000 gold soul coins. According to the regulations, our auction house must collect 1/20th of the profit. As he spoke, he took out a soul guide with a small storage space and handed it to the emperor. Okay. The emperor nodded, took the soul guidance device and threw it into Na ring. Little brother, this is the VIP card of the Tiandu auction house. As long as the little brother holds the card to any auction house in the Tiandu royal family, he will be treated as a VIP. At the same time, the tax rate for the auction will also be reduced. 1/20th, reduced to 1/25th. Hearing the words, the emperor raised his eyebrows, and then he felt a little ponder before reaching out and taking the crystal card. Since the money is already in hand, the emperor didn't want to stay anymore, waved his hand at Shueke casually, and said in a faint voice, "May I go now?" Hehe, of course, if the little brother needs to auction any medicinal pills in the future, you can take care of the Tiandu auction site. Shueke said with a smile. Yet, replied casually, the emperor stood up, pulled Diao Chan and walked out of the life-threatening room without looking back. Looking at the emperor's disappearing back, the smile on Shueke Qiao's face slowly converged, her eyebrows frowned, and she walked to the table, leaning back lazily on the chair, showing her curves. This person is a bit interesting. At this moment, there was a little light in her beautiful eyes. Back to the hotel, the emperor opened the soul guidance device he obtained, settled the number, and nodded. Although the Tiandu royal family is not very good, at least he is not greedy for the seller's money. My brother, what shall we do next? Sister Channer, have you ever thought of establishing a power of your own? The emperor walked to the window and stood with his hands held down, letting the breeze blow his bangs. Was a little surprised by the sudden thought of the emperor, Diao Chan asked after a moment of loss of consciousness, "What's the matter?" "I have been thinking about this idea for a long time." The emperor muttered, "I want to establish a power that belongs to me in Heavendo Imperial City." Diao Chan was silent, wanting to hear what the emperor said. It's not going to be peaceful like today. The spirit hall is powerful, and the title Doluo alone has no less than double digits. Moreover, the interior has deteriorated, and its ambitions have long been known to passers-by. The Heavendo Empire and the Xingluo Empire have been quarreling for a long time, and the war is endless, constantly consuming their own vital power. It seems that the empire is powerful, but it has long been out of its name. And the upper three sects in the sect realm, the strongest Clear Sky sect has already retired, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family is gradually weakening, and the Seven Treasure Glazed sect alone cannot resist the future offensive of the Spirit Hall. The Emperor continued to mutter. I don't know who I'm talking to, but myself? Or Diao Chan? If I want to protect my loved ones in troubled times, I need strength, not just from myself. Staring at his sweetheart who was a little melancholy in front of him, Diao Chan walked up silently, wrapped his waist, and gently pressed her face on his back. This world, strength. The Emperor muttered absent-mindedly, but soon regained his self-confidence, because my surname is the Emperor, I will surely rule the heavens. Said, he involuntarily touched Diao Chan's slender hand on his waist, feeling the warmth of the beautiful woman, he smiled, our force is called Tianj. Tien Pavilion? What a domineering name! Perceiving the change of the Emperor, Diao Chan smiled, Bai Hua said. The Doluo continent is only the first step of the Heaven Pavilion. In the future, it will definitely shine in the heavens and myriad realms. The Emperor said this domineering remark with confidence, his eyes piercing, and there was a cold milky flame in it. Burning. I will always be with you. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I know. The Emperor smiled and patted Diao Chan's hand lightly. Then, let's talk about my plan. The Emperor took Diao Chan's hand and sat on the bed. What are you going to do? We sold the chi pill and got 190,000 yuan. I decided to put out 150,000 gold soul coins to let you stay in the Imperial City and rent a shop. Hey! Diao Chan looked dazed, and looked at her lover who was close at hand with a bit of resentment. Has been separated for so long, is it going to be separated again? Ah, this. Reaching her look, the emperor scratched his head awkwardly, and said helplessly, Sister Channer, I can't walk away temporarily because of something, and I need you to help me grow the tianj, so. Can understand the dilemma of the emperor very well. Diao Chan did not complain about the emperor's goodbye again, but put her index finger lightly between his lips, and said softly, I understand, you go. The emperor's mind moved slightly, he gently raised the corner of his mouth, put his index finger in his mouth, and looked at her with a smile. Feeling the sensation of an electric shock from her fingers, Diao Chan's face suddenly resembled a ripe red apple. She quickly withdrew her hand, and said with shame, Be serious, don't be funny. With a smile, the emperor continued, the most of the 150,000 gold soul coins is used to rent a better shop. The lease period is not important. You can buy it if you make money in the future. We will use this shop to sell elixirs. Hey? Chi Dan? How many people would buy it at such a high price? Diao Chan asked worriedly. Yes, 200,000 gold soul coins are not made by ordinary soul masters, and even those big families can't buy too much. Saw the emperor smile mysteriously and took out a pile of jade bottles from Naja. Chapter 41, Fight of Souls. Looking at the dazzling array of elixirs on the table, Diao Chan couldn't help but stunned. These are Yipin pill for power storage. Permanent increase of personal strength by 5%, each person can only use one. Qi enhancing powder, use with the strength below the Great Soul Master, and have the strength of the Great Soul Master for a short time. Rejuvenating powder, blood clotting powder, Fushang pill, both have a little healing effect. Second grade pill, building G pill, use below the Great Soul Master to speed up the training effect. Yankee San, it is used for weak Qi pulse after using secret method to improve Gong power. Hume Dan, protect the veins from harm. Bingzhen Dan, keep your soul awake. Shengu pill, it has a better healing effect. 3-ply pill, return Qi pill, quickly restore vindictive energy. Fengxing Dan, shortly increase the movement speed by 30%. Detoxification pill, it can detoxify most toxins. The emperor explained to Diao Chan one by one. The first class and second class pills can be sold directly. For the price. The emperor lowered his head in thought, one bottle of first class pills with 1,000 gold soul coins, and one bottle of second class pills with 5,000 gold soul coins. 10. Should the third grade pill be auctioned? It's really smart, I'm worthy of being my sister-in-law. The emperor was busy flattering, just like a little brother. Poor mouth. Diao Chan said irritably. The emperor continued to say, I have stored nearly 1,000 bottles of pill. What should I do after that? As if he understood what Diao Chan thought, the emperor took out the pill puppet he had drawn before. Except for the brown skin, this thing has no facial features. The other body shapes are not much different from normal people. It depends on this. This is a mysterious high-level pill puppet. As long as I imprint my spirit on it, he can inherit part of my memory of the pill, and it can continue day and night. Refining the pill, you don't have to worry about the pill in the future. Nodded, Diao Chan has no problem, but there is still a bit of grievance in the eyes of the emperor. Pretending not to see it, the emperor said to himself, I should return to Heaven Do Imperial City in a month or two. I hope everything will be well during this period. Ding! The host completes the hidden mission, the power concept, reward, 100 points, silver level lottery times 1, remaining points 700. Ding! The host triggers the mainline serial task, King over the world, the first phase of the task, build the tianj, reward, 1000 points, Gold lottery times 1. Oh? Serial task? The Emperor carefully looked at the taskbar with interest. Ding! Trigger the main task, become a silver fighting spirit, rewards, 100,000 years soul ring times 1, 5,000 points, platinum level lottery times 1, random fighting skills times 1. I'm going. What is this? The rewards are a bit outrageous. Tianzi was taken aback by the system prompt, knowing that he has never gotten a platinum level lottery before, and there are so many points. There is also a 100,000 year spirit ring, which makes him feel that this trip to the great fighting arena is very unusual. But so what? The Emperor smiled indifferently, without paying any attention to the possible difficulty of this task. My brother, when do you leave? Diao Chan asked weakly, with a little bit of reluctance in her tone. After thinking about it, I caught her begging eyes again. The Emperor couldn't help but say, the day after tomorrow, right? Good. I'm leaving. The Emperor held the white horse in his hand, facing Diao Chan, who was dressed in pink clothes and looked like a fairy in a flower, reluctantly. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, she couldn't help being lost again. When the Emperor returned to God, he found that the beautiful woman was no longer where she was. With a free and easy smile, the Emperor jumped on his horse and galloped away. The sun sets in the west, the sky is full of red colors hanging on the clouds, the gurgling water walks briskly, no one will cry because of the sunset, and no one will be sad because the sky is getting dark. Because the sky is still hanging with sunset, clouds, and tranquility. The appearance of the world is another colorful tune, and all the things that are still running are still tracking. There is only one beautiful woman watching him far away. Soto Great Fighting Arena is located in the southeastern part of Soto City. It covers an extremely wide area and has a height of more than 100 meters. It is a dome-like building similar to the Hall of Souls. The entire Soto Arena is oval in appearance, and the interior is divided into many areas. Is the main arena in the center, and the 24 sub-area are located around. Although the time has entered the night, the entire Soto Arena of Souls seems to have just officially opened for business, and the entrance is full of people, which is simply staggering. The Emperor muttered in a low voice, isn't every soul master only able to participate in one game a day, but why do the masters let me reach the level of the silver fighting soul within a month? Walking into the great fighting arena, the first thing that catches your eyes is a huge stone monument with densely engraved names, and these names are all the dead in the fighting. It's very simple to register here. You only need to fill in a form that includes your name, age, place of birth and spirit, and you can receive the initial Iron Fighting Spirit badge. Of course, you also need to pay 10 gold coins for registration. Cost. Hey! Fortunately, I left a little gold soul coin on my body www.readaloud.com or I won't even be able to report it. Secretly thanking his foresight, the Emperor felt speechless to Flanders, stingy, even this no registration fee was given. This gentleman, are you recommended by Master Yu Xiaogang? Suddenly, the woman at the front desk who was standing in front of the Emperor registered for him remembered something and asked. There was a lot of shock, but the Emperor quickly understood again and nodded. Okay, Master Yu Xiaogang has instructed you to have unlimited daily soul fighting in our great fighting arena. The woman respectfully said. After all, someone who can break the rules of the great fighting arena must be born extraordinary, either her own strength is strong, and no matter which of these 2 points, she can't offend it. That martial spirit hall token is so easy to use. The Emperor couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth, but he didn't expect the master to even use it. If you think about it, after all, apart from the Hall of Souls, there doesn't seem to be any power that can defeat the rules of the great fighting soul arena. At the same time, the Emperor also conducted a soul power test similar to the Wuhan Temple, and determined the level. The woman told the Emperor that every time she came to participate in a spirit fight, she must first conduct a spirit power test to determine the opponent. Then, the Emperor was arranged to wait in the rest area. In the rest area, the arrival of the Emperor immediately attracted the attention of other spirit masters. After all, his age was too young. However, although these spirit masters showed a look of surprise, no one came to make fun of him. Everyone was meditating, trying to keep themselves in the best state as much as possible, waiting for the soul fight that was about to begin. My first soul fight, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you don't let me down. The Emperor didn't hide his excitement in his eyes, and his blood seemed to be burning. He urgently needs it now. The battle came to quell. Chapter 42, First Battle. Ding! The host triggers a series of missions and wins the first soul fight. If it fails, the subsequent missions will fail. While everyone was waiting, the first one-on-one soul fight of the night was finally about to begin. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo slowly coming to the center of the fighting arena on the battlefield, facing the audience in front of him. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, and then revealed with a standard smile, he said loudly, "Dear gentlemen, dear ladies, good evening, everyone. Next we will have our first one-on-one soul fighting duel in the 15th Arena of Souls. There are two soul fighting masters, they are, have the 46th level soul sect Yuan Chun of the Wild Bear Martial Arts has won 3 games in a row, and the other is the 46th level soul sect Zero Chi Yan, who has a martial arts bow to shoot the sun. Let us come. Let's wait and see, who can win the victory. Now, 2 soul sects are invited to play. That's right, Chi Yan, number 0, is our protagonist, the Emperor. In order to pull the wind, he gave himself a title." The loud voice was clearly transmitted from the fighting arena to the rest area. Hearing the voice of the host, the Emperor couldn't help being taken aback. "No, I am the first one? My is not hot yet." The Emperor was a little surprised and slightly dissatisfied, not only dissatisfied with himself for the first time, but also dissatisfied with his opponent. This opponent is too bad, right? Only the 46th level of the soul sect, I am afraid that he will be gone after he warms up. Forget it, just treat him as a boyfriend. The Emperor shrugged helplessly, put on Torekia's eyes, stood up, walked out of the rest area, followed the sign on the wall, and soon from the contestant channel to the soul fighting platform. Okay, our 2 great soul masters have already arrived, and now we are ready to start. Seeing that both Tianzi and Yuan Chun had arrived at the fighting spirit stage, the host slowly exited the fighting spirit stage while talking, leaving the fighting spirit stage to the 2 soul fighting players. But whether it is the host, the audience off-site, or Yuan Chun face-to-face, seeing the Emperor at such a young age makes everyone look silly. Like Yuan Chun, he kept rubbing his eyes vigorously, fearing that he might be wrong, but standing in front of him seemed to be an 11 or 12-year-old boy. "Boy? You are not weaned yet." Yuan Chun laughed, and what he said made the audience roar with laughter. He did not regard the Emperor at the same level as him. After all, the Emperor looked so small and not tall, and his skin was as white as jade. With the cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, Yuan Chun almost didn't. Character he is a girl. And how can such a small child reach the level of a 46th level soul sect? He must be spending money again, let's gain insight. Is helpless inside, but the Emperor is still unmoved on the surface, and the immature voice comes out, "Hurry up, solve you soon." When he opened his mouth, the audience was silent and silent. "What are you talking about?" Yuan Chun was taken aback, and was irritated at random. It was a shame that he was actually laughed at by a kid. Yawned lazily, stretched, and the Emperor replied lazily, "Hey? Are there any questions? Smelly boy, it seems that I need to educate you about filial piety to the elders." Yuan Chun snorted coldly, intending to teach the Emperor a lesson, and rushing directly to the Emperor would be a punch. The corner of his mouth was slightly lifted, and the Emperor showed a wicked smile, standing still, not avoiding this seemingly ferocious punch. Even if he didn't use his martial spirit, the explosive power of that punch was still very high, and everyone in the audience couldn't bear to watch it. They all felt that the emperor would be seriously injured by this punch. Oh, this kid is dead. Okay, I have to do my own job, and wander around at such a small age. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but it didn't affect the emperor. But seeing the emperor raise his right hand, he easily grasped Yuan Chun's fist. His body remained unmoved, completely unaffected by it. Why? Yuan Chun's expression condensed slightly. What is the power of his own punch? He himself knows very well. Although he didn't use his full strength, he still has 6 points of strength, let alone an 11-year-old. A child, even an adult, dare not take his punch casually. Suddenly he had an ominous premonition. The Emperor Zimei smiled, twisted his right hand hard, and pushed his hand upward. Ah! Yuan Chun screamed in pain, but he did not lose his mind in pain. Instead, he used his soul power to quickly withdraw his restrained hand and immediately distanced himself from the emperor. This child is very evil. On the surface, he still expressed contempt, but he was vigilant in his heart, and Yuan Chun began to take this small-looking child seriously. The spirit of a bear is possessed. Not careless, Yuan Chun directly summoned the spirit of Wu, a brown bear, slightly smaller than Zhao Waoqi's Vajra bear, but with a fierce face, white, yellow and yellow under his feet. Surrounded by spirit ring. After the Wuhan possessed his body, Yuan Chun grew savage brown bear hair all over his body, and a scar on his face was even more hideous. First spirit ability clash. The white spirit ring burst into light, and spirit power burst out from his body, covering the entire huge body, and slammed into the emperor with a domineering force. Small meaning. With a playful smile, the emperor didn't even sacrifice the Wuhan or even the cold shadow sword www.readaloud.com directly with a punch. It is not his arrogance, but his confidence in his own strength. Since he regained his Douling strength and his cultivation has a realm, at least in the Doluo continent, within the same realm, he is not afraid of anyone with physical power. Besides, this Yuan Chun's spirit ring is such a dish. Look at me. Yuan Chun's face was cold, his scarred face was a bit more ferocious, and he said angrily, "Then you pay the price." Two fists collided, and a wave of air burst out of it, making a blast in the air. This is a competition of pure power. This kid is not stupid, is he, dare to take a punch from a power spirit master without even using his martial soul. I don't think I know what is important, who's a kid in this family. On the stage, Yuan Chun felt that the emperor was not weaker than his own strength. Yuan Chun was very surprised, looked at him a few more times, and increased his strength, trying to overwhelm him directly. Hee, you can't. Not paying attention to Yuan Chun's increasing strength, the emperor also understood what his pure power was about, and he no longer confronted it. After all, he was not stupid enough to use his own shortcomings against others' strengths. Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. The emperor unloaded his strength, tilted his body to the side, and used his body skills to cleverly open the distance between them. And Yuan Chun didn't expect that he would give up the duel with his pure power, and had no time to restrain his strength, so he leaned forward suddenly and staggered. My current physical strength should have no rivals under the same realm, but unfortunately I don't have the exercises and boxing techniques to cultivate the physical body. The emperor squinted his eyes and secretly said. Seeking recommendation ticket, monthly ticket, DDDD. Chapter 43, 1 Style of the Sword. Hey, the stupid guy over there, how did you win 3 consecutive victories like this? Seeing the other side standing firm, the emperor began to mock him mercilessly. What a fast speed! What a sensitive posture! His face changed involuntarily, ignoring the emperor's sarcasm. Yuan Chun looked at him solemnly, not daring to be careless. Boy, I admit that you do have some strength, but Yuan Chun said with a sullen face, "This is not enough." The third spirit ability roar. Yuan Chun stepped on the ground fiercely, and a crack appeared, extending outward. He roared at the emperor, and sound waves came out of his mouth, as if passing through a loudspeaker, continuously amplifying and attacking the emperor. A range attack. The emperor understood his intentions in an instant, nothing more than he wanted to hide himself from nowhere. Unfortunately, the emperor didn't want to hide at all. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Said that it was fast at that time, the emperor took out the cold shadow sword with his backhand, and quickly cut it out, not caring about the trajectory of the sword. Sword drawing only pursues 2 points, fast, extreme speed, and power. Unparalleled power erupts at the moment the sword is drawn. As for the angle of the trajectory of the sword, it is arbitrary. There is only one sword. If there is a fixed way cannot be seen through, draw swordsmanship, is a swordsmanship that does not pay attention to swordsmanship. And now, the emperor's cultivation base has been unblocked, and the sword drawing technique used at this time is naturally not comparable to before. I don't know how much stronger the sword chi was at the 30th level. When the sound wave and the sword gas wanted to rush, the emperor made his move again, his figure threw out, the sword gas swayed, and once again cut through the air and attacked Yuan Chun. "You still don't use martial arts, despise me." Yuan Chun saw that the emperor didn't even sacrifice martial arts, and thought he looked down on himself and was furious. Actually, to be honest, the emperor really despised him, but it was impossible for him to tell him this. "You are still distracted during the battle." The evil spirit smiled, and the emperor reached Yuan Chun with a stride, waving the cold shadow sword in his hand, which was a sword drawing technique. So fast! Yuan Chun didn't dare to neglect, and directly used the second spirit ability to protect the bear. A tan shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the emperor and him. Shook his head, the emperor didn't think his defense would be useful, because his sword drawing skills at this time were very fast, the ultimate fast. At the moment Yuan Chun's shield had not fully formed, the sword in the hands of the emperor had been cut out from right to left again, and a word was cut out in the air, and the sound of breaking through the air was like thunder. "Damn it!" Yuan Chun cursed secretly, and Yuan Chun had no choice but to be tough. Made a fist with his right hand, the blue veins violently, full of tan soul power, and forcefully smashed at the emperor. The sword and the fist met in mid-air, and there was a metal rubbing sound. The sword energy that was blown away by the fist did not dissipate immediately, but flew out of the field. So not overbearing. And the emperor and Yuan Chun took a few steps each, but the emperor took 3 steps, but Yuan Chun took 10 steps. Stabilized his body very easily, and the emperor also swung the cold shadow sword a few times smartly, throwing out the gorgeous sword flower. "That's not going to work? Hey, it's disappointing. You are not up to the training standard for me. Then, you can get your lunch." Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Like a dragon, the emperor flashed behind Yuan Chun in the blink of an eye and cut out with a sword mercilessly. One sword frost cold 14 states. Yuan Chun retreated quickly, but was still concentrated by the sword energy and was thrown to the audience heavily. Quick sword. There are many powerful people in the crowd watching. They saw the sword light just now, but because the sword light was too fast, it was like a flash of lightning across the sky. Many people even didn't see what it was, thought it was a thunder. The crowd suddenly exploded, and everyone talked about the brilliant sword that broke through the sky just now. Someone secretly compares himself with Yuan Chun, thinking about whether he can take that sword. That sword is really terrifying. After all, the sword drawing skill is in Ruhin's hands, it is really close to the extreme. Was smashed to the audience. Yuan Chun remembered that amazing sword just now, and thought, "Did I lose?" So unattended. The emperor curled his lips, turned his head to look at the host, and asked, May I announce the result? Yes, you can. The host nodded quickly. The winner of this fight is Soltsong number 0 Chi Yan, the host said loudly. Shocking applause erupted from the stage, and there was amazement. The winner turned out to be a child, ashamed. He is a 46th level soul sect at a young age, but he is still struggling below the 40 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the serial mission, winning the first soul fight, reward, 10,000 experience, 100 points. Ding! The host triggers the second phase of the serial mission, win the second soul fight, and if it fails, the subsequent missions will fail. Oh! The Emperor moved his mind and calculated carefully. If there were mission rewards for every game like this, then he would be able to rise 1 or 2 levels after becoming a silver fighting spirit, which is not bad. Points can also increase by several thousand points. Exited the soul fighting platform, outside the rest area, everyone has left the player's viewing area, and in the rest area, the Emperor is waiting for his second soul fighting to start. With my current strength, at least the soul sect of the same level has no rivals. If you are 2 or 3 levels higher, it is not a big problem. Except for the soul masters with very experienced or powerful spirits, I can basically use the sword drawing technique. Solve it, but this is fine, I need this kind of battle to hone my strength. The Emperor thought. Took out a lollipop and stuffed it in his mouth. Although the experience provided by the experience lollipop has little effect on the Emperor now, the taste is still very good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mainline serial mission, the first phase of the mission, build the Tianj, reward, 1 million experience, 1000 points, gold level lottery ×1. Yep! The Emperor had an accident www.readaloud.com, but there is nothing wrong with thinking about it. After all, 1 day has passed, and it is normal for Diao Chan to build the Tianj. Ding! The host triggers the mainline serial task, King over the world, the second phase of the task, strength all over the Tiandu Empire, rewards, 1,500,000 experience, 1,500 points, gold level lottery ×2. System, call up my personal attributes panel. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Level, 46th Soul Sect 6-star Doling, 153400/16000000. Soul, the peak of mortal realm. Identity, young master of Yun Lanzong, student of Shrek Academy. Wuhan, ancestral dragon, sun shooting bow, black. Gongfa, the great destiny of the universe, Huangtier peak. Skills, flame dividing wave ruler, lower rank, sword drawing, advanced mysterious rank, dragon step, advanced mysterious rank, burning sun, advanced mysterious rank, poisonous glow, advanced mysterious rank, sky fire, advanced mysterious rank, high level, fixing, low level. Occupation, 4th rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions. If the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 1800. Items, cold shadow sword, lower rank, experience lollipop ×579, identity jade pendant, upgrade pill ×2, 100,000 year soul ring ×1, 30,000 year soul ring ×1, 50,000 year soul ring ×1 gold lucky draw ×1, the Eye of Toraquia. Main plane, fighting and breaking plane. Secondary plane, Doluo plane. Main quest, 1, King's Landing. 2, become the silver fighting spirit. 3, break through the Soul King. Side quest, kill 100 tier 3 monsters, 0/100. Chapter 44, 1 month. Go down on your own. A young man was eye-catching, holding an ice blue long sword, and the tip of the sword pointed at the feminine man in front of him. A young boy with silver hair and purple pupils, sword eyebrows, and star eyes. There is a rare cinnabar mole between his eyebrows, accompanied by a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and his appearance is so handsome. He wears a gold-patterned purple robe, and he inadvertently reveals a noble air. Is not the arrogance that arises from the noble status, but the temperament that the whole person radiates from the inside out. Yes, he is the emperor. Today is his 99th battle. Now, he also broke through to the realm of the 9-star Doling due to the completion of the chain task, that is, the strength of the 49th level of the Soul Sect, only one step away from the Do Wang. As for why he didn't only advance to the first level, it's because the serial mission will reward 20,000 experience and 200 points by the 30th round, and 30,000 experience and 300 points for 60 rounds, and 90 rounds are 10,000 experience and 500 points. Now he is also a person with many points, reaching as many as 23,700, so many points can already do a lot of things. The biggest gain is not this, but the emperor has gone through so many battles, and the experience of the battle has risen steadily. If the emperor was bronze in battle, now it is platinum. Of course, those old monsters can't do it. Then, in every soul fight, the emperor will try his best to use the skills of the mysterious rank. One is to reduce consumption to deal with the next soul fight, and the other is to polish himself, otherwise every time he goes on the field, he will score a flame point and eat the wave ruler. He also fart. And because of the rules of the great fighting arena, the opponents he encounters are getting higher and higher each time, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. For example, the feminine man at this time and Yuan Chun a month ago are basically 2 grades. But this is also suitable for the emperor. It deserves to be the number 0 Qi Yan with 98 consecutive victories. The feminine man panted heavily and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. But I won't admit defeat. S complexion was indifferent, as if he had expected his answer a long time ago. The emperor didn't say anything, just waved a sword gas at the opposite man. The feminine man has a solemn face, his hands are on his chest, a flash of lightning surrounds his arms, and the electric light flickers. Only heard a dull and loud noise, just as all the audience in the audience were covering their mouths nervously, they suddenly realized that the emperor had even steadily pressed the cold shadow sword against the man's neck. You! The man didn't react at all. He clearly saw a ray of sword light, it was sword aura, but why did the emperor's sword be in front of me? Just as everyone was puzzled, the host suddenly exclaimed, 0 Qi Yan cut the sword Qi by Razor's side. Everyone heard the reputation and found that there was indeed a deep and slender crack on the ground beside the feminine man, and they couldn't help taking a breath. This red flame 0 is too strong. No, he has improved too fast, he wouldn't have done this a month ago. Is this a genius? I lost. The feminine man naturally noticed the sword marks beside him, and he was startled in a cold sweat behind him, a little unwilling but helpless. He has seen most of the soul fights of the emperor. After all, everyone who has won a lot of consecutive victories may become his opponent. Since he wants to choose to defeat the opponent, it is very important to grasp the opponent's information. In this way, he saw the growth of the emperor in his eyes and made sufficient preparations. He had thought that he had looked up to him, but he did not expect that he had actually underestimated him. Acknowledge. Holding a fist in a salute, the emperor shook the long sword, took it behind him, stood with the sword, and looked at the host. The winner of this competition is Soul Sect Qian 0. The host put away his shocked gaze, and hurriedly announced the result loudly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 99th phase of the serial mission, winning the 99th soul fight, reward, 50,000 experience, 500 points, current points 24,200. Ding! The host triggers the final phase of the serial mission, win the 100th soul fight, and there is no reward for failure. After reaching the goal, the emperor turned and walked off the court, ignoring the cheers of the tens of thousands of people in the audience, and went straight to the gambling shop. Every soul-fighting gambling house will open a bank, and people who are interested or willing to block a hand will usually go there to bet, and the emperor naturally wins every time. Dear Mr. Xianzero, this is your 50,000 gold soul coins, please keep them. The receptionist is a thin man, and he respectfully handed the soul guide containing the gold soul coins to the emperor. Yet, the emperor replied, but he felt a little dissatisfied with only 50,000 gold soul coins. He had squeezed 40,000, but his odds were not high. This made him very depressed, thinking that the odds of his coal yard at the beginning were extremely high. After all, no one would be optimistic about an 11 or 12-year-old boy, and no one would believe that he could beat the battle-tested big guys. And every time he pressures himself to win, making him earn it is a cool word. The thousands of gold soul coins on his body have risen to hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million. And this time, he originally wanted to buy what he won, but he didn't want to push the great fighting arena too hard, so he only took out 40,000 gold soul coins, but he still remembers that he won so much money at the beginning of the gambling shop. The boss's gloomy face. He was afraid that the person in charge of the great fighting arena would be so angry that he would directly find the people in the Wuhan Hall. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com would be unlucky for the emperor by then. There should be 1 million now. The emperor put away the soul guide and prepared to leave, feeling like a nouveau riche. At this time, he heard, the fourth game of the 15th Arena of Souls, the 2-on-2 Souls Showdown, is the one that won. The Kaibao Rabbit combination with the Kaibao Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit and the Soft Bone Rabbit Martial Spirit, or the Cat and Dog combination. Hey? Kaibao Rabbit? What the hell? The emperor looked at the 15th Arena of Souls with a look of confusion. There are two figures standing on the field. One is wearing a pink short skirt with long braids and 2 rabbit ears. They are extremely cute. Behind her is a girl with long tails, a green dress and a short skirt. The setting of the upper lace edge made her reveal a kind of spoiled little princess temperament, with a sense of high distance, but without losing the loveliness of her peers. Even though they have masks on their faces, the emperor recognized them. Wrong Xiaohu? What about them? The emperor thought of something again. Oh, it seems to be more than a month has passed. I saw that Xiaowu suddenly flew to the back of the dog spirit master, using the waist bow spirit ability, kicked the dog spirit master out of the fighting arena with one kick, and the remaining cat spirit master saw his companion being the solution, immediately lost the intent to fight and voluntarily surrendered. Wrong has reached the Soul Sovereign. The emperor asked in surprise, but he was only a little surprised, and it was nothing incredible. After all, the emperor left her a lot of experience lollipops and jidon, and also gave her the ice crystal necklace. It's no surprise that the cultivation speed is a little faster. The fourth 2-on-2 fight in the 15th Arena of Souls will win the Kaibao Rabbit combination with the Kaibao Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit and the Soft Bone Rabbit Martial Spirit. Chapter 45, Final Battle of Souls. Cheers off the stage, and the girl in the green dress on the stage looks around condescendingly, as if looking for something. Wrong, I didn't watch it, he didn't come. Xiaowu took Ning Rongrong's little hand and said with a grin. The smelly emperor. Ning Rongrong became even more angry when she heard Xiaowu's words. He gritted his teeth and didn't know where to look, just like stomping his feet and stepping on the emperor's feet. The emperor in the distance suddenly got goosebumps and felt a little inexplicable. He originally planned to meet them, but think about it, he should finish the task first, and they should be able to recognize himself when he comes on the court. Thinking of this, the emperor hurriedly ran to the lounge to recover his soul power and adjust his state to meet the final battle. Why did he suddenly become so urgent? Because he saw something unusual from the rewards: a platinum-level lottery, 100,000 year spirit ring, 5,000 points, this is not like an ordinary task at all. The opponent this time is likely to be very different from the previous ones. He must take it seriously, otherwise he may have to capsize in the gutter. Next, we will have the last battle of our 15 soul battlefields. One-on-one soul fighting battles. The two soul sects who appear on the stage are respectively the soul sect with the spirit of the sun shooting bow. They have 99 victories. The record of Battle King number 0 Qi Yan, and the soul sect who has an unknown martial soul, are also the Battle King Li Jiajin who has won 99 consecutive victories. The next battle is very exciting. Who is the of war with 100 consecutive victories? Let us wait and see, who can win the game. Two souls warlords will be invited to play in 2/4 of an hour. Come! The emperor who closed his eyes suddenly opened his eyes, golden light shot out from his eyes, and then converged, returning to normal purple. Unknown Wuhan? Could it be said that he didn't use Wuhan in the previous soul fight? The emperor couldn't help frowning, and he suddenly felt that the opponent he had never met was quite difficult. Although he has never used martial arts in the previous battles, it is because he has a cold shadow sword and a series of fighting skills that can be used without martial arts, and the power is not inferior to the spirit skills. But this person named Li Jiajin has never used martial soul, so it can only explain terrible. Ding! The host triggers the challenge task, defeating Li Jiajin, reward, 1 million experience, 5,000 points, Platinum level lottery ×1, Junior character summoning card ×2. Pupils are tightened, yet another challenging task. And the difference between the task reward and the reward for becoming a silver fighter is not very big. This shows what? Both missions were prepared to defeat this Li Jiajin. There was some anxiety in his heart. In order to verify the thoughts in his mind, the emperor asked the system, the ultimate goal of these two tasks is to defeat this Li Jiajin. Yes. Hiss. Tianzi suddenly had a headache. And on the other side, after coming out of the two soul fighting platform, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu joined the crowd in the contestant passage, and then everyone entered the rest area through the contestant passage, but as soon as they entered the rest area, everyone heard the host's announcement. This makes everyone a little strange. Shooting a bow from the sun. Tang San looked at the arena of souls with a torch, muttering to himself, "Isn't this the Emperor's martial soul? Maybe it's the same name." The Emperor had only the 30th level soul sovereign over a month ago, and he didn't add the spirit ring. It has only been more than a month, and he will never be the soul section. Xiaowu proposed his own doubt. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said in unison, "It's not impossible. The Emperor is a pervert. He had such a cultivation at the age of 11. With his cultivation speed, I don't think it is impossible." Dai Mubai said. "But he won 99 consecutive victories like this? This is too strong." Oscar was full of disbelief. After all, even Dai Mubai's record was extremely unsightly. Everyone was silent again. "It's Li Jiajin, the owner of the unknown martial arts soul. I feel that this person is very dangerous." Tang San, who has always been steady, said heavily, "After 99 consecutive victories in the Battle of Souls, the martial arts haven't even been revealed. Will there be anything wrong with that son?" Ning Rongrong worried. Silence. After all, this level of battle is not something they have the ability to participate in, and besides, they themselves have not reached the strength of the soul sect. He should have a way to deal with it. At any rate, the Emperor has won 99 consecutive victories, so the strength should not be much different. Dai Mubai comforted everyone. "It would be great if the teacher was there. Please come on both sides." After 2/4 of an hour passed, the host announced in a loud voice, "Come." The Emperor stood up, let out a sigh of relief, and walked towards the combat zone. "No 0. Qi Yan. No 0. Qi Yan. 0 Xian, you are so handsome. I want to give you a monkey." With the arrival of the emperor, fierce cheers erupted from the audience. Although the face is covered with the eyes of Torrequia, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a handsome guy. He has such an achievement at a light age, and the future is limitless. I didn't expect Xiao Ba to be so popular. Xiao Wu looked left and right in a looking posture, and found that there were little fans around the emperor or soul masters who worshipped the emperor. She couldn't help but exclaimed www.readaloud. Cut, what kind of perspective are they all? I don't know why, Ning Rongrong felt upset and sour, as if it was his beloved toy being snatched away by others. Everyone understands, tacitly, don't go to Pierce, just secretly laugh. Came to the stage, but the emperor did not see his opponent. He was a little confused. What about people? Looked around in confusion. Are you looking for me? A ridicule came from behind, full of banter, but it was because of the plain words that the emperor's hair stood up. When did he come? The emperor was horrified, and quickly turned around and found an 18 or 9-year-old boy holding a feather fan, standing quietly on the edge of the arena. His thin body seemed to fall down when the wind blows. Although he is not handsome, he still has the feeling of a big brother next door, with a faint smile on his face, but this smile is very dangerous in the eyes of the emperor. Fast speed! Someone exclaimed in the audience. When did this person go up? Tang San looked at Li Jiajun suspiciously. Although he hadn't turned on the purple magic pupil just now, his insight can be said to be excellent due to long-term cultivation of the purple magic pupil. However, he did not notice any breath or figure at all. It's terrible. Ning Rongrong's eyes fell on the emperor, filled with worry. 49th level Soul Sect, 0 red flame, Wuhan shoots the bow of the sun, please advise. Forcibly pressing down on his inner shock, the emperor clasped his fists and said in a deep voice. 49th level Soul Sect, Li Jiajun, Wuhan, then it depends on whether you are qualified to know. Li Jiajun gently shook the feather fan and said indifferently. So arrogant. The emperor raised his eyebrows lightly and was not angry. After all, he did have the qualifications. Chapter 46, Terrible Opponent. The last one-on-one soul fighting duel in the 15 soul arena below, now begins. As soon as the host's voice fell, the emperor's figure disappeared in place. Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Since he doesn't know the enemy's strength, he must first act first to gain the upper hand. At least he must first test his strength. Nowadays, the emperor's use of the dragon step is more and more purely pure. The pace moves fast, and the trajectory is unpredictable, leaving behind after images. It seems that he did not see the offensive of the emperor. Li Jiajun still looked calm and breezy, but stopped shaking the hand of the feather fan, but flicked it in a certain direction. As the feather fan was swung down, a strong wind blew away from it, and the air collided and rubbed against each other, whistling. Everything happened in an instant. Everyone only saw one figure being fanned out. It's the emperor. What's the situation? The emperor, who was still flying in the air, had a dumbfounded look. He felt that he was blown out by an overwhelming gale, and he hadn't even approached Li Jiajun. What makes him most unacceptable is that he has just used his body skills to the extreme. With the extremely high-speed blessing, Li Jiajun can actually recognize his location at a glance and make accurate and correct responses in time. Damn it! The emperor rolled over in the air and landed steadily on the ground, looking solemnly at the young man not far away, and more accurately staring at the feather fan in his hand. System, scan his feather fan. Ding! Item, Common Lupin. Rank, Yellow rank low level. Description, Ordinary feather fan, ordinary to no more ordinary. What? This time the emperor was shocked again. He had at least an ordinary feather fan in his hand. What happened to the gust of wind just now? Has his use of spirit power reached such a high level? Shenfa is okay, but it's still not fast enough. The young man shook his head gently, as if sighing, let you see what a real stamina is." After said, the person disappeared. His pupils shrank, and the emperor took out the cold shadow sword without hesitation, paying attention to the surroundings very vigilantly. "Where do you look?" Li Jiajian's voice came from behind again, and the emperor was shocked, and it was a sword drawing technique directly. However, the sword energy cut through the air, and there is no shadow of Li Jiajian at all. At the same time, he felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him, and quickly used his dragon step to leave the place. Everyone saw it. When he had just left, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. "It's a pity." When Li Jiajian appeared again suddenly, Li Jiajian yawned lazily and was a little dissatisfied. He didn't kill the emperor in a second. Then he disappeared again. His speed reached an extremely terrifying level. The pressure brought by it rose to the extreme in an instant. What a terrifying person! Tang San and everyone in the audience were all stunned. The speed of the emperor is already very fast, but this person is faster. The emperor has met his rival this time. Dai Mubai said solemnly, unable to help but feel palpitation at the extreme speed of the two. Calm. Kept reminding himself that the emperor held the hilt tightly, placed the cold shadow sword in front of him, bent his knees slightly, and lowered the center of his body to at least stabilize his body and enhance his defensive ability. Ho-ho! Another violent wind blows, and even the people in the audience can feel the pain of their faces being shaved. Fight gasification armor. Transformed part of the spirit power in the body into fighting energy through the universal good fortune secret art. The emperor immediately guided a milky white fighting energy out of the body, gathering the gas into a solid state, and forming a diamond-shaped crystal around the body. This is exactly the battle gasification armor exclusive to Dadushi. Today's emperor holds their own attack methods, but does not master a defensive type of fighting skill, and in desperation can only use a slightly lower level of fighting gas armor. When the strong wind touched the armor of vindictiveness, the latter only swayed slightly and completely stabilized. This kind of method is not a big deal on the Dupa plain, but this is in the Doluo continent, and the people in the audience are in an uproar, staring at the armor of fighting spirit that blooms with elegant light in extreme shock. At this time, the emperor was wrapped in crystal-like armor, with a handsome appearance, and a gorgeous ice blue long sword, but also a bit of a general temperament. Oh! I don't know when Li Jiajian's figure reappeared. At this time, he was still standing on the edge, looking at the emperor with a little scrutiny. The wind stopped, and the emperor didn't want to waste too much soul power, so he immediately removed the armor of fighting spirit, and carefully faced Li Jiajian's aggressive gaze. What is the method of the emperor? Ning Rongrong looked at the young man on the stage in the same astonishment. She had never heard him mention such a method. You are a little different from the 99 garbage before. Squinting, Li Jiajian still had a faint smile, but the tone of his words put away the previous joking. There are also most of the soul masters in the audience who once placed his hands. He clenched his fists when he heard these words. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com frowned tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked. The look at him was full of anger, but more of it was powerless. Who made him beat him so easily before? People are qualified to say this. You are different from what I met. Similarly, the emperor nodded and said. Unfortunately, the difference between you is only the size of the ants. There was a slight floating at the corner of his mouth, and Li Jiajian disappeared again. I was a little angry. After all, I talked to him in a good voice and calmly, but this man kept mocking himself. The emperor couldn't wait to press him on the ground and rub against him. The problem was that he couldn't keep up with him at all, and he couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes. Here, what to rub? Feeling the faintly piercing sound of tearing air, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and his slightly curled left hand slammed out against the ground in front of him. An invisible force hit the ground, and the force reversed. The force suddenly stopped Li Jiajian's rushing figure. Ah, smart! Li Jiajun landed on the tip of his right foot, slightly surprised by the emperor's reaction. Do you use the ground's counter-shock force to block my actions? Yes, yes, you have a very strong understanding. Li Jiajun's preaching style is very awkward. His face was full of black lines. The emperor resisted the urge to twitch him and calmed down. He didn't dare to be negligent. And he didn't dare to be proud because he intercepted him once. Because he feels that this is only a small part of Li Jiajun's strength, and that this small part of strength is such a terrifying speed. What about his full strength? At least not weaker than yourself, and compared with yourself, it is only high and not low. I go. Unbearable. Where did this person come from? I have never heard of such a strong person in the original work. The emperor was driving crazily in his heart. Chapter 47, Chaos Qinglian. In that case, then. The emperor swiped the cold shadow sword in the air, throwing out a sword light, and then pointed at Li Jiajun. Let's fight head on. Didn't answer, just showed a meaningful smile. The thin man put away the feather fan, and his spirit power spread over his body little by little. Are you serious? Tang San muttered to himself, while the other 6 people on the side looked at the stage with bated breath, not letting go of any detail. Profound stage advanced fighting skill walking dragon step. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. Needless to say, the emperor urged his soul power, fighting spirit Ling ran. The cold shadow sword turned the milky white soul power into the deep blue of the sea. His body moved, leaving a shadow on the spot. This time, Li Jiajun did not flash, but raised his right hand and swiped lightly from top to bottom with his index finger in the air, but this stroke made the emperor feel extremely dangerous. A white sword-like white energy struck the emperor in a straight line. The emperor was not idle either. The sword in his hand was cut out, and the sword body directly touched the white energy. Who would have thought that it was such an ordinary blow, full of powerful force, and the emperor was repulsed by dozens of meters abruptly. The audience under the stage was in an uproar. What did they see? It seems that the emperor's fighting skills are so vulnerable. Anything else? You are not good. With a lazy breath, as if not waking up, Li Jiajun stretched out and yawned, staring at the opposite emperor, just like playing. Show your martial soul, otherwise you don't want to hurt me. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and the emperor felt speechless. It was the first time he encountered this situation. This was usually what he said to others. He did not expect that one day he would be educated like this. It's too early for you to be happy. The emperor took a deep breath and decided something. The system, I used the gold level lottery draw and gave me a fighting skill. I don't believe it anymore. Ding! Consume the gold level lottery ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes. Item, Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye. Fresh rank, no rank. Exclusive skills, Moon Reading, substantiating mental attacks, making the target fall into a nightmare, creating a real illusion space full of despair and pain. Amaterasu, using pupil energy to release a specific black flame with a powerful physical attack effect. It can't be extinguished before the target is burned out, even the flames can be swallowed together. From the world, the plane of Naruto. Description: the second stage of the evolution of writing round eyes, cleared the side effects of the bloodline boundary, and consumed a lot of money. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes? Very good, put it on me. The emperor said in surprise. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully equipping the kaleidoscope writing wheel, cost 1000 points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring skills, monthly reading, Amaterasu. The system prompt fell, and Tianzi suddenly realized that the things in front of him had become a little different. He could even clearly sense and more accurately see the trajectory of the direction of airflow in the space. Xie Mei smiled. The emperor looked at Li Jiajun and said, "The good show has just begun." The emperor closed his pupils, and opened them again. The purple pupils have become scarlet, and there are black gojade in them, and the gojade is connected together, showing a blade-like shape. Monthly reading. The soul power of the pinnacle of the mortal realm enveloped the entire fighting arena, and a substantial spiritual power impacted Li Jiajin's soul. Amaterasu. While releasing the moon reading, the emperor was cruel, gritted his teeth, and released Amaterasu together. Then, a black flame appeared out of thin air, slowly burning on Li Jiajin. What is this? Looking at the weird changes that suddenly appeared on his body in amazement, Li Jiajin's always calm face showed a little more panic, and then he felt a sting in his head. The emperor continued to guide him into the illusion he created. To be honest, he himself was a little afraid of the illusion he had imagined. It was really despair and pain coexisting. If he hadn't known in advance that this was his illusion space, he might have already was scared to death by this realistic scene. The audience under the stage didn't know why, they didn't even know what happened. Take his life while he is sick. With a bitter expression, the emperor forcibly endured the tremendous mental exhaustion caused by the use of his pupils, and quickly came to Li Jiajin with the cold shadow sword to be a sword-drawing technique. And Li Jiajin is obviously still struggling in the illusion, his eyes are full of confusion, let alone avoiding the blow of the emperor. Just as Tianzi was fortunate that he was about to hit him, something strange happened. 2 grey-green thorns and vines came out from under the ground and trapped the hands of the emperor, and the soul power that was half of the life was shut back. And he himself was hung up high by vines. What is it? The emperor found himself farther and farther away from the ground in amazement. And Li Jiajin, who was still empty-eyed just now, was smiling at him at this time, but his seemingly honest smile fell in the eyes of the emperor so gloomy and terrifying. I almost followed your way. He said faintly, with some complicated meaning in his eyes, I didn't expect to be forced out of my spirit by a cultivator of the same level. It's shameful. The emperor. Ning Rongrong saw that the emperor was subdued in an instant, and he was anxious, and shouted worriedly www.readwound.com. This time, Xiao Tian was more ill-fortuned. At this time, a mature, steady and slightly hoarse voice came from the entrance. Is a master, and it is Flander and Zhao Waoqi who walked side by side with him. Teacher, Master, Dean, Teacher Zhao. When the 7 of Shrek saw the 3 enter their lounge, they hurriedly got up and saluted. Yet, nodding his head, the master looked at the huge vine in the field with solemn expression. Since you saw my martial soul, then you are qualified to lose under his hand. After changing the lazy temperament before, Li Jiajin at this time is like a sharp sword with a sharp edge, and like the arrogant wolf king squinted at the emperor who was hung up high. What kind of spirit is this? The emperor could hardly conceal the turbulent waves in his heart, because he tried, no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't get rid of the vine, and the vine seemed to be constantly absorbing his own soul power. Too frightening. Listen well, this may be the last time you see this martial soul, because it sees blood. Li Jiajin smiled evilly and explained, chaotic Qinglian, bloom. I saw a green light appearing on the palm of his right hand, growing from a young age, until it formed the appearance of a green lotus. The green lotus had 5 leaves, blossomed 24 petals, and formed a lotus seed, holy and gorgeous. The emperor is messy. What the hell? Chaos Qinglian. The legendary creation treasure, Chaos Qinglian. And observing the appearance of this green lotus, it is still perfect. Done. Kicked to the iron plate. This is the truest thought in the emperor's heart. It broke 100,000 characters today, I still hope everyone can support me, thank you. Chapter 48, with full force. How could it be Chaos Qinglian? Who is this person? The emperor stared at Li Jiajin underneath, but unfortunately he couldn't tell from his face. What about Chaos Qinglian? Would I be afraid of you? He pursed his lips, and the eyes of the emperor flashed with milky white flames, with a cold breath that did not exist in ordinary flames. Bone spirit cold fire. A unique flame combining extreme cold and extreme heat burned on the emperor's body. Although it did not burn the vines cleanly, it also let it loose a part of its strength, allowing the emperor to escape the shackles of the vines. Curious flames. Raising his eyebrows lightly, Li Jiajun once again directed the vines of chaos Qinglian to extend to the emperor. But today's emperor's whole person is wrapped in white flames, like a of fire and war. Those vines can't get close at all. It's empty. You are not as powerful as the legendary green lotus. There was a joking voice. The emperor put away the cold shadow sword, and a martial soul slowly appeared in his hand. It's a sun-shooting bow. They finally use Wuhan. The people on the stage are desperate, but the people off the stage are happy and don't forget to be a narrator while watching the excitement. How could these be 4 black spirit rings? How is it possible? All 4 spirit rings are of 10,000 years level. The audience has been stunned by the emperor's spirit and spirit ring, let alone the spirit master whose first spirit ring is the 10,000-year spirit ring. They have never heard of the spirit master whose first spirit ring is the 10,000-year spirit ring. The emperor is still so perverted. Dai Mubai and the others smiled bitterly at each other. Good fellow, people are busy with the 100-year spirit ring and the 1,000-year spirit ring. Don't let people live. The first soul skill Shining Sun. The gilt arrows began to condense on the sun-shooting bow, but it is naturally impossible for Li Jiajun to let him release his soul skills. He directly summoned the Chaos Qinglian and released a giant vine that was stronger than the previous 2 vines and drew towards the emperor. It's late. The emperor looked terrifying, and within a moment he completed the condensing of the arrows. When the strings were sent, 3 flying arrows filed out, and 9 arrow bundles were formed halfway, and they all envisioned Li Jiajun. Those are powerful arrows that have been moisturized by the cold fire of the bone spirit, and their power cannot be underestimated. The extremely high temperature even distorts the space on the path. No longer cynical as before, Li Jiajun bends his right hand, and the yellow, purple and purple spirit ring shines under his feet. First soul skill Thorn. Gray-green vines turned out from the ground and turned into a wall of vines, blocking him in front of him. The arrow of the emperor touched these vines and was blocked, but the golden crow fire and the milky white bone spirit burned and spread on the vines. For a long time, no trace of the vines were burned out. It is indeed the treasure of creation. This fire-resistant nature is simply outrageous. The emperor suddenly felt a tingling scalp, and he knew the temperature of the scorching sun. Even his releaser could feel the extremely high heat. But even the vines of Chaos Qinglian couldn't burn it. Chaotic Qinglian, let them see your strength. Li Jiajun laughed, and the purple spirit ring was shining brightly. The 3rd spirit ability Red Lotus Karma Fire. The green lotus in his hand heard the sound, and Chu Er turned into a blood-red lotus, blooming with the brilliance of evil charm. The 12th grade industry fire Red Lotus. A faint scarlet flame appeared on the lotus flower. When Tianzi noticed its appearance, his eyes widened. Tang San did the same, yelling out in a gaffe, Red Lotus Industry Fire. Well? What is the Red Lotus Karma Fire? The rest of Shrek's faces were full of question marks, including the master and others. Although he was knowledgeable, he had never heard of this kind of flame. The 7th of the 8 cold hells. The Sanskrit name Padma, translated as red lotus. Because of the cold, the flesh and skin are split like red lotus flowers. The 4th yoga theory says, the red lotus is the difference between this and the green lotus, the color becomes red. The skin splits, or 10 or more. Therefore, the name of the logia is red lotus. The 11th of Ju Shi Guangji said Bo Tima, this cloud is red lotus blossoms. The cold is severing, and the body is broken and cracked, like red lotus blossoms. Tang San explained to the others heavily, staring deadly. Holding the lotus in Li Jiajun's hand. What? Hearing Tang San said a passage of ancient Chinese in a Sanskrit language, the others were stunned and couldn't understand it at all. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to them. Tang San's heart is now full of turbulent waves. What did he see today? First Chaos Qinglian, then 12th rank Karma Fire Red Lotus, and finally the Red Lotus Karma Fire appeared, although the latter two were both evolved from Chaos Qinglian. But how could this mysterious thin man possess something that belongs to his world, and it is also the legendary creation treasure? Is in the same mood as him. The Emperor has a complex face and dare not care about it. It seems that there is no way to die today. I haven't used it for a long time, you are fine. Li Jiajin reads the last three words very hard. At the same time, the red flame flew towards the Emperor. I'm afraid you won't make it. The Emperor's heart shook, and another move was scorching the sun. The 9 gilt arrows were no longer scattered and lined up as before, but one after another turned into a slender dazzling beam. Accurately shoot at the Red Lotus Industry Fire. The two sharply high-temperature attacks collided together www.readaloud.com and quickly set off a wave of violent air, spreading out of the field, and many soul masters sitting in the front row were directly burned and flew out. Maybe two different violent energies collided and merged with each other, causing a strong explosion in the fighting spirit arena. This kind of energy has exceeded the scope of the soul sect. Zhu Zuqing, who has always been taciturn, couldn't help but yell. So strong! At the center of the explosion, the two of them were also fanned by the violent shock wave at that moment, and landed in embarrassment. Ahem! The Emperor knelt on one knee, covered his chest with his right hand, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this time, his clothes were disheveled and his silver hair became a little bit scorched. Only the pair of purple stars were still dazzling. On the other hand, Li Jiajin, who was at a distance from him, was standing. Although he was injured a little bit, he was obviously not more serious than the one on the Emperor's body. You surprised me. This time Li Jiajin solemnly opened his eyes to look at the Emperor. There was no contempt at all in his eyes, but a kind of respect for his opponents. If you don't meet me, you should be 100 consecutive victories, but unfortunately, you met me. Smiled tragically, the Emperor endured the pain in his body and forcibly stood up, and said, "Tell you the unfortunate news that you met me, so your winning streak will stop here." There was a cry of surprise, and Li Jiajin was silent. Next, let's turn on the firepower. The Emperor's smile was all over, and humans and animals were harmless. 4th Spirit Ability Fixing. 2nd Spirit Ability Poison Light. No one can see that there is an invisible arrow on the Emperor's sun-shooting bow besides a dark green arrow. People only know that there are 2 black spirit rings under his feet that burst out astonishing black light at the same time. Chapter 49, Flick Away. Just about to use the 1st spirit ability to resist the dark green flying arrow, Li Jiajin suddenly found that he could not move, only his head could turn. A chill rushed into his heart, he looked at the Emperor, and was shocked to find that he had illuminated 2 circles of spirit rings. One of the spirit rings is the dark green flying arrow that is about to hit him in front of him, so there is one more. Is an invisible arrow that hit the shadow behind Li Jiajin. Fix. Powerful skills at lower levels, with powerful soul skills that pin the target's shadow to make the target immobile. The poisonous arrow also pierced Li Jiajin's chest directly, exploding a thick venom. Crap! The secret path is not good. Li Jiajin soon discovered that the Emperor was running towards him with all his strength, and he also sensed that the toxins in his chest were constantly spreading, his strength was gradually becoming weak, and his soul power seemed to be out of his control. Same. Monthly reading. Soul power once again turned into an invisible needle, piercing Li Jiajin's mind, bringing him boundless despair and pain. The Emperor knows the opportunity to seize the opportunity, the bone spirit in his left hand is cold and the sword in his right hand is cold. The left hand covered with abnormal fire quickly swiped the ice-blue cold shadow sword, and the entire sword body became extremely blue, full of extreme cold and extreme heat of violent aura. Earth-level low-level fighting skills, flames, and waves. As the voice of the Emperor's heart fell, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged, and countless energies visible to the naked eye, as if being pulled, crazily poured into the cold shadow sword in the hands of the emperor. From a distance, where the sword body passed, the space seemed to be distorted by evaporation, but there was also a sense of stagnation that was frozen by the ice. After Tianzi poured his spirit power into the cold shadow sword, at the blade's edge, a light flashed fiercely, and a half-foot-long crescent moon flashed out of the sword like lightning, carrying the hot temperature without mercy. Cut to Li Jiajun. With his powerful soul power, Li Jiajun quickly woke up from the monthly reading. After all, he was also a person who suffered a loss. As soon as he came back to his senses, he saw an extremely terrifying attack slaying on him. The pupils suddenly shrank, and Li Jiajun's face showed a struggling color. He yelled up to the sky and exhausted all his strength to try to get out of the shackles of fixing. The blue veins on his forehead violently, the invisible arrow trembles violently and is about to bounce off. Break it for me! With a loud shout, Li Jiajun had not waited until the end of 3 seconds, forcibly breaking free from the shackles of fixing, and the purple spirit ring under his feet shone brightly. 4th Spirit Ability 12th Grade Merit Golden Lotus. The red 12th Grade Industry Fire Red Lotus instantly transformed into a golden lotus, becoming the size of Li Jiajun's whole person, and blocking him in front of him. It's useless. The emperor kept stuffing Chi pill in his mouth, staring at the holy golden lotus breathlessly, not daring to relax his vigilance at all times. It can be seen that he is really exhausted, but he can't lose. Not enough. Amaterasu. The emperor had already felt dizzy, but he still used his pupil technique at Jinlian without hesitation. Mysterious black flames were burning, and the flame-cutting wave ruler also cut onto Jinlian's body, and immediately smashed it through a crack. Finally, I will send you down. The emperor yelled and showed Amaterasu again, but instead of releasing it to Jinlian, he looked directly at Li Jiajun. Severe discomfort appeared in Tianzi's eyes, forcing him to frown this brow, but he did not stop his dangerous behavior. You must know that the pupil technique consumes soul power. It is already very reluctant for the emperor to use the soul realm of the pinnacle of the mortal realm for 2 to 3 months or Amaterasu, but he does not think it is enough. He has used so much continuously. Secondly, this will cause a great mental burden. Perhaps it was the overbearing toxicity of Bailan's snake venom. Li Jiajun gradually lost the ability to use the 4th spirit ability to resist the attack of the Emperor and Amaterasu. The 12th grade merit Golden Lotus lost the support of the spirit power and shattered. Profound stage advanced fighting skill Walking Dragon Step. Profound level advanced fighting skills and sword drawing. The Emperor is not an indecisive person. Grabbing Li Jiajun's decline, he wielded the cold shadow sword thoughtfully and unwillingly, and flew away. Li Jiajun, who was still on fire, fell heavily, and dust flew in waves, blocking everyone's view. Who won? Is it the Emperor? Everyone can't wait to know the result. After all, this is a duel between the kings of war, and it is the peak duel of the two soul sects that far exceeds the level of the soul section. The dust settled in the field, and the one standing there was undoubtedly the Emperor, but he bent over, grabbed the drooping left arm with his right hand, closed his right eye, and overflowed with blood. Only his left eye could barely open. Before his forehead the blue veins burst out, obviously the kind of appearance after suffering a strong pain. Cold Shadow Sword didn't know when he was stuck on the ground, and a little bit of the Emperor's blood was still flowing on the hilt of the sword. It's so miserable. Across from him, Li Jiajun's face was bleak, pale as snow, and there was still blood on the corners of his mouth. I lost. Li Jiajun closed his eyes, opened them again and looked at the Emperor. You are good. The next stage was cheering. No 0. Qi Yan. No 0. Qi Yan. Dear gentlemen, dear ladies, I now announce that the last one-on-one battle of the souls of the 15th level will be won by the 49th level soul sect number 0 Xian. At the same time, congratulations to the number 0 Chi Flame became the first silver fighting spirit in Soto's great fighting arena and even the Tiandu Empire to win a 100-game winning streak. To be honest, the ability to preside over the atmosphere of the scene is really good, and only a few words let the big fight go silent. Thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers resounded in the Soul Field again. Xiao Ba won. Xiao Wu couldn't help jumping up excitedly. With her bunny ear decorations, it was a cute little white rabbit. Everyone is very happy. Of course there is also a trace of worry. After all, the Emperor's injury is very serious now. It is even hard to bear to look directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge, defeating Li Jiajin. www.readaloud.com reward, 1 million experience, 5,000 points, platinum level lottery ×1, junior character summoning card ×2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, becoming a silver fighting spirit, rewards, 2 million experience, 100,000 year soul ring ×1, 5,000 points, platinum level lottery ×1, random fighting skills ×1, soul realm upgrade by 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, current level, level 50 Soul King, current Soul Realm, Spirit Realm Primary, remaining points 32,700. Whew! The Emperor took a long sigh of relief, and finally relaxed the tight nerves in his body, but he didn't have the strength to stand up anymore, and he leaned on the cold shadow sword. After a disaster, it's so good. Your performance surprised me. Li Jiajin once again stared at the Emperor, and said solemnly. I hope I can see you again and can fight side by side with you. In one sentence, the Emperor is in the clouds and mists, why fight side by side and beat the king? When he was about to ask, he found that the person had disappeared. Who is he? The Emperor's brain was running fast, trying to recall every detail of Doluo continent, and came to a conclusion: this person really does not exist. In the distant starry sky, a man wearing a black cloak lifted his hat, revealing a thin face, just like Li Jiajin. He, worthy of your son. He muttered to himself, but it was a pity that there was a starry sky and silence, and no one could notice him at all. He said something later, and it turned into a white dust and disappeared. Chapter 50, Counting the Spoils. Exited the Fighting Soul stage, outside the rest area, everyone had left the players' viewing area. The Emperor dragged his exhausted steps out of the gate, and he kept stuffing Chi Dan and Shenggu Dan in his mouth as he walked. If the group of people who were in the Tiandu Royal Auctions saw the Emperor actually eat 200,001 bottle of Kikai pill as jelly beans, I don't know what it would feel. This time the injury is too serious. He shook his head helplessly, and the Emperor squeezed the pill into his mouth without hesitation. Anyway, he had it. If you have money, we may not have much, but there are a lot of pills, just eat it. The physical injury and the consumption of soul power are easy to say, but the loss of soul power is a bit troublesome. After all, Uedu and Amaterasu are both pupil techniques, and pupil techniques belong to the category of subtle mysterious techniques. His multiple use has caused too much soul power consumption. Even now that the soul realm has broken through to the spiritual realm, it is only an empty realm, but no strength. Thinking about it, the more I think about it, the more annoying it gets. If he doesn't have much energy right now, he would have started scratching his ears and cheeks a long time ago. Unknowingly, the Emperor ran into a person, and he was staggered, and almost fell to the ground with his body covered in scars. But at the last moment, he threw himself into the arms of someone. Well, it's fragrant, but it seems a bit small, and a bit hard, hey? What's going on? The Emperor, who was enjoying himself, suddenly felt something was wrong, and raised his head slightly to an arc, and saw a lovely face. It's not Ning Rong, and who is it? Teacher Zhao, can't you just watch it? The Emperor is injured. What if the injury is more serious by you? Ning Rongrong was dissatisfied with the emperor who stopped him before. Said Zhao Waoqi, who almost knocked him down on the road. Ha ha! Zhao Waoqi scratched his head awkwardly, and muttered in his heart, having a lover is not the same. Look at other people's Xiao Hu Zhuzuking and they are not in a hurry. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Master Yu Xiaogang walked out from behind and said with concern to the emperor. It's okay, just rest for a few days. Not surprised they recognized themselves, the emperor took down the eye of Torikia and threw it into the ring. Teacher, you all saw me play. The emperor barely smiled in Ning Rongrong's arms and said that he was okay, but he was thinking, Rongrong is not fully developed yet, it is still Sister Diokin's softness. Comfortable. Speaking of the game, I didn't expect you to actually reach the point of the silver fighting soul in 2 months. Dean Flender interjected. Hey? Lucky fluke. The emperor was humble again. But the other people who circled him all had their mouths twitched. This is really pretending to be a force. Luckily? Why didn't I have a chance to win a 100-game winning streak? Especially Dai Muebai's face became even more black. Your cultivation speed is too fast, right? In just over a month, you have even reached nearly 20 levels. Oscar is still as usual, how can I say? Oh? Cheap? I was born full of soul power. Who isn't it? Unable to roll his eyes, Oscar couldn't help being speechless for the new student. How many of Shrek's people are not born full of spirit power? No. And you are naturally full of soul power to be able to advance to the 20th level in a month? Why can't we? Seems to have been hit by the emperor, and the others left silently, not knowing where they were sat. The emperor, or let's go back to the academy, you need to be healed quickly. Ning Rongrong looked at the countless wounds on the emperor's body and felt distressed, and hurriedly said. Okay, I'm exhausted for so many days, so hurry back, I want to stay away from this place of right and wrong. The emperor nodded, he still feels that he is going back to open the treasure box. Ding! Consume the platinum level lottery ×2. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exercises, the way of war, 10 kinds of poisonous toxins. Ding! Consumption fighting skill draw ×1, congratulations on winning the fighting skill, 3000 thunders. Gong method, God of War. From the plane, Peerless Sword Soul. Grade, Taboo. Description, divided into 2 big realms, the Battle Realm and the Realm. Among them, the battlefield corresponds to the 10-level Taboo domain. Every time you reach a level, you can leapfrog and challenge the corresponding cultivator. Cultivating into the realm, condensing the Shura battle body, can condense the realm of gods and demons. Within the realm, the combat power can be increased by more than 10 times. 6. Awesome! Lying on the bed, enjoying the grapes that Ning Rongrong had peeled and handed to his mouth, the emperor looked satisfied, and he almost didn't laugh when he heard that the technique was so awesome. Sound system, which forbidden field of combat power corresponds to what I learned from God of War now. According to the estimation of this system, the host can cross 5 levels, corresponding to the taboo area of the 5th level. What? The emperor jumped up in shock, startled Ning Rongrong beside him, and all the grapes in his hand fell to the ground. What's the matter? Ning Rongrong looked at the emperor with a question mark on his face, just like a fool. Found that he seemed to be too excited, the emperor said quickly, it's nothing, my feet are pulled. Ouch! System! I'm so strong, I can only cross 5 small levels. The emperor yelled in his heart unhappy. The taboo area here refers only to physical combat power. Was shocked again, the emperor said, then I am physically invincible. I didn't want to bother with this brainless host, and the system simply remained silent. Can you be a little shameless, you dare to say that you are invincible if you are a Dowang without a star? Then quickly learn it for me www.readwoon.com ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the martial art and the way of war. White spots appeared on Tianzi's body, randomly and slowly turning into red and then purple. This scared Ning Rongrong, who didn't know anything, and thought that the emperor had mutated, so he hurriedly left him, as if you didn't want to come. The emperor was full of black lines, and explained to her that this was caused by her own practice, but she didn't believe it. Who has the same mildew on his body during cultivation? Ning Rongrong looked suspicious. Rolled his eyes, the emperor continued to observe the situation in his body, and at first glance, he was stunned. He could find that his physical body had reached a very high height, at least 10 times more than the previous one. The light spots were all the impurities from the inside of the body that were forcibly steamed dry by the exercises. I go. The emperor was ecstatic. If he was facing Li Jiajin now, he wouldn't be so embarrassed, and he could even use his body and soul power to fight him. System, where is my real physical combat power now? Struggling to reach the 5th level taboo area. Okay, the emperor curled his lips and stopped talking, but looked at 2 other things. These 10 toxins are added to the poison on. Fighting skills, 3000 thunders. Rank, low level. Description, the most advanced body fighting skills of Fenglei Pavilion in the Duqi continent. After the meeting, the body shape changes like thunder and lightning. A big fighting master can compete head-on with the strong fighting spirit, and can also be invincible. Land. Good stuff. The emperor smiled, and he also learned the stamina. Next, it should be it. Chapter 51, Moment. It's time to upgrade. When he thought that he still had 2 10,000-year spirit rings and 200,000-year spirit rings, the emperor's heart was agitated, and he wanted to enjoy the rocket-like speed of upgrading. Well, you have to add the spirit ring of the sun shooting bow to maximize your experience. The emperor thought this way. The system adds a 100,000-year spirit ring to the sun shooting bow. Ding! Consume 100,000 years of spirit ring x1. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level, 52 Spirit King, 2-star Fighting King. Without waiting for the prompt sound to finish, the emperor directly violently said, "What? A 100,000-year spirit ring, will you let me rise 2 levels?" But this time the emperor has learned well. It is the soul who curses in the system space instead of directly swearing at the air, otherwise Ning Rongrong will be regarded as insane again. Host, please stay calm and restless. An ass. You have eaten all my experience, what level should I be upgraded to? When someone attaches a spirit ring to level 4 or 5, you will get me 2 stars for my 100,000-year spirit ring. Let me explain, I will uninstall you right away. System. I'm afraid it also thinks that there may be a problem with this host. Please look at your own experience slot first before speaking. After a very spiritual snorted, the system ignored this messy host. Hearing it, the emperor involuntarily aimed at the column of his own level, 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Fuck. 12 million experience. You pitted girl. System, come out. I will never beat you. It's a pity, no matter how hard the emperor tried, the system didn't answer him, but there was a series of reminders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spirit ability, Tianguan Japanese style. Skills, 10 Tonkin Japanese style. Grade, intermediate level. Description, inflict 4 superimposed damage on the target. Intermediate level. The eyes were wide, and the emperor also reacted. If you look at it this way, the spirit ability given by the 10,000-year spirit ring of 1 to 50,000 years should be equivalent to the high level of the mysterious stage, more than 50,000 years. The spirit ring under 100,000 years is endowed with the spirit ability of the low level, while the spirit ring over 100,000 years is above the intermediate level. Just don't know what spirit ring the spirit ability equivalent to the heavenly fighting skill comes from, millions of years. Thinking of this, the emperor couldn't help swallowing, his eyes straightened. Tian Tian Guan Japanese style? What an overbearing name! He smiled with satisfaction, and the emperor couldn't wait to try the power of this spirit ability. No hurry, we still have 3 spirit rings. Add the remaining 3 spirit rings to the ancestral dragon Wuhan. Ding! Consume 50,000 year spirit ring times 1, 70,000 year spirit ring times 1, 100,000 year spirit ring times 1. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level, level 56 Soul King, 6-star Fighting King. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soul skills, Dragon Sword Crazy Slash, Shenlong Shout Yen Tribulation, Time and Space Stars Falling Down. Wait, how do I hear these things so familiar? The emperor raised his eyebrows lightly, and carefully recalled where he had seen these names. Skills, Dragon Sword Crazy Slash. Rank, low level. From the Plane, Legend of Aokai. Description, Ancestral Dragon Wuhan transformed into a holy light flying sword, it must hit the opponent and increase its own damage by 40%. Skill, Shenlong Shout Yen Tribulation. Rank, low level. From the Plane, Legend of Aokai. Description, 1. When attacking, ignore the opponent's defense. 2. When defending, the ancestral dragon spirit turned into a golden holy shield. Skill, Time and Space Stars Die. Grade, Intermediate level. From the Plane, Legend of Aokai. Description, enter the time and space domain state, the damage in the time and space domain state is increased by 50% and must double the damage to the opponent. At the same time, it is immune to 1 damage. The Son of Heaven. Is this a game gift pack? The emperor finally remembered where he saw these skills. In fact, he didn't remember it, but saw it. It turned out to be a game he played a long time ago. He is even wondering whether the spirit ring behind will also come from the Legend of Aokai, a collection of annual fees. But these skills are still very strong, and there are areas. Tisk tisk tisk, make a lot of money. The emperor hooked his mouth and thought to himself, forget it, don't worry about the system. If the Hongmeng system had eyes, she would definitely give her a big white eye. Call up my personal information panel. Host, Son of Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Level, 56th level Soul Sex 6-star Do Wang, 103000/16000000. Soul, low-level Spirit Realm. Identity, Young Master of Yun Lanzong, Student of Shrek Academy, Great Fighting Soul Arena. Wuhan, Zalong, Black, Black and Red, Sun Shooting Bao, Black, Black, Black and Red. Gongfa, Kyunkan Good Fortune Ju, Low-level Xian level, War God Dao, Taboo. Secret Techniques, Moon Reading, Amaterasu. Skills, Profound Level Advanced, Sword Drawing, Dragon Walking, Burning Sun, Poisonous Glow, Sky Fire. Low Level, Fixing, Dragon Sword Crazy Slash, Shenlong Shaking Tribulation, Flame Splitting Wave Ruler, 3000 Thunders. Intermediate tiers, the sky traverses the Japanese style, the time and space stars are gone. Occupation, 4th rank alchemist, subject to level restrictions, if the level is sufficient, it can be promoted to the god rank alchemist without hindrance. Points, 31,700. Items, kaleidoscope writing round eyes, cold shadow sword, lower level, experience lollipop times 458, identity jade pendant, upgrade pill times 2, Torikia's eye, primary character summoning card times 2. Main plane, fighting and breaking plane. Secondary plane, Doluo plane. Main quest, 1, King over the world, 1/2, break through the Soul Emperor. Side quest, Kill 100 Tier 3 monsters, 0/100. Well, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can. Nodded without leaving a trace. The Emperor opened his eyes and found a pair of crystal clear eyes staring at him, looking very serious. Ning Rongrong knelt and sat on the Emperor's bed, staring at the Emperor intently. It's just that she seems to be in a daze when she looks like this. Even the Emperor opened his eyes without noticing it. I'm handsome again. The Emperor couldn't help but narcissistically said. It actually made Rongrong look at him. Well, my fault. System. The system swears that this is the first time he has seen the Emperor shameless all day. Looking at the energetic girl in front of her, the Emperor involuntarily leaned forward. It seemed that he had discovered the movements of the Emperor. Ning Rongrong was ashamed of his behavior, and his cheeks were covered with red clouds in an instant. She suddenly distanced herself from the Emperor, her hands were kneading her fingers at a loss, and she lowered her head not to look at the Emperor, and explained in a faint mosquito voice, that I did not speak, just looking at the cute girl in front of her. The afternoon sun shone on her feet through the simple window, and reflected on her face through the faint scattered light. At this moment, time seems to have stopped, and two heartbeats are beating without rhythm, and they are also approaching each other. Doluo will be here temporarily and will return to Dupo. Chapter 52, Return to Fighting. A few days have passed since the Battle of Souls, and the wounds on the Emperor's body are almost good. The past few days have been happy and free. Apart from molesting Ning Rongrong, he is uncomfortable watching other people conduct devil training. This day, a chubby boy ran out from the misty gate of the college. Ran halfway, suddenly remembered something, stopped at the gate of the academy, and looked over a boulder next to the academy. I saw a little boy who was younger than him lying on the boulder. The little boy had beautiful eyes and looks very attractive, but at this time he looked lazy, lying on the boulder, with Erlang's legs, his mouth still holding a blue-silver grass that can be seen everywhere in and outside the village, chewing it happily. Delicious! The boy who ran out is naturally Ma Hongzhen, and the lazy boy is the Emperor. And every time Ma Hongzhen saw the Emperor sitting on a big rock with an unknown grass or walking with them a few times with a heavy load, he would vomit blood like a walk. I went to the dean and kept telling him not to participate in the training, but every time he was told by Flanders, his cultivation level is more than enough even if he graduates, but you can give me his cultivation level and I can do it. Letting you not participate in training is out of temper. Eyes can't help but twitch. Ma Hongzhen is used to it. He quickly walked away and didn't even look at him anymore. At least he didn't see the heart and didn't bother him. As far as the Emperor remembers, they have also been conducting devil training for a month, and it was Ning Rongrong who surprised him. Different from what he remembered, Ning Rongrong didn't play the eldest lady's temper as before. Instead, he followed the army very obediently. The Emperor asked other people what was going on. They all looked at him with weird faces, which made him sweat. At this time, if he doesn't understand what happened, then he is really stupid. I didn't expect that she had affected her. She changed from a spoiled daughter to a genius soul master who has an overall view and can endure hard work. There was a warm current in my heart. According to them, when Ning Rongrong finished training the next day, an old man in white came to the academy to beat up Zhao Waoqi. Hearing this, the Emperor couldn't help but shudder. Isn't that just sword Doluo? Fortunately, he didn't know what Ning Rongrong thought. Otherwise, he might be beaten up again, just as if he felt a little sorry for teacher Zhao Waoqi. When he came to the principal's office in Flanders, the Emperor didn't bother to knock on the door, so he pushed the door and walked in. The whole office is abnormally quiet, and even a pin dropped on the ground can be heard. Is very rudimentary, just like my dormitory. The Emperor spit out in his heart. What are you looking for? A suspicious voice came from behind Tianzi. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor would have subdued this kind of person with a backhand, but this time there was no but the Emperor's voice would belong to Dean Flander. "Dean, I want to ask for a leave. After all, I came to ask for leave, and it is not easy to say too firmly, but the Emperor's tone is with discussion." "How long? 5 or 6 months?" The Emperor scratched his head with a guilty conscience, and was not sure whether Flander would take this leave for himself. Oh, nothing, what? 5 or 6 months? At first, I didn't think much, but Flander suddenly reacted and opened his eyes sharply. "You say it again." That's it, just 5 or 6 months. How dare you?" Flander stared at him fiercely, and then acted like an educated emperor. It was an education to the Emperor. As a student, you have to look like a student. You have been in school for more than a month. It's been almost 2 months, why didn't you see you in class? What kind of style do you have as a student? Didn't you and the master let me go to fight a soul fight? How do I go to class?" The Emperor was speechless for a while. "That's your practical guidance," Flander said meaningfully, and put his hand on the shoulder of the Emperor. "Oh my God, you are a smart man, you should understand the teacher's painstaking efforts." "President, I am a bit stupid." The Emperor listened humbly. "Then you can't let you go out, the world is sinister outside, you still have to hone more in the academy." This quietly twitched the corners of his mouth. The Emperor always felt that he was shameless enough. He didn't expect to encounter the big rascal Flander, and it would be a little shameless. "Let him go out and practice." A low voice came from outside the door, causing the two of them to look back. It was Yu Xiaogang. "It's no help to stay in the academy with your current cultivation base, only the outside can make you stronger faster." The master walked to the side of the Emperor and glanced at Flander, who was winking at him. "Ignore it directly." "Yes, teacher." Seeing Yu Xiaogang is the same as seeing a savior, and quickly follow his words. www.readaloud.com. Don't give Flanders a chance to speak. Regardless of Flanders' scorched face, the Emperor smiled. "Xiao Tian, remember that you have to come back in 5 months." The master warned, "If you really can't get out of your body, it's better to improve your own strength. You can wait until the mainland Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament comes back." Hearing this, both the Emperor and Flanders were stunned. The master is going to completely free him? But the Emperor happily accepts it. Anyway, it is really difficult for him to get any help from the academy. This just gives him enough time to prepare for his plan. "Yes, Master, I will be back in 5 months." The Emperor nodded, because it seemed that Tang San was the series of fairy products medicinal materials picked 5 months later. He just intends to take this time to return to the fighting plane and collect a large amount of medicinal materials to break through the alchemist level for himself. Analyzed according to the inheritance alchemy of Lejun Tais Hang, this is the 5th grade medicinal material when the immortal medicine Kiluo Tulip in Tang San's eyes is converted into the medicinal material of the Dupo plane. If it is taken directly by mouth, a lot of medicinal power will be wasted, and it can only be taken by one person. The Emperor wanted to refine it into a pot of pill. By then, it could completely retain the power of the Kiluo Tulip, and it could be taken by multiple people. It was not impossible to build a few more tidal doluos. "By the way, I went to Qingshan town to see the little Dr. Fairy, cough cough, it is the image of Jinglian demon fire remnant." The Emperor thought. Leaving the dean's office, the Emperor returned to his dormitory, took out a pen and paper, wrote a note to Ning Rongrong, and then placed 10 bottles of Zujin on the table. "System, let's fight back and break the plane." Ding! 1000 points are consumed, 700 remaining points are being sent. Chapter 53, Tiger Desert. Fight to break the world, the Gama Empire. The Gobi is continuous, with raging winds and yellow sand all over the sky. In the vast desert, the climate is so hot that the rolling yellow sand is scorched hot by the scorching sun, just like hot iron sand. In the deep yellow sand, there are countless pale skeletons, some of them, some of Warcraft. This is the Tagore Desert. At this moment, in the Tagore Desert, the void suddenly rippled, and then a white figure fell out from a door in the void. Fuck! The door of the plane disappeared, and the screams followed. Fighting Chi Hui. Fortunately, the white figure shouted before landing, and a pair of white wings appeared behind him, holy and immaculate. Hurriedly fanned his wings, but maybe it was the first time he used the wings, and he didn't fully grasp it. His body was glide close to the ground, almost rubbing his chest with the sand. It took a long time before he landed on the ground without any risk. I rely on the system pits me. Why do you land in this way every time? The Emperor put away the wings of fighting energy, his was up to the sky, and he yelled. System. The system is used to the Emperor, in this case it is best to say nothing. In the end, it was the Emperor who almost stopped talking about himself before he stopped. What the is this, it's so annoying to me. As he said, he slapped his mouth with his hand. Does the host have no common sense? Dare to do this in the desert? Are you afraid of water loss faster? Seizing the opportunity, the system is just a mockery. Rolled his eyes viciously, and the Emperor didn't bother to pay attention to this cheating system. Standing in the middle of the desert, the Emperor squinted his eyes slightly, covered the hot and dazzling sun above his head with his hands, and slowly scanned the surrounding area. Around, the wind was raging, and the yellow sand in the sky was wrapped in the wind, and it constantly hit the back of the Emperor's hands, cheeks, and bare skin of his body. Although the Emperor's current physical fitness after cultivating Shuradeo, even if the sand from the typhoon hits his body, there will be no problem, but he is still very uncomfortable to hit his body with the yellow sand wrapped in the raging wind. Why did you come to Tagore Desert? The Emperor frowned. This place is not close to Yuten City. Do I have to change my plan? The host can purchase a space charm, which can instantly appear in a place that has appeared before. How much? With a bad feeling, the Emperor asked cautiously. Not much, 300,000 points. Haha. The Emperor gave the system a scroll without hesitation. 300,000 points? Who is the pitfall? I know this system is not reliable. The Emperor said irritably. 5 months, it should be enough. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze shifted to the depths of the desert. King Lian's heart is hot. Since I came here first, I can only change my plan. Did not hesitate, the Emperor detected the presence of people in a certain direction through his soul power, and wandered over. If there is no accident, then it should be the direction where Machen is located. Walking in the desert, a strange noise suddenly came from under his feet, and the Emperor's brows slightly frowned, and his figure stopped immediately. Brush! Reaching out and flipping it, an ice-blue long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. After the soul force quickly locked the source of the abnormal movement under his feet, the Emperor's eyes were like electricity, and the long sword in his hand was slammed tightly, and then shot into it instantly. Among the yellow sand. Hiss! Suddenly, accompanied by a painful and sharp neighing, the yellow sand under his feet suddenly rolled over. A tan giant scorpion over 3 meters in size suddenly emerged from the yellow sand, swaying its body frantically. In the head of the giant scorpion, there is a blue long sword impressively inserted. The blade and most of the blade of the long sword have been deeply submerged into the head of the giant scorpion. After drilling out of the yellow sand, the giant scorpion constantly shook its body frantically, trying to throw the long sword out of the body, but the long sword was inserted too deep and could not be thrown away. In the end, the giant scorpion still failed and suffered a while. Struggling, crashed down. Good food. Tianzi shook his head, preparing to pull out the cold shadow sword and leave, but noticed that something was shining. Magic core. Stepping forward to the head of the giant scorpion, the Emperor leaned over and held the hilt of the cold shadow sword inserted into the head of the giant scorpion, and then pushed his right hand vigorously, and the sharp cold shadow sword directly cut the entire head of the giant scorpion open. While a large amount of green blood was spilled, a yellow crystal nucleus also fell from the viscous green blood, and fell to the ground with a snap. Good luck, there is a magic core. Leaned over and picked up the magic core that had fallen on the yellow sand, twisting the yellow crystal nucleus lightly with his fingers. Looking at the crystal nucleus of the fingertips, a smile appeared on the face of the emperor. In the fighting plane, although there are monsters, not every monster has a magic core, but only extremely powerful monsters have magic cores. As for the weaker monsters, there are magic cores in their bodies. It might be a test of luck. I think that when the emperor was able to refine so many pills, it was only in the Warcraft Mountains that he killed so many crystal nuclei. The giant scorpion in front of us is only 2 tiers at most. It is almost equivalent to the fighting master among the fighters. The possibility of crystal nucleus is very low. www.readaloud.com. The emperor can burst the crystal nucleus. Luck can be said to be very good. Putting away the crystal core, the emperor continued to walk in the vast desert. Well, it's not right. As soon as he took a step, the emperor could vaguely feel the sand and rocks under his feet trembling. Sa. Black spots continuously popped up from the sand underground, shaking their tails swiftly, moving closer to the emperor. Ah, this! Dumbfounded, the emperor glanced at the giant scorpion that he had killed not far away, and found something. He couldn't help but shudder. He forgot that the creatures in the Tagore Desert seem to live in groups. Kill a giant scorpion himself, it is very likely to provoke an entire tribe. Although they are only second-order monsters, they can't hold them much. The emperor roughly counted, there are probably thousands of second-order scorpions here. I am De Wang, I am afraid of these things. The emperor shook his head. Waved the cold shadow sword several times in the air, threw the green blood of the giant scorpion out of the sword, and then put it away. Just right, let's try my new skills. As soon as he put away the cold shadow sword, the emperor showed a bright smile. He has always wanted to try a series of soul abilities he had obtained before, but he just stayed in history. Lake College, there really is no chance. Unfortunately, these monsters appeared at this time. Involuntarily summoned the ancestral dragon martial spirit, the emperor was surrounded by 3 spirit rings in black, and red. First soul skill Dragon Sword Crazy Slash. The mysterious dragon martial soul in his hand screamed from the sky, and then turned into a huge sword. The head of the sword hilt is a golden yellow dragon head. The sword body is very wide, mainly yellow, with blue stripes, and the sword is more than 10 meters long, which is very domineering. Die. Chapter 54, Old Stubborn Hypodon. The emperor is holding a huge dragon sword with a horizontal right hand, and facing the scorpion core in front of him is a sweep. The huge sword envelopes the powerful energy fluctuations, traverses the space, and makes a tearing sound, among which is the sound of dragons. How could these second-order monsters be able to withstand the attack of the De Wang, who displayed the spirit skills equivalent to the ground-level fighting skills? Wherever the dragon sword swept across, all that was left was only the broken limbs. Green blood splattered everywhere, but he couldn't get close to the emperor's body. "You're so handsome!" the emperor exclaimed while turning the giant sword back into a martial spirit and took it back. There was originally a sea of black scorpions, but now it is a sea of green blood, which is a bit disgusting. Pinching his nose, the emperor frowned and waved his hand in disgust. He didn't even want to take the crystal core. It was really disgusting. After testing the power of the spirit ability, the emperor continued thinking about the direction of Machen. In the northwest region of the Gamma Empire, there is a city, which is named Machen because it is too close to the Tagore Desert. The weather in Machen is too hot, and most of the men are shirtless and look quite bold at first glance. As for those women, they used tight-fitting leather clothing to cover their vitals, and even the slender waist was boldly exposed. It looks very sexy. Go to a shop. Tianzi entered the city, inquired all the way, and finally came to a shop called Gutu. On this trip, if the emperor does not have a shrewd map, he will easily get lost in the desert. What's more, the emperor needs to find the heart of Qinglian. Is familiar with the storyline of Dupo, the emperor knows that only the ancient map shop has the precise map he wants. The shop in front of the emperor, as he imagined, the decoration is not luxurious, revealing a simple atmosphere. There are no guests inside. Behind the counter, an old man with white hair is drawing a map with his dry palms. Buy it quickly, or get out of it if you don't buy it. The old man lowered his head, not only didn't mean to entertain the emperor, but spoke rudely to the emperor. It's not like a businessman at all. It's really weird, you have such a weird temper, how can you keep this shop open? If it wasn't for my lack of anger recently, or you would have been burned to death by my flames. The emperor said calmly. The brush stroke stopped, and a tyrannical aura spread out from the old man's body. Boy, what did you just say? The old man is a bit older and didn't hear clearly. You say it again. The old man squinted his eyes and stared at the emperor. Took out his ears indifferently, and the emperor easily removed this powerful aura, making the old man look surprised. Old guy, don't use the momentum to crush me. The emperor said casually, while still walking around in the shop, looking up and down, looking around. Eyes twitched involuntarily. The old man did not expect to encounter a stubble like the emperor. Seeing that his aura was useless, the old man was fortunately too lazy to care about him and continued to do his own business. Hey, old man! Suddenly, the emperor turned his head and said to the old man. Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? People like you were going to be immersed in a pig cage in the past. The old man gave him a sideways glance, shrugged indifferently, and replied, I am a young boy. Do you understand? The old man rolled his eyes. The emperor came to him, leaned down, and said in his ear, the dignified Ice Emperor Heibodong actually lives in Xioxiomokeng in seclusion. I'm afraid this news will make a sensation in the entire Tiandu Empire. Ka! The ink pen moving in the old man's hand suddenly touched, snapped and snapped. With his palm, he clicked somewhere on the desktop. The open door closed with a bang. A tyrannical anger erupted from his body, and the temperature of the whole room dropped a lot. Who are you? He stared at the gentle emperor. Why, you want to fight? The emperor smiled calmly, his eyes mockingly said, please forgive me, now you have a certain seal, and your cultivation base is not as good as before. You are not my opponent. Seal? What seal did Hyperion hit? Naturally, Queen Medusa left Medusa's curse. Heibodong was young and energetic, and relying on his Duhuang cultivation base, he wanted to go to the entire northwest continent, as much as he could. As a result, I entered the Tagore Desert and met Queen Medusa. The two sides clashed, and finally, Queen Medusa planted a seal in his body. Relying on his ability, he just escaped. Since then, a shop selling maps has been opened in Machen. I hope to meet a senior alchemist, enter the desert, search for medicinal materials, and refine a pill that can lift the seal for him. And the emperor naturally knew what seal Heibodong had hit. However, out of caution, to avoid causing a strong backlash from Heibodong, the emperor wisely stopped it and did not break this point. What a crazy boy! Even if the old man's cultivation base is not as good as before, you are not qualified to speak in front of me. Heibodong's white hair, windless, and icy vindictiveness hovered around him. Hee. The emperor smiled indifferently, and started the universal good fortune art. The milky white vindictive energy spread from the body, and at the same time, a secluded flame rose up. Hey! Heibodong screamed, realizing that his vindictiveness can't even reach the emperor's body. www.readaloud.com, and there is such a fiery power in the latter, which makes him feel extremely dangerous. How about it, old man? Do you want to listen to me? The emperor raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at the old man in front of him jokingly. The province said I was bullying you, the old man. At a young age, so arrogant, undue punch. Heibodong's face, with a touch of sarcasm, said with a sneer. Heibodong thought, and the icy mist quickly filled the surroundings, causing the emperor's vision to become a little blurred. Immediately afterwards, from the cold mist, an ice thorn condensed into shape, and shot towards the emperor. The two were very close to each other. Seeing that the ice thorn was about to hit the emperor, a white flame suddenly appeared on the palm of the emperor's hand, and it protruded forward. An incredible scene appeared. There was no sound, and the ice thorn was burned into nothingness by the emperor's bone spirit. What a strong flame! Heibodong has a complicated complexion, as if he is thinking about his chances of winning if he really fights the emperor. After a long time, he finally put away the extremely cold grudge and returned to the previous appearance. That's right. It takes a lot of effort to fight. If you can quarrel, don't fight. The emperor chattered, it's too embarrassing to hurt you. Master once taught us to respect the elders. Of course, if you encounter some old stubborn words can't be allowed to be bullied. Heibodong was full of black lines, thinking, don't think the old man can't tell, you're scolding the old man. Let's talk, what is your purpose? He said impatiently. Hee, Senior Heibodong, let's meet again, the younger emperor, the young master of Yun Lanzong. The emperor smiled and bowed a gentleman's salute to the old man. Yun Lanzong. Chapter 54, Heibodong. The emperor is holding a huge dragon sword with a horizontal right hand, and facing the scorpion core in front of him is a sweep. The huge sword envelopes the powerful energy fluctuations, traverses the space, and makes a tearing sound, among which is the sound of dragons. How could these second-order monsters be able to withstand the attack of the Dewang who displayed the spirit skills equivalent to the ground-level fighting skills? Wherever the dragon sword swept across, all that was left was only the broken limbs. Green blood splattered everywhere, but he couldn't get close to the emperor's body. You're so handsome! The emperor exclaimed while turning the giant sword back into a martial spirit and took it back. There was originally a sea of black scorpions, but now it is a sea of green blood, which is a bit disgusting. Pinching his nose, the emperor frowned and waved his hand in disgust. He didn't even want to take the crystal core. It was really disgusting. After testing the power of the spirit ability, the emperor continued thinking about the direction of Machen. In the northwest region of the Gamma Empire, there is a city, which is named Machen because it is too close to the Tagore Desert. The weather in Machen is too hot, and most of the men are shirtless and look quite bold at first glance. As for those women, they used tight-fitting leather clothing to cover their vitals, and even the slender waist was boldly exposed. It looks very sexy. Got to a shop. Tianzi entered the city, inquired all the way, and finally came to a shop called Gutu. On this trip, if the emperor does not have a shrewd map, he will easily get lost in the desert. What's more, the emperor needs to find the heart of Qinglian. Is familiar with the storyline of Dupo, the emperor knows that only the ancient map shop has the precise map he wants. The shop in front of the emperor, as he imagined, the decoration is not luxurious, revealing a simple atmosphere. There are no guests inside. Behind the counter, an old man with white hair is drawing a map with his dry palms. Buy it quickly, or get out of it if you don't buy it. The old man lowered his head, not only didn't mean to entertain the emperor, but spoke rudely to the emperor. It's not like a businessman at all. It's really weird, you have such a weird temper, how can you keep this shop open? If it wasn't for my lack of anger recently, or you would have been burned to death by my flames. The emperor said calmly. The brush stroke stopped, and a tyrannical aura spread out from the old man's body. Boy, what did you just say? The old man is a bit older and didn't hear clearly. You say it again. The old man squinted his eyes and stared at the emperor. Took out his ears indifferently, and the emperor easily removed this powerful aura, making the old man look surprised. "Old guy, don't use the momentum to crush me," the emperor said casually, while still walking around in the shop, looking up and down, looking around. Eyes twitched involuntarily. The old man did not expect to encounter a stubble like the emperor. Seeing that his aura was useless, the old man was fortunately too lazy to care about him and continued to do his own business. "Hey, old man!" Suddenly, the emperor turned his head and said to the old man, "Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? People like you were going to be immersed in a pig cage in the past." The old man gave him a sideways glance, shrugged indifferently, and replied, "I am a young boy. Do you understand?" The old man rolled his eyes. The emperor came to him, leaned down, and said in his ear, "The dignified Ice Emperor Heibodong actually lives in Xiaoxiomokeng in seclusion. I'm afraid this news will make a sensation in the entire Tiandu Empire." Ka. The ink pen moving in the old man's hand suddenly touched, snapped, and snapped. With his palm, he clicked somewhere on the desktop. The open door closed with a bang. A tyrannical anger erupted from his body, and the temperature of the whole room dropped a lot. "Who are you?" He stared at the gentle emperor. "Why, you want to fight?" The emperor smiled calmly, his eyes mockingly said, "Please forgive me, now you have a certain seal, and your cultivation base is not as good as before. You are not my opponent." "Seal? What seal did Hyperion hit?" Naturally, Queen Medusa left Medusa's curse. Heibodong was young and energetic, and relying on his Duhuang cultivation base, he wanted to go to the entire northwest continent, as much as he could. As a result, I entered the Tagore Desert and met Queen Medusa. The two sides clashed, and finally, Queen Medusa planted a seal in his body. Relying on his ability, he just escaped. Since then, a shop selling maps has been opened in Machen. I hope to meet a senior alchemist, enter the desert, search for medicinal materials, and refine a pill that can lift the seal for him. And the emperor naturally knew what seal Heibodong had hit. However, out of caution, to avoid causing a strong backlash from Heibodong, the emperor wisely stopped it and did not break this point. What a crazy boy! Even if the old man's cultivation base is not as good as before, you are not qualified to speak in front of me. Heibodong's white hair, windless, and icy vindictiveness hovered around him. He. The emperor smiled indifferently, and started the universal good fortune art. The milky white vindictive energy spread from the body, and at the same time, a secluded flame rose up. "Hey!" Heibodong let out a startled cry, realizing that his vindictiveness could not even reach the emperor's body. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com, and the latter still has this hot power in him, which makes him feel extremely dangerous. "How about it, old man, do you want to listen to me?" The emperor raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at the old man in front of him jokingly. "The province said I was bullying you, the old man. At a young age, so arrogant, undue punch." Heibodong's face, with a touch of sarcasm, said with a sneer. Heibodong thought, and the icy mist quickly filled the surroundings, causing the emperor's vision to become a little blurred. Immediately afterwards, from the cold mist, an ice thorn condensed into shape, and shot towards the emperor. The two were very close to each other. Seeing that the ice thorn was about to hit the emperor, a white flame suddenly appeared on the palm of the emperor's hand, and it protruded forward. An incredible scene appeared. There was no sound, and the ice thorn was burned into nothingness by the emperor's bone spirit. What a strong flame! Heibodong has a complicated complexion, as if he is thinking about his chances of winning if he really fights the emperor. After a long time, he finally put away the extremely cold grudge and returned to the previous appearance. "That's right. It takes a lot of effort to fight. If you can quarrel, don't fight." The emperor chattered, it's too embarrassing to hurt you. The master once taught us to respect the elders. Of course, if you encounter some old stubborn words, can't be allowed to be bullied by them. Heibodong was full of black lines, thinking, don't think the old man can't tell, you're scolding the old man. Let's talk, what is your purpose? He said impatiently. He, Senior Heibodong, let's meet again, the younger emperor, the young master of Yun Lanzong. The emperor smiled and bowed a gentleman's salute to the old man. Yun Lanzong. Chapter 55, Feng Yuan Dan. At this moment, Heibodong finally started to face the emperor. He stared directly at the emperor, causing the emperor to feel a bit of cold. This old man doesn't have any quirks. Are you the missing genius? What is missing? I went down the mountain to practice. The emperor gave him a speechless look. A genius who can't train himself through experience. I heard that the Yun Lanzong and the Gama royal family were looking for you overwhelmingly 4 years ago. I didn't expect you to be here. Bodong said, you actually became the king of fighters. The emperor sneered and snorted, I will repay the grievous grievance 4 years ago. Until now, the emperor still remembers the big red fighter who attacked him 4 years ago. That was the first time he was seriously injured and the first time he was conspired by the royal family of Gama. It seems that he is not very interested in the grievances between Yun Lanzong and the Jiama royal family. Heibodong did not make any remarks, but just leaned back in a chair lazily. Go ahead, kid, how do you know who I am? Don't tell me yes. I don't believe this reason for the Yun Lanzong's intelligence network. The emperor did not answer him, but turned to other topics. I am here mainly to make a deal with Senior Ice Emperor. Before Heibodong could answer, the emperor continued, as expected of Senior Ice Emperor, today you, even if you are cursed by Queen Medusa, your cultivation still has the realm of fighting spirits. At this time, Heibodong looked at the emperor's eyes with a hint of chill. Senior, don't be nervous, I don't have any plan to expose your whereabouts, it's not good for me. All are smart people, the emperor understands what Heibodong is thinking. If the emperor reveals his whereabouts and situation go out, then it will be a catastrophe to greet him and the middle family. Hearing this, Heibodong still didn't mean to relax his vigilance at all, and many ice crystals appeared all over his body. Senior, don't look at me with such a look and make me abduct your daughter. If this is your unique style of doing business, then we can now have a good talk about the transaction between us. Now. The emperor looked very calm, ignoring the warning in Heibodong's eyes, and continued to joke with Heibodong. Deal, what can I do with you as a kid? Heibodong looked at the emperor with disdain. An old man with white beard and hair, if he goes to make a deal with an 11 or 12-year-old child, it only means that his brain is pinched by the door. What's wrong with the kid? The kid is still a strong fighting king, and he can defeat a fighting spirit. The emperor reminded. Taking into account Heibodong's emotions, he did not directly name that strong fighting spirit. Heibodong's face was blue and white, and he was very embarrassed. As a former fighting emperor, he had never been ridiculed as much as he is today. After a long time, Heibodong turned his head and stared at the emperor, his eyes were full, and he stared at the emperor. The latter's deep gaze was indeed very different from that of other children. Under Zhang Junyi's 5 senses, there seems to be a mature mind. After a while, Heibodong Fang asked curiously, let's talk about it first, what deal are you going to do with me? I think of a way to help seniors and lift the seal on you. You give me what I want. The emperor said lightly. Oh? How do you help me lift the seal? Are you still a pharmacist? Heibodong looked at the immature child in front of him with disbelief, even with a slight contempt in his eyes. Ignoring his irony, the emperor shook his head, this will not bother you. Then what do you want to take away from me? Heibodong looked at the emperor with caution, who came with a picture. The broken picture you got in the desert. The emperor said lightly. Remnant picture? What remnant picture? I don't know what you are talking about. Heibodong's eyes flickered, and at the same time, the chill in his eyes became more icy. In his heart, there was already a touch of killing intent. But it suddenly occurred to him that the emperor was a fighting king, and if he resisted, he might not have beaten him, which made him very entangled. Senior, do you want to pretend to be confused with the younger generation? To be honest, if it wasn't for the master's face, I would have killed you directly at this time and took the broken picture from your body. The emperor noticed Heibodong's eyes deep. Choose killing intent, the tone was a bit uneasily said. As for the person in his mouth, he is naturally Yunshan, the master of his master Yun and the old master of the Yunlin sect. Hey, kid, you can try. Heibodong thought, his palm was slowly raised, and the whole shop was once again filled with icy mist. Senior. The emperor whispered, and the bone spirit burst out in an instant, dispelling the surrounding cold. You little guy, you still have such a strange thing. The extremely high temperature caused Heibodong to shudder, staring at the bone spirit in the hands of the emperor in awe. Senior, do you want to continue? The emperor asked with a smile. Heibodong's face was pale, the opponent possessed a strange fire, and even the strong in the Duhuang realm did not dare to be enemies with it casually. Now, he is just Duling's cultivation base, and he's still a fart. His eyes were full of horror, he put away the icy grudge, and his emotions became surprisingly calm. After a long time, Heibodong Fang shook his head and sighed, it's a pity, it's a pity. Although you have a strange fire, you are not a pharmacist. Senior www.readaloud.com. You are drawing scrolls here, and the younger generation asks you, but does anyone recognize you as a strong man of fighting spirits? The emperor thought to himself, put away the bone spirit and asked with a smile. At each other. Do you mean that you are still a pharmacist? Heibodong's eyes widened, as if he had discovered a new world, staring at the emperor. I didn't say that I am not. The emperor nodded. Still not working? Heibodong still shook his head. What's wrong? The emperor asked impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that Heibodong and Yunshan were old, he would directly use the residual image of the Jinglian demon fire to Heibodong's body. Your rank is not enough. You are still the king of Do, not up to my requirements. Heibodong said with a sigh. Then how many ranks do you require? The emperor asked knowingly. Familiar with the storyline of Dupo, the emperor naturally knew that if he wanted to remove the seal on Heibodong, he needed to refine a 6th grade pill Po Erden. To refine a 6th rank pill, at least it needs to reach the realm of Do Huang. 6 rank. Heibodong replied. 6 products. The emperor shook his head and said, you don't need to break Erden at the 6th rank. I have a 5th rank pill here that can break your seal. 5th grade? Your kid is teasing me. Heibodong was amused and almost laughed. I didn't deceive Heibodong, and there is indeed such a pill. It's just that it did not appear on the fighting plane, but it was recorded in the memory of the Supreme Master, called Feng Yuan Pill, which was specially used to break this seal. It's just that the medicinal materials are scarce, maybe the Dupa plane does not have it, but there is its main material on the Doluo plane, which happens to be the purple tulip. There is only one purple tulip, which is a bit difficult. Chapter 56, Snake People. Seeing that the emperor looked serious, Heibodong also realized that he might not be joking, but asked in a deep voice, are you sure? He smiled, the emperor said, this can be guaranteed, and I know where the medicinal materials are. Anyway, if it doesn't work, I will soon break through to Duhuang. When the time comes, the alchemist's rank will be charged again, and soon he will be 6. After refining the pharmacist, he can still refine Po Erden to release the seal for Hyperion. Heibodong hesitated, thinking about the credibility of the words of the emperor, and then thinking that he has no other choice. Finally, he looked at the emperor seriously, I believe you once said, took out a torn yellow drawing from the ring in his hand, and the extended hand paused in midair for a while, and finally handed it to the Emperor's hand. It really is the Jinglian Demon Fire Remnant picture. The Emperor took the ancient picture and played with it in his hand. Senior, don't worry, my Emperor talks and counts. By the way, I also need a detailed map of the Tagore Desert. The Emperor put away the broken map, and thought of his other purpose, Jinglian Earth Heart Fire. Hey! There was some surprise why the Emperor wanted this thing. Hai Badong couldn't help but ask, "Hey boy, what do you want this map for? The old man told you, it's better not to go in this desert, like the old man. Do Wang's cultivation base is still sealed by Queen Medusa, why are you a little Do Wang going in? You can't be torn it directly? It doesn't matter if you die, my pill is very important, it's better to take me. Let's stay here first, in case you are gone." The Emperor was a little grateful when he heard the first half of his sentence, but he didn't expect this old boy to care about himself. "I didn't expect it. I was still too innocent." Secretly despised this old boy who doesn't want billion, the Emperor still said on the surface, "Don't worry, the younger generation won't die before you die, and you won't let a white-haired person give you a black-haired person." Gave the Emperor a vicious look. Hai Badong still reluctantly took out the detailed map of the desert he had worked so hard to draw and gave it to the Emperor. "Hurry up as soon as you take it." Now Hai Badong is upset when he sees the Emperor, and directly starts to provoke others. "Hey hey!" Tianzi gave a dry smile, turned and left the shop. This kid, if he doesn't die, he will soon be one of the strongest in the Northwest Territories. By then, the Gama Empire will probably be, interesting. The vast desert, the Dead Sea of Sand. Vigorous, quiet, and stern, always give you a monotonous color, golden yellow, always hot golden yellow. It is as if nature is here to freeze the turbulent waves and the empty raging waves in an instant, making it stand still forever. Climbing the sand dunes in the desert is more difficult than climbing. Step on the sand dunes, the soft sand will sink you, and the sand will slide down, you will be sent back a little. Whenever you take a step forward, it pushes you back a little bit. Go forward a little bit and be pushed back a little bit, go a little bit and be pushed back a little bit, go a little bit and be pushed back a little bit. Over time, it makes you feel a little irritable. However, you do not have the privilege of being impatient. Being angry will only speed up your blood and make water loss faster. You can only bear it silently and adapt to it. Walking in the desert is not only a test of perseverance, but also a test of xingxing. It's no wonder that some fighters will come here to carry out desert training. Came to the Tagore Desert again, the Emperor still couldn't help but sigh for the hot climate. Stone Desert City, the city deep in the desert, is also coming soon. The Emperor blocked the direct rays of the poisonous sun with his hand, and looked into the distance. "If it wasn't for being unable to fly, I would have arrived long ago." The Emperor mumbled slightly uncomfortably. "It's not that it's really impossible to fly. It's just that no one who came to the Tagore Desert dared to fly in the air. After all, after fighting the wing to fly in the sky, the target is so big that it is easy to be found and attacked by some beasts. What high-level warcraft is no joke. It's almost in the middle of the desert too, wait." Suddenly thought of something, the Emperor quickly took out the map and hammered the hammer. The secret path was not good. The deepest part of the Tagore Desert was the territory of the snake people. Although you don't need to be too afraid of the snake human race because of your own strength, there are still fighting emperors in the family, and there is a peak fighting emperor like Medusa. If you get into it, the danger to yourself is still very great. Let's go quickly, this place shouldn't stay for long. Thinking of this, the Emperor decided to use the dragon step to leave quickly and arrive at Shimo City as soon as possible. "Don't move." At the moment when the Emperor turned around, a soft drink came from behind him. When he reacted, a trident had been placed on his neck. "Who are you? How come you are here?" The Emperor didn't turn his head, but through his soul power, he detected that the person behind him was a woman, but his lower body was a snake's tail. I checked her cultivation base a bit, and found that her cultivation base had the strength of a 4-star Doling. www.readaloud.com snake human race. Sure enough, trouble came to the door. He narrowed his eyes. The emperor didn't panic. He turned around and looked at the charming woman in front of him curiously. Good-looking young lady. Pretending to be particularly cute, the emperor yelled sweetly. Forward. The woman of the snake human race seemed to be a little dazed. I don't know if she was stunned by this lady's sister, or she was dumbfounded by the emperor's humans and animals in a harmless manner. In fact, the emperor himself is a little sick to vomit, but this is someone's place anyway, so it's better not to cause trouble. And this snake human girl is obviously still the kind of innocent girl who is not deeply involved in the world. She was deceived by the lovely appearance of the emperor, and directly ignored the suspicious place that the emperor appeared in the depths of the desert. She put away her weapon and looked in his eyes again. Without seeing my fear at all, I bent down and asked curiously, "Little brother, are you not afraid of me?" The emperor shook his head and said in a sincere manner, "My sister is so beautiful, why should I be afraid?" Giggle giggle. The snake human girl couldn't help covering her mouth and smiled when she heard what he said. After all, no woman would hate hearing others say she looks good. Greasy mouth and tongue. The snake human girl narrowed her smile and said to the emperor seriously, "This is not a place where you, a child, can come. Where are your parents?" "I don't know, I woke up here this morning." The blank expression on the emperor's face is so lifelike that he can be the actor in terms of acting and past life. "That's it." The snake human clan girl showed a thoughtful look and wanted to bring him back to the clan, but due to the clan rules, she couldn't bear to leave the emperor alone in the depths of this desert. All of a sudden, she was special. Tangled. Chapter 57, Snake People Holy City. "Little brother, or I will send you back." The natural snake human girl decided not to bring the emperor back to the clan. Based on their relationship with the human clan, it is not impossible for the clan to tear up the emperor. When she heard these words, the emperor's eyes lit up, and Zhang was worried about how to get out of this place of right and wrong. It happened that the snake man's sister was so passionate. "Thank you, sister." The emperor nodded quickly and said sweetly. "But, every time things go against one's wishes. Sa. The sound of sand shaking in the distance came, and it became louder and louder. "Someone is coming, and." The emperor's heart moved. The soul power of the spiritual realm covered a radius of 50 miles around, and he was shocked to discover that a tribe had come, and it was the deadly enemy of the snake human race. Was considering whether to remind the snake human girl beside him, he was startled by the movement under his feet. There are enemies. At this time, the naturally dazed girl of the snake human tribe also obviously reacted, grabbing the arm of the emperor and retreating to the side. But a burly figure emerges from the position where the two stood before, the human scorpion tail, the scorpion race. "It's not good, it's the scorpion race." The girl was obviously flustered, and the hand holding the emperor was even tighter. It can be seen that she is a little scared. "Jajaja." The brawny man of the scorpion race laughed gloomily, his eyes turned to the two men. The scorpion tail was swaying from side to side in the air, and the sharp hook was shining in the sun. "What about Miss Sister?" The emperor gently pulled the corner of the girl's clothes and asked. "Follow me back to the holy city, and I'll take you back next time." Before she could say more, the girl rushed deeper into the desert with the emperor in a panic. "The emperor originally wanted to say that it was given to me. Although there were many people on the opposite side, the one who came out was at the dueling level. Most of the scorpion races behind were also at the level of fighting masters. He just had a ground-level fighting skill. Putting it in the past can kill a large piece." But she didn't expect that this snake human girl looked so natural and stunned, but she was a bit resolute in doing things. Before she could speak, she felt a gust of wind blowing on her face. Snake people, where to flee? Seeing the two rushing into the desert deeper, the scorpion people were a little anxious, and quickly shouted at the scorpion people behind, chasing. Can't let the snake people return to the snake people tribe. Fortunately, although the strength of the snake human girl is not very good, her escapability is still very strong, and she quickly left the scorpion human behind. After passing a small hill, the emperor also saw an oasis in front of him. Tianzi's head came out from under the girl's armpit, carefully looking at the oasis ahead. Condescendingly, I can faintly see that there is a city made of piles of stones in that oasis. Fortunately, I'm back. I want to report to the queen as soon as possible. The snake human clan girl murmured, almost forgetting the emperor. Yet, little brother, I will take you to my place first. I will report on the situation first. I will send you back when the scorpion race retreats. The girl put the emperor down and touched his head. The appearance of the deputy eldest sister. The emperor was a little dazed, touching his head to kill? This made him stunned in place, and when he recovered, he realized that he was hurried to a room by the girl's waist again. This natural snake human girl looks so good looking, how can she do things that are more frizzy than me? The emperor had a headache, but this is someone's territory, so it's better to be obedient. Putting the emperor in her home, the girl ran to a huge stone fort to report the situation. Is this the snake human holy city? The emperor looked out of the stone window curiously, looking at everything he had never seen before. But, I don't want to come. He was a little helpless, so he went to Rock Desert City happily, but was forced to come to the holy city of the snake human race, and he might even get into trouble. Why are the scorpion races here? Don't you want to go to war with the snake races? If that's the case, alas. The emperor sighed, shook his head, and sat on a stone bed. Actually, this naturally foolish young lady is still very cute. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the emperor couldn't help humming a popular song in his previous life. Yap! Suddenly, when the emperor was appreciating the oasis scenery, he suddenly sensed that a familiar mental fluctuation entered the scope of his soul power. The previous scorpion race? I actually dared to come to the snake race holy city, so courageous. Looking at the direction that the scorpion race appeared with interest, the corner of the emperor's mouth floated slightly. Earth-level low-level fighting skills 3000 thunderbolts. Shouted in his heart, and saw a purple thunder and lightning flashed in the same place, and the emperor disappeared in the same place, leaving behind a purple arc. At this moment, the strong man of the scorpion race didn't know that he had been spotted by someone. He was hiding in the shadow by the side of a stone house, cautiously not daring to show his head. Damn it, where did the snake man go? If she reports to Medusa, this plan will be ruined again. The scorpion man paced back and forth anxiously. The guard of the city. Is this operation going to fail? Just when he was still in sorrow, a figure appeared behind him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This scorpion man was also particularly alert, and immediately realized that there was a breath of life behind him, and he quickly turned around. What? Before he finished speaking, he was stunned by the emperor with a hand knife. So weak, the wind can't help but come to lurking as an undercover agent. Tianzi shook his head, looked at the scorpion body in front of him, curled his lips, and kicked a few feet in the past. It seems that this scorpion race is not very safe, but it's good for my actions. The emperor thought, picking up the scorpion's tail and carrying it on his shoulders, turning it into a purple ion. Once again appeared on the roof of a stone house, and the emperor looked down on this oasis from a height, and couldn't help feeling that there would be such a place of vitality in such a desperate place like the desert. Glanced at the scorpion man who was in a coma, the emperor didn't even think about anything else, he threw him down, no matter what the result, he used 3000 thunder and returned to the stone house. All actions flow smoothly. There is a good show to watch. Sitting by the window with a slight smile, the emperor waited quietly with his chin resting on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mainline serial quest, King's Landing, the second phase of the task, strength all over the Heaven Do Empire, rewards, 1,500,000 experience, 1,500 points, gold level lottery ×2. Hey? So fast! The emperor who heard the system prompt was a little surprised. He didn't expect to have completed a main task at this time. Unfortunately, this experience is only enough to fill 1/10 of the experience slot. Ding! The host triggers the mainline serial task, King over the World, the third phase of the task. The strength is all over the Doluo continent, rewards, 15 million experience, 15,000 points, platinum level lottery ×2, number of advanced fighting skills ×1. Sister Chan's efficiency is so high, it's only been more than 2 months. Chapter 58, Good Show. The Holy City of Snakes, the main hall of the royal palace. In the middle of the main hall is a red carpet, on which 2 scorpion human races stand, and a dozen snake man elders sit on both sides, and directly above it is a perfect figure. She has a pair of long and narrow lavender eyes, her eyes are flowing, she is charming, and can almost draw every man's sight in. She, dressed in a graceful purple brocade robe, the body under the brocade robe, plump and exquisite, like the mature peach, permeated with a touch of charm, a head of 3,000 green silk, casually scattered from the fragrant shoulders, vertically between the slender willow waist, and under the brocade robe, a purple snake tail was exposed. The snake tail swayed slightly, a wild enchanting attraction, making the person inexplicably hot all over his body. She sat on the high throne, lying languidly, exuding a noble temperament between her gestures. Your Majesty, we all came with sincerity. I hope you can consider our proposal. One of the younger scorpions smiled politely and bowed slightly to the woman in front of him. The queen did not answer, she still lay lazily, but the cold light in her eyes was even more obvious. Your Majesty, the marriage between you and our king is advantageous. Besides, only our king can be worthy of a peerless beauty like the queen, isn't it? Maybe you can take the opportunity to take down the city of the human race in the desert. Not for it, another older scorpion man continued. This time, the elders of the snake human tribe on both sides started to talk a lot. The queen still ignored what the scorpion man said, but she glanced at the elders on both sides, and she could feel that most of them agreed with her, and suddenly she felt a little powerless. But she didn't really blame them either, who made them weak in the snake human race. Now it's even more so that she and the elder are the fighting emperors, while the scorpion human family has 4 fighting emperors and 2 7 fighting emperors, and she herself can only be worthy of a 6-star battle emperor. The top combat power is not enough. They have 8 tribes besides the holy city. Although they are respected by the queen in name, at this juncture, it is good not to betray her. They simply do not have the strength to fight against the scorpion people. Your Majesty the Queen. At this moment, an elder of the snake human race stood up and said, I think this method is feasible. For an instant, the hall was silent, and everyone including Queen Medusa also watched the elder who spoke. Your Majesty Queen, I think you, as the king of our snake human race, only the king of the scorpion human race is worthy of your identity, and once our snake human race cooperates with the scorpion human race, we can work together to take the entire Tagar Desert. Seconded. Your Majesty, I agree too. Since ancient times, those who have a beginning will have people who will follow. Soon, half of the elders in the entire hall agreed to the proposal of the scorpion race. There was a trace of disappointment in her indifferent beautiful eyes. The queen no longer looked at the elder who was speaking, but turned to the elders who hadn't expressed their opinions, especially the elders. His attitude was very important. But no one spoke at this time, even the elder frowned, struggling. The 2 scorpion races below glanced at each other, showing successful smiles. Medusa sighed disappointedly in her heart, no longer lying down, but sitting up, ready to speak, but was interrupted by a snake-human soldier breaking into the main hall. Report. Queen, found traces of the scorpion race in my holy city. The soldier leaned down and looked extremely humble in front of Medusa. This soldier, please don't be kidding, aren't we from the scorpion race? The young scorpion asked confused. The soldiers didn't even look at him, but said to the queen, we found the scorpion race in the patrol. What? The elders below all slapped the table and said in anger, really? It's true. The subordinates dare not deceive the elders. The soldier straightened up and shouted outside the hall, bring him up. Then even two snake-human soldiers tied a scorpion human and walked into the hall, which happened to be the place where the emperor stunned. Why is it him? The young scorpion race was shocked and couldn't help pulling the sleeves of the old scorpion race. Why did he appear here? Is our plan discovered? The latter was also shocked. Medusa stopped speaking, squinting at the tied scorpion man, thinking. At the same time, the natural dull girl who brought the emperor back to the snake-human race walked quickly out of the side of the hall, and said something beside Medusa. Bold. After hearing the girl's words, Medusa stood up angrily, and a powerful momentum poured out of her body, covering the hall. Both the snake-human race and the scorpion-human race looked at the queen on the throne with horror. Your scorpion tribe did a good job, the yang is against the dark is the case, one set is clear, the other is secret. Are you really easy to be a snake race? Medusa was surrounded by violent purple vindictiveness. As if it will burst out in the next second. His Majesty the Queen, we don't know what you're talking about. Although the two scorpion messengers have probably guessed what happened, their hearts are flustered, but at this time they still won't admit it, gritting their teeth. Don't admit it to death. Your Majesty, what happened? The long silent elder glanced at the scorpion man who had passed out on the ground and asked Medusa. Xiao Zi, say www.readaloud.com. Medusa is afraid that she can't help killing these scorpion people directly, so she resisted the anger and asked the natural girl to mention her. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. The girl respectfully finished her salute, walked to the right front of Medusa, and said loudly to the elder below, the scorpion people pretended to send people to delay the time of our snake people, and secretly sent troops to come. The periphery of our holy city is ready to attack our clan at any time. What? This time, no matter which faction the snake races were exploded, they focused their eyes on the three scorpion races in the center of the hall. If their eyes could kill people, they might have died more than 1,000 times. Your Majesty, listen to our explanation. After all, the old scorpion man is a deeply involved elder, and he is not surprised at all, so he quickly said to Medusa. As a result, before he finished speaking, Medusa's eyes instantly turned golden yellow, and the diamond-shaped pupils became more and more sparkling. After one breath, the two standing scorpions turned into stones, with expressions of deep fear on their faces. After doing all this, Medusa looked around again, and her majestic voice sounded, does anyone still agree with their proposal? The elders looked at each other, and then they did not dare to look up under Medusa's pupils. They only lowered their heads and said, Your Majesty said nothing. Let's pass on the order, call 8 tribal leaders to the holy city, and pull the holy city's guard to a radius of 50 miles. Those who violate the order, cut. After Medusa finished speaking, she snorted and turned around and was ready to go. I don't want to see these old stubbornness. Report. Another soldier broke into the hall, Your Majesty, the young master of Yunlanzong, please see me. Today is relatively empty, so there is a third one. Chapter 59, I want you. Yunlanzong? What is Yun doing? After a pause, Medusa raised her eyebrows and turned to look at the snake man soldier, let's have no contact with them. Take care of these 3 people first. Medusa looked at the 3 scorpion races and waved in disgust, letting her subordinates throw them away. The current snake race was taken in the majesty of Medusa, and the elders also recognized the face of the scorpion race. They listened to the queen's words obediently, and went on their own. Let her come in. Medusa sat back on the throne again, sitting solemnly, after all, facing the young sect master who is also a large sect. Yun Lanzong is really not easy to provoke. Yes. Hey? Is it you? The natural girl, who was called Xiazi by Medusa, stood beside Medusa. She was surprised to cover her small cherry mouth when she saw the figure coming in from the entrance of the hall. Silver-haired purple pupils, sword eyebrows, star eyes, a strange blood-red cinnabar mole between the eyebrows, a black and white gown with an ice blue long sword around his waist, and the emperor slowly followed the soldier. Where did this kid come from? Boy, do you know where this is? As a human race, how dare you come to our snake-human holy city alone? The elders of the snake people on both sides did not see the legendary Yun young sect master. Instead, they saw a young boy with wide-eyed eyes. Even the elder frowned unhappily, feeling that the child had played tricks on himself and others, using the coercion of his fighting emperor, and pointed directly at the emperor. Hee, this old man. The emperor shook his head without knowing the so-called, there was a mysterious power on his body to relieve this aura. According to the soul power of the emperor, this snake-human tribe elder is only a newcomer to the realm of the emperor, but a 1-star emperor, and although he is only a 6-star emperor, he has 5 levels of taboos after cultivating the Azura Deo realm, just can easily resist the majesty of the Great Elder. The Great Elder realized that his Duhuang level coercion had no effect on the emperor, and could not help adding his own vindictive energy to his aura. The vindictive energy turned into a blue snake biting the emperor in mid-air, the beauty on the throne. Dusa didn't stop her at all, and she probably thought about the same as the elders here. Only Xiao Ziyai grasped the corner of her clothes tightly, and couldn't help worrying about the emperor. The emperor was not afraid. Suddenly a white flame appeared in his hand, with extremely high temperature. He flicked the flame forward, and an aura of destruction appeared. When the snake-like fighting spirit touches the cold flame of the bone spirit, there will be no further information at all, and it will be directly burned into nothingness. Different fire. Medusa's eyes flashed brilliantly. Who is she, the 6-star fighting emperor? Can naturally see that this peculiar flame is a kind of strange fire, but it feels like this strange fire is a bit virtual. What? The elders were all shocked that they were about to fall down. The first reaction was that the elder lady released the water. However, it is true that the vindictiveness of the great elder was not fully displayed. It was just a casual blow, and it did not use fighting skills. It was just an application of vindictiveness. But the big elder is a fighting emperor anyway, and every single blow is extremely terrifying. It is indeed blocked by a little kid. Few of you here dare to say that you can block it, let alone it is so easy. NS. Do you snake people treat guests like this? The emperor did not pay attention to the elders, but stared at Medusa directly. He had to say that this woman is really good looking, in Gu sooner and the others before growing up. For the time being, only Diao Chan could match it. Bold, dare to speak to our queen like this. An elder scolded at the emperor. Ignoring his anger, the emperor still stared at Medusa with clear eyes, without any evil thoughts. Actually, it was mainly because he was young, and he was not sure whether that was useful. Medusa stopped the provocative elder below, looked at the emperor, and asked, "Are you from the Yunlin sect?" "Of course, you soldier didn't explain my identity." The emperor gave a slightly surprised look at the soldier who was standing upright. "Are you the young master of the Yunlin sect?" Medusa was surprised this time. "Isn't your young master Yun? Are you a primitive? How long ago this happened? The old sect master has retired long ago, and I am now the emperor, the disciple of sect master Yunlin." The emperor said, and secretly mocked them. Medusa smiled coquettishly, not annoyed, but that smile was fascinating, making the moonlight somewhat eclipsed, and even the emperor was a little confused. Okay, I am not interested in the matter of your Yunlin sect, I am only curious. You are here for the purpose of my snake human race. Medusa reduced her smile, her eyes suddenly became sharp. You come to me as a 6-star fighting king. What do you want to do on the site? At this time, Xiaozi's palms were already sweating nervously. The emperor was as calm as water, and said with a small smile, Queen, don't be nervous, I just want to make a deal with you. Looking at the emperor contemptuously, Medusa mocked, only you, what is worth trading with me? I can form an alliance with your snake people on behalf of the Yunlanzong. The emperor said indifferently, as if he was talking about a little thing that doesn't hurt. You have this right. Because His Majesty was blocked by the emperor, the elder had always been dissatisfied, and naturally embarrassed the emperor if he had a chance. www.readaloud.com, but the emperor just laughed it off and ignored the elder again. So that the latter almost vomited blood, the dignified fighting emperor was ignored by a fighting king junior. Do I have this power? You can gamble with me. Anyway, you won't suffer. The emperor put away the bone spirit and coldly said, if it is really possible, one more superpower will help you fight the scorpion race, but if it is false, yes, you will not lose anything. This. Medusa hesitated, unable to make up her mind. For their snake human race, the current form really needs to form an alliance with a super sect like Yunlanzong, although Yunlanzong is outside the desert, away from the snake. The human race is far away, but their reputation lies there. Even the scorpion human race has to think about dealing with their snake human race. Your Majesty, you can't agree to him, this person is trying to commit a crime at first sight. Yes, Your Majesty, I think this is really wrong. What do these old stubbornness think? The emperor is extremely speechless to these elders, and has a headache. These old stubbornness is really difficult to deal with. Had it not been for him to trigger a task to solve the snake-human problem in Xiaozi's home, he wouldn't bother to care about them. Furthermore, he wouldn't have much trouble if he didn't take action on their snake people. After all, the snake people still exist in the original work, and there are more viable powers, and Medusa has also broken through to the peak fighting emperor. Your Majesty, I think what he said should be credible. Xiaozi spoke, and the emperor thanked her specially for coming to me with his eyes. He lowered her head and pondered for a while. Medusa raised her head again, staring at Tianzi's tender face, and said seriously, what do you want? You got the bait. The corners of the emperor's mouth raised slightly. I want you. Chapter-60, Seek Death. The whole hall was dead silent, everyone's eyes widened, as if they had heard something unbelievable and it just confirmed their guess. They instantly felt an inexplicable cold, and everyone involuntarily looked at Medusa. I saw that her surroundings were covered by vigorous purple vindictiveness, and her eyes became shiny golden. Stop! I haven't finished talking about karma. The emperor quickly explained, wondering why he wanted to die. The current Medusa is not the later Kalen. I'll give you 3 seconds. Medusa said expressionlessly. I want you to find something for me. Seeing that Medusa had already got up, her fighting spirit turned into a colorful snake around her body, ready to take action at any time. The emperor finished speaking at the fastest possible speed. What is it? Medusa withdrew her grudge, and the terrifying sense of suffocation disappeared in an instant. After hesitating for a while, the emperor glanced at the elders on both sides, and after thinking about it, he still feels that it is better to say it now. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Silence, deathly silence. After a long time, Medusa said, what do you want to do with the different fire? Don't you already have one? You don't need to care about it, I just want you to help me find the strange fire. The emperor avoided her question and said. Although he knows the approximate location of Qinglian Earth's heart fire, the entire desert is so big, even if it is an approximate location, it is a huge area. He estimated that it will take a few months to find it. Medusa hesitated, her eyes flickering, and instead of answering the emperor right away, she asked, "Why do you think I will find King Leon's heart?" The emperor grinned and said, "If you want to evolve into a colorful sky-swallowing python, you will find it for me, won't you?" Her expression condensed, and there was a chill on Medusa's gorgeous face, and even her voice became creepy. And the various elders of the snake-human race looked at each other. Seeing that their queen was angry, they also broke out in anger, staring at the boy in the long gown in the middle of the hall, waiting for the queen to give an order to kill the human race. "Don't be nervous, I've said everything, I'm just here to make a deal." On the surface, the emperor seemed calm, but in fact, he was panicked. What kind of people are these people, who always show off their anger? "I can also help you evolve successfully." The emperor took out another bargaining chip. I know that you want to use the tempering of Qinglian Earth's heart fire to achieve the awakening of blood, but the temperature of the different fire may not be able to bear even if you reach the peak of the battle emperor. If someone subdues Qinglian's heart fire, the result may be different. The emperor patiently explained to the people of the snake-human race, and even called out the direct bone spirit cold fire, controlling the temperature of the flame to convince them. A coquettish snake man standing on the left side of the throne came to Medusa's ear and whispered, "Should I throw him away?" "Sister Uma, can you not be so irritable?" Xiao Ziyi became a little anxious when she heard it, and said with a sense of righteousness with her hands on her waist, "I'm doing this for the sake of the snake people." The charming snake man called Yume gave Xiao Ziyi a white look, and didn't have a good air. "Okay, I have my own judgment." Medusa shook her head, then looked at the emperor below, as if to see through his heart. After looking at each other for a few seconds, Medusa lightly opened her red lips, "I agree." "What? Your Majesty, this can't be done." "Yes, Your Majesty Queen, the fire in the heart of Qinglian Earth is the strange fire that my race has been searching for many years before finding its traces. It is a strange treasure that can transform you from heaven and earth. Leave it to this kid, we. Enough. I don't want to say it a second time." The majestic voice of the overbearing queen passed from top to bottom, and immediately suppressed the voice of opposition below. The emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and took out a jade card from Nag with the words Yun Lanzong and Emperor engraved on it. He attached a layer of his own unique grudge, then threw it at Medusa and said, "This is my jade pendant. You will send it to the Yun Lanzong branch of Rock Desert City, and then to the Yun Lanzong. Explain the reason, my master will inevitably form an alliance with you." After receiving the jade medal flying from the emperor, Medusa was slightly surprised that this milky white grudge gave her a very warm feeling, but she still passed it to Xiao Ziyi next to her, and said, "Xiao Ziyi, this matter is up to you." "Yes." Xiao Ziyi took the jade plaque with both hands, and inadvertently glanced at the emperor with curiosity. Seeing that the latter was smiling at her, she couldn't help but blush. "Then when do you want to leave?" Medusa's beautiful eyes filled with allure fell on the emperor again. "Hey!" Before Tong Tianzi could react, he realized that he seemed to be arrested. After a while, he had already flown out of the hall and flew into the sky. "Fuck! Big sister, I want to stay a few more days." The emperor, who was forcibly taken away by Medusa and flew in the air, was struggling and shouting, "Stop talking nonsense!" Medusa gave the emperor a vicious look, but in the latter's eyes, it was a different style. Maybe this kind of peerless beauty is beautiful in everything. Medusa also imprisoned the emperor with a grudge, so that he could move around www.readaloud.com and influence her to fly. Why didn't the emperor fly? The main reason was that she disliked him for flying too slowly. Where can a Dawang go faster? Their snake-human race is also in danger at all times, and she must quickly solve the problem of the strange fire and return to the holy city. The holy city without her is not safe enough after all. Oh! Seeing that his protest was invalid, the emperor could only sigh, and was too lazy to use his force. He was paralyzed face down with his hands hanging down. People who didn't know thought it was a corpse. Medusa's enchanting purple snake tail swayed in the wind, arousing the curiosity of the emperor. He stretched out his hand cautiously and touched it. It's icy, but it's smooth, as if it's been scratched on the ice. At the same time he was reminiscing about the touch, the emperor suddenly stood up with hairs all over his body, and his back became cold. I saw Medusa looking at herself in shame, as if a fire was burning in her eyes. That feels good. The emperor didn't know what to say in embarrassment. Who knew that he had come such a wicked sentence? Just as he finished speaking, he instantly realized that he was in trouble. A purple snake slipped off Medusa's jade-like arms and slowly climbed onto the emperor's body. Sister Medusa, I have something to discuss. The emperor said with a dry smile. Don't you know that the snake tail of the snake human race can't be touched by the opposite at will? Medusa resisted the shame, and her angry eyes could kill the emperor thousands of times. This. The emperor yanked his head and didn't dare to look up at her. Don't. Sister Medusa. Ah. Sister Beauty. The emperor's terrible cry echoed above the desert.